I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdanjaya. Nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Nampaknya semua dah tak sabar nak start match kita hari ni sebab match semalam sangat-sangat sengit. Semua game habis dengan 2 berbalas 1. Tak tahu kalau hari ni benda sama akan jadi balik sebab Mars casting hari ini. Semalam kita ada Sith, so curse tu jadi ke tak? Kita tak tahu. Tapi as of today, 10 pasukan kita dalam regular season sudah main. Tapi untuk musim ini, hanya 6 pasukan yang boleh layak masuk ke playoffs. So format baru kita untuk musim ini sangat-sangat intens. Maksud tu, semua pasukan dalam MPL Malaysia dah tak boleh main-main dah. Kalau korang nak layak ke playoffs, you guys have to do your best from week 1. Okay, so sebelum kita masuk perlawanan ini, mari kita tengok jadual kita untuk hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team Hak yang akan menentang Selangor Red Giants. Dua-dua pasukan ini menang match pertama dorang. Untuk match kedua, kita akan saksikan RSG MY yang akan menentang King Empire. Dan untuk match terakhir, Monster Vicious yang akan menentang Barracuda. Now guys, the matches today are gonna be just as interesting as yesterday sebab semalam 2-1. Adakah benda sama akan jadi hari ini? So, sebelum kita throw to caster, okay guys? Nak tahu, korang dah ready ke? Dah ready? Korang rasa siapa akan menang perlawanan ni? Selangor Red Giants ke Team Hak? Baru pukul 11 tapi ramai orang dah datang actually Stadium MBSJ. So if you guys are watching at home, jomlah datang. Free ticket, game pun best. Betul tak? Betul. And with that, not okay. Diorang cakap tak ready. Player tak ready. Sekali lagi korang nak orang datang ke kat MBSJ? Alright, since you all are ready, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Merasmikan perlawanan pertama mereka dengan kemenangan bersih 2 berbalas 0. Sebagai tanda amaran, tiada belas kasihan bakal ditunjukkan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan Team Hak. Selepas membenam juara bertahan di perlawanan pembukaan, gergasi merah kembali untuk meneruskan rentak kemenangan. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants!
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, nampaknya semua orang dekat MBSJ ni dah ready untuk start match pembukaan untuk hari ini. So, is it going to be Selangor Red Giants or will Team Hak take this victory? For those of you guys watching at home, jangan lupa get the QR code for a chance to win some special goodies if you're watching at home. And of course, if you guys are here, there's also special goodies up for grab. So, nampaknya semua orang dah ready. Mari, let us enter the first match of the day. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The battle rages on, and in a brand new day here, we approach MPL-MY Season 13 with a renewed vigor. It is the final day day of the first week of the season, and teams are already making their mark on the stage. Welcome to the English Desk, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Staffa, and joining me today is none other than Icy Baby 1-2 Terrence. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good here. You know, first time for everything here. Brand new suit, a brand new era, and of course, my first day on the job here at your service. And of course, for these guys watching at home here, it has been a lot of plot twists for these past few days, and seems to me yesterday we had a little bit of a longer duration in terms of game as well as close matches here. But for today, day 3 here, I guarantee you it is going to be as exciting as yesterday, even though some say things could have gotten a little bit quicker though.
Yeah, exciting is a subjective term here, but definitely things happened yesterday and Seru Saturday. So make sure you guys drop by and check that out if you guys haven't watched that. There's the VOD up already. And if you guys want to make sure that your watching experience is even smoother, it might be time for you guys to consider Hotlink. You can secure lightning fast 5G connection for not just watching MPL, but for your MLBB games as well, all with Hotlink.
Exactly, you can also enjoy superior 5G network latency and smoother gameplay only with Hotlink, and of course score amazing MLBB in-game items only with Hotlink as well. And of course, when we talking about fast games here, we know for a fact that this upcoming match here is going to be either super fast or super slow, just because of the fact that, like what Rose said as well, we have a curse. Yesterday we had Sif, today we have Mars on there. And not gonna lie, his introduction just now was pretty sick.
It was pretty good. We're pretty used to LaFell doing the job here, but Mars is definitely coming for LaFell's position a little bit here.
Whoa. It speaks like you're talking like the casters have some sort of competition as well.
Do we not?
Oh, whoa. Do we?
Ooh.
No, well, to be honest,
you guys can think about it.
True, we do have like our in-house competition, etc. But of course, enough of us on etc. here. I want to talk about today's upcoming match, because speaking of how Selangor Red Giants has been bringing very, very strong presence towards this entire regular seasons here. Their debut last season was amazing. They fell a little bit short here, but today I feel like they have more to say about today's match.
Yeah, I imagine that Coach Zorvecki especially has much to say. Let's check it out.
Do you think this is Selangor Red Giants
5 seconds
quote-unquote villain arc, or like the revenge arc? Because like what you mentioned, you guys have never beaten Homeboys before, and doing so in a way that you guys put out a statement just now, is this the beginning of something new?
This is truly the new era right now, because my players are so young. Most of them have never win champions beside you. So I would say a statement game for Selangor Red Giants to show that we are the real new contender for this season. Hopefully keep this momentum, win the champion, show the world what Malaysian team can do in MSC.
Red Giants! Oh! Red Giants! Oh! Red Giants! Oh!
Bold statements from the Giants themselves here, proving to make a statement here, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not will they be able to come true, because so far their progress has been really well, especially if you have a good track record from Season 12 itself. They were top contenders all the way through the entire regular season, and now back into it Season 13, the second time here during regular season, and they have already started strong. And personally, with their introduction of Janus into the table, I feel like it's a very good addition.
Yeah, honestly, whenever we see coaches talk about their teams like this, there's always going to be fans and viewers that look at it with a little bit of skepticism, because you sometimes see the performance on stage doesn't quite match up with what the coaches say. But so far, the Selangor Red Giants have really been able to put their metal where their words have been. Being able to take out the defending champions 2-0 was completely unexpected, and a lot of people were very surprised by it. Even I was surprised by it, even though I knew coming into this that the Red Giants were going to be a strong team. So as of right now, I have them placed very high in terms of my internal rankings.
Okay.
I feel like Team Hawk is going to have a real challenge.
Yeah, I believe, you know, for those of you who are curious as well, you know, I believe Staffa has made like a meta tier team list here. But before that here, we'll be talking too much about SRG. Let us talk a little bit more on Team Hawk. Currently on screen here, this is the roster for none other than Team Hawk. We have Lexia, Janus, Sakin, Iris, as well as Noir.
Team Hawk's performance during day 1 of the regular season here was not the most stellar. While they were able to clinch out a victory against Bounty Esports, the games definitely did come down to the wire at certain points. But with some surprise picks. Janus showing a really impressive performance on the Fanny surprise pick in Game 2, showing us that this is a team that actually has a lot of coordination under the hood. But will it be enough to take on their opponents?
Well, of course, the ones that we have been hyping up for as well, the Giants themselves, Selangor Red Giants. Starting up the roster here, we have Stormy, Yums, Cram, Innocent, as well as Sekis. Or in this case, Skies.
Yep, the Selangor Red Giants have been making waves already. Innocent especially has stuck out this entire week in terms of gameplay, going I think a 18-19 kill score in total during their first match of the regular season. It's an all-star lineup with very promising rookies like what Coach Zoraki has mentioned. While these are all familiar faces, none of them have been able to win out a champion just yet, besides Yums previously when he was with Todak. And we're definitely seeing a new vigor, a new energy that makes it seem that they really want to chase that throne.
Now, speaking of new as well here, I'm curious to see whether or not if Weki is able to channel the inner Yums. To be honest here, he brought it up in an interview as well. Yums was a former champion. And need I remind you as well, once upon a time, when Fanny was the most popular jungler ever, he brought in the Roam Fanny. Will this be a contention between Haka as well as the Selangor Red Giants?
At the moment you started that train of thought, I suddenly had memories flood back of the Fanny Roam.
Think about it.
I don't feel like it's the right meta for that anymore, because unfortunately having a good front line and crowd control is so important from your roamer. But hey, we've seen some interesting things. We saw the Selena roam yesterday, so
think about this, right? Like Gideon did mention, we are the most entertaining region. Expect the unexpected. Anything is possible. Anything can happen.
Whether that's a good or bad thing remains to be seen. But we once again have some MPL-MY insiders where we ask Coach Ozorveki, how's the matchup going to look like here? He's prioritizing onto Lexia being a champion, playing jungler back then, Stormy one of a kind, our mage prodigy. But he has a lot of eyes on that gold lane matchup.
Well, speaking of one of a kind mid lane here, I do agree that Stormy is one of the best here, but you know, him calling out Lexia is in his prime, quote unquote prime. This is interesting because I do kind of agree and lean on his side as well, because the only time Lexia has ever performed and actually won a title was when he was playing so much Link when he was with RSG. I think this was season 7 when he won champion. Ever since then, he has been on the bystander with RSG for like ever.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate position to find yourself in, because Lexia, with the changing tides and the meta of junglers shifting more towards utility tanks, ended up losing a little bit of his identity in that position. He's definitely got a lot of experience as a player, as a shot caller, so it makes sense that he would try out roles like mid and roam, where he can kind of dictate the pace around the battlefield, but his success rate so far definitely speaks for itself.
Yep, well, his success rate pretty much, concludes him at putting him to play only Ruby and Tigreal. And it's funny and it's ironic as well, because during those times, Tigreal and Ruby wasn't that popular. But in this current patch, these are two very, very annoying heroes.
Yep. So
to a point that, Moonton had to ban, or I would say downsize the Tigreal as well as the Ruby.
Downsize, I mean, it's not a very big downsizing.
I like the two heroes. Like, I felt like they were not given a little bit more time, or at least a year of just being in the meta.
Dude, I have to share with you, Tigreal and Ruby were among my favorite heroes even before this meta, and now that they are popular, I'm starting to lose a little bit of that same passion I had for them, because now that they're popular, it's like, I'm not special anymore,
Yeah, you like to be special, don't you?
Yeah,
And
like to
speaking
be
of a
special.
special match
We all
of the day.
like to be special.
Speaking of special here, now, as you can see, the players are ready. They will be facing off against each other for the first draft from day number 3 here. SRG versus Hawk. This is going to be a little bit of an interesting fact here, because I don't know what they're going to be prioritizing, considering the fact that they've already shown that both sides can play a Fanny. It might be a contention here so far, but of course, starting things off, we do see a little bit of emphasis with the bans on Arlott, specifically for Team Hawk, because of the fact that, think about this. The win rate for Arlott for these past few days has pretty much been 0%.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see teams still heavily prioritize on picking or banning this hero when, like you mentioned, his win rate has been abysmal here in MPL-MY. Of course, in the international scene, Arlet is still a very strong hero overall. So it's interesting to see how the difference in meta is developing between different regions here. In terms of the other bans, Angela and Matilda have basically seen no play. The few times that Matilda got through, she basically carried the game for the teams that were able to lock her in. So a lot of respect has to be given to these early game supports.
Yeah, healing meta has been kind of in the patch for quite some time now here. And of course, when we talk about bans, I feel like Team Hak for these past few days has been the only one that prioritizes an Arlot ban. And it's ironic because of the fact that this is a Iris signature hero. So I'm very surprised that he kind of just, denied it away and opting to try something new. And this is something that I didn't see and expect coming from Team Hak for this. But however, SRG, they're branding of the Nolan. First pick priority, I'm guessing either the Vexana, maybe even the Barat. So suddenly, oh my goodness, I got a little bit baffled with the drums.
It's taken a moment for the fans to get there cheering together, but we gotta remember the drums are always going to be there for both of these teams. They've got a pretty strong fan base overall. Team Hak gonna start things off with the Barats. Now, I did pose a question to Gideon yesterday between the Barats and the Fredrin matchup. I personally felt like it would be better to pick Barats first, but Gideon felt like Fredrin is the more common first pick because of the utility and scaling that he brings to the game. Interesting that Team Hak would go for the Barats here and follow my opinion.
Okay. I have no idea what to expect out of this year, but to be honest, when I was listening to the stream on you guys yesterday and the day before here, you guys were talking about, oh my god, the drums are pretty loud. Now when I'm actually here, yeah, it's pretty loud.
The drums were right behind us yesterday.
My goodness, I was completely taken away and shocked by it. But all things considered here, SRG, they're going to be picking up the Baxia to actually counter in case they decide to go for the healing meta, and also the carry to deal with this Barat. So again, Team Hak has kind of flexed this on their first debut match as well. They picked the Barats. Oh, okay, this is going to be a Barat jungle. Maybe we're going to see Janus play a little bit more, but they do have this tendency to flex it in towards Iris's position, which we did see as well, and they kind of came out on top, even though it was quite a close game in day number 1.
Yeah, Barats is a very strong hero right now because of his flexibility. Overall, as a tank utility jungler is great, but he can also be put into the EXP lane. Now that it's a lot easier to keep up his stacks, and it's a lot easier to get that Daytona's welcome set up with the extra dash that was given a couple patches ago. We do see the Vexana that you mentioned, still a very solid mage pick nowadays, though interestingly enough, her win rate in this season has not been the most stellar either. Not to mention Bruno. So Team Hak drafting in a fairly safe way, but also kind of interesting considering the meta that's been developing these past couple days.
Speaking of the meta as well, I want to bring up about the tier 2 scene of MPL for ID, right? MDL in particular. They used to be, I think, especially from last year MDL, they did play a lot of double mage compositions here. And this is interesting. I don't think I've seen any Vexana play it towards a tank role yet, but there are possibilities of you going for like a Curse Helmet as well as a Necklace of Duress just because of the Lord bringing so much value. And we've seen a lot of double mage setups, especially yesterday as well, where we saw the Novaria as well as the Selena, which is, like you said as well, a little bit interesting. But I really want to see if Team Hak is able to pull off a roam Vexana.
It's actually interesting that you would bring up the tank Vexana because while it's basically a build we never really see, it genuinely is a viable option.
Very viable,
because,
actually.
Like you mentioned, the Curse Helmet has added value on Vexana because, interestingly enough, even though Vexana is wearing it, the Lord actually gets the burn aura as well.
And if you get the Durance on it, same thing.
Yep, so it's an interesting choice. I don't think we're going to see it today. Even if they do go for that, it's still not going to be a roam Vexana situation. It's more of an item you would go for if you're playing mid Vexana and you're getting pressured a little bit and you want to have some extra durability.
Yep. And of course, speaking of drafts here, do see Fanny as well as Kaja, SRG, they definitely did their homework here. Oh, they're potentially going to be flexing those Barats here. You know what? Let's not give them an option of playing the Fanny. And they did really well, and because of this, Team Hak will be like, okay, it's okay. I have a Barrage jungle. Now, the bigger question here is, what do we let Yums play? How do we allow and enable Yums to be annoying with this Barrage? Matilda is pretty much something that he has played before. Now being banned means that he's forced to maybe get a little bit aggressive here. Are we potentially going to see a Grok here, considering that it has been really popular among the imports so far?
Yeah, the Grok would be pretty great here. Has a pretty good matchup into both the Barats and the Vexana because of his anti-CC, so I would not be surprised if that's what Red Giants wants to go for. What does interest me right now, though, is the fact that Team Hawk still banned the Kaja even after Fanny has been banned. Ooh, looks like they are listening. They get rid of the Grok as well, so looks like they're focusing pretty hard onto Yumes' hero pool.
Yeah, this is all Yumes' comforts here. Like, I think the only other few heroes here is pretty much like what Kufra as well as Cho, which is something that he's very, very comfortable here. Edith is also in the pool as well, but I don't think it fits the current meta as a roamer. So I'm curious to see what he's gonna go for here. However, need to remind you as well, Diggy, even though it's very popular in high mythical glory games, I feel like it's also something that he may consider using, but is it viable in this composition with Esports, Baxia, and Carry? Seems like they're not picking it up yet here, so they are going to pick the Nana first.
Yeah, I think considering that Team Hawk has specifically banned out a lot of the roamer picks, Red Giants are making the correct choice to leave Yumes as hero for the very last so that they can fully counter whatever Team Hawk is bringing in. Because the Kaja ban is pretty specific, right? It makes you think that Team Hawk probably want to go for a bit more of a surprising, maybe high mobility pick. The Harp's already gone, the Fanny's already gone, but we do still have other assassins in the pool. Therefore, leaving the roam position open is going to be the best, especially since Stormy already knows his matchup, so the Nana is pretty comfortable for him here.
I know this is a little bit off the ballpark as well, knowing that just based off this draft coming from SRG, if we were to base it off Season 12, NC does play an S-test with Baxia. And to be honest, the sustainability of Baxia isn't great. But however, SRG, they are in a very, very tight spot here. The Cho gets picked off, as well as the Sylvana jungle. All right.
I don't think it's the Sylvana jungle. I think it's
Sylvana
Sylvana
XP, right?
EXP.
Okay.
And then the Barats. A Sylvana into X-Borg.
Have you tried the Sylvana jungle?
No,
it's
not
pretty fast.
Okay, we're gonna keep an eye on that. I'm not too certain where that is, but Sylvana is in a really awkward spot right now because a lot of players that I've seen online have regarded the more recent like Sylvana changes to her skill 1 actually a nerf because it reduces some flexibility. So it's interesting here that Team Hawk would decide to go for that. And we did kind of make a joke yesterday where when Subway picked Granger, that Granger would win a game before Arlet.
Okay.
If Sylvana wins a game before Arlet, I have no words.
I'm curious to see as well here, but at the same time, I want to see how Team Hawk pulls this off because this is by far the first Sylvana in the patch as well. Will it be able to pull it off? We don't know because as of yet, SRG brings in a very, very balanced draft here, and I'm really liking what I see right now.
Yeah, I definitely much prefer Selangor Red Giants draft. I think the Minotaur adds a really nice flavor to the end, and it's a pretty good way to counter any engagement Team Hawk might throw at them. The Sylvana is interesting when you pair it up with the Cho and Barat. They have a lot of single target catch, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, day number 3 of the regular seasons here. We are starting things off with a bang, and that is going to be Selangor Red Giants versus Team Hawk. And right from the get-go here, this is a Sylvana jungle.
Yeah, looks like it. Janus already showing us his hero pool here. The Sylvana, oh, that was Concussive Blast there for his emblem choice. I'm pretty sure I saw the effect. So maybe we are going to see a tank Sylvana jungle. We'll find out very, very soon. But what is going to happen here is that very clearly off the bat, Red Giants have the much better team fight composition, and their early game pressure is going to be a lot more as well, because comparatively, Team Hawk will need a little bit of time to get their damage up and running.
No, I see where you're getting at, to be honest. But hold that thought for now, because top side, here's an attempt on the Innocent. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Sustain's good. One more HP, and Seagor is going to flicker for it. Takes Innocent down. He will gladly take his life now, but at the same time, uses only level 1. He can actually walk out scot-free. He doesn't get punished. Nothing they can do about this.
Team Hawk upping the tempo right away. This is a bit of a cheese gang coming into the gold lane because we're seeing a lot of teams nowadays not really putting a lot of attention towards the gold side of the map. So by doing that, they instantly give Sakin a good early game and make up for a little bit of that early game disparity in terms of their team compositions. Looking at the emblems here, yep, it does look like Janus is going for tank with that concussive blast and then the adaptive attack as well. I'm going to be very interested to see what his item build is by the end of this game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well. But the plus side of having a Sylvana is that, you know, Sylvana is great at clearing jungles here. Like, if we were talking about clear speeds here, he's definitely faster compared to Baxia. But in terms of rotation, Skies is going to have that advantage later on. But as of yet here, Turtle is about to spawn in about 5 seconds left. And both teams hasn't exactly made any preemptive measures to take priority for now.
Yeah, looks like Noir should be able to hit level 4 just a little bit sooner since he's able to clear up the midway faster. But I don't think Yuns will be too far behind. Again, I did mention that team fight-wise, Red Giants have the advantage, but if Team Hawk are able to get good pickoffs with their single target ultimates, that could really skew this fight in their favor.
Oh wow, Noir, level 4, he does have the kick very, very soon here. Yuns is very close to the Minon's range as well. They're hoping to stall a little bit more time before this Minotaur comes on in, and Team Hawk, they're just kiting here. It seems like they don't really want to overcommit to this play.
So we've seen the interaction as well between Barats as well as Baxia X-Borg in the past, where the X-Borg basically is just going to be the dedicated Barats food to make sure that the jungler never gets eaten up, and then he can basically pop out and use the last insanity if necessary. So Iris, his goal when they want to contest this turtle is going to be to try and find Skies as much as possible.
Oh boy, the kick comes in. Yums gets completely destroyed. They're all clumped up. Now Iris going to be gobbling up the X-Borg here as Cram going to be bursted down here. Firaga Armor is going to keep him alive. But meanwhile, the jump from Janus catches both. Cram gets out, but Skies walks into the trap and he will fall.
Excellent play by Team Hawk, and Noir once again showing us why Cho is one of his comfort picks, being able to find Yums there and then translate it into a team fight victory and the first turtle of the game. I already emphasized multiple times, Red Giants, they have the better team fight, but Team Hawk didn't allow them to get that 5v5 they were looking for. They upped the tempo, they found the pickoffs first, and that's going to give him a nice lead early game.
Hey, there was a lot of question marks here regarding Janus as a jungler. He pulled in the Sylvana, and this is the power of what he gives to the table here. However, Noir now going for the kick here. Lexia, Stormy taking a little bit too much damage. Does he have the passive? Yes, he will. He's going to be able to get out, so that's going to be the passive burn for now. Meanwhile, SRG, they're losing a lot of value pre-fight right now.
I'm really loving the aggression we're seeing from Team Hawk right here. And this, oh, Janus!
Oh, Janus with the catch right now. Innocent getting bursted out here as well. The Purify gets him out to safety, but again, he's losing his lane here just because of the fact of so much emphasis on the gold lane by Team Hawk.
Yeah, Team Hawk has a firm understanding of how their team compositions will match up in terms of dynamic interaction here. Red Giants needs to be overall together. They want to fight around objectives, and Team Hawk is just not allowing that to happen. They are playing to their own tempo. They are making use of their cooldowns. Whenever Noir or Janus have their ults up, they are looking for a gank, and they are really keeping Selangor Red Giants on their toes.
Yeah, it's definitely a very difficult comp to play right now here. Even though Selangor Red Giants, they have a very easy comp here, but as long as, you know, Yums doesn't get the perfect opening, it's going to be very difficult here. But speaking of which here, Noir tried to extend the kick. Stormy flickers a way out here, but he is going to be tanking a little bit more. Meanwhile, bottom lane as well. Hawk makes a dive on towards Cram. Cram, he's going to be caught out by Janus. No way he survives this. Guy's completely shut down. And Team Hawk, again, with a 4-0 lead 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, this is excellent here. And the fact that Noir is able to escape from that with his life intact as well means that Team Hawk is continuously trading up. They've gotten the bot tier 1 in only 5 minutes, and that's where the turtle is going to be spawning, so they have absolute map control. The Red Giants, they're not too far behind yet in terms of net worth, but they really need a big team fight to go in their favor right now, or this snowball is going to go out of control.
Oh my goodness, Noir, he's everywhere and anywhere, but he is going to pay with his life. No, he survives, and he's going to be A-okay. Top lane, a lot of taking a lot of scrutiny here, but the turtle fight as well. Team Hawk, will he be able to get out here? They force Cram out with the insanity, and he's going to be able to get out. This is, you know, a little bit of bounce back here, but Sake now in a little bit of a green spot. He will get caught out from the rotations of Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, Sakin definitely a little bit too far out at that point. It's pretty clear where the Selangor Red Giants are going to be pathing. No reason for him to be that far up in the lane, but it's understandable there'd be some greed. With that though, Team Hak, their net worth lead has now narrowed down to 1k. We see the Guardian helmet onto Janus, so very much going for a frontline tanky style Sylvana build here, which I think makes sense considering the current meta. Things are still pretty even. Despite the activeness of Team Hak, the Red Giants are starting to scale up, and now it's going to be a lot more dangerous for Team Hak to just jump in and try to get pickoffs.
I like how you finally swung you switched your sides a little bit here, considering that, you know, Selangor Red Giants, you were a little bit skeptical here. They needed to do something. And guess what? As soon as they knew it was a 3v4 situation, Selangor Red Giants, they understood the opportunity. They just took it.
We're basically seeing a situation of a teamfight composition versus a pickoff composition. And I think it doesn't need any explanation for anyone watching to know which is stronger in what situation.
And now, speaking of which as well, here comes the kick again. Cram loses his shield, but again, no follow-up yet. They don't really want to overcommit to this here. Saken now in a little bit of trouble here. Selangor Red Giants, they have pretty much identified that the top side is going to be a big problem, considering that Innocent has been taking so much pressure away from the rest of the team here. So this time they are going to try and make sure that he gets the space to do this here. Mid tower now in a little bit of trouble. Stormy will pop the passive, and now Jan is forced to use his auto preemptively to back off. Sky's also going to be diving the back lines of Team Hak, but that's going to be a clean disengage from Team Hak.
Yeah, very good disengage here from Team Hak. You can see that the Red Giants are trying to force the engagement, but there is a good amount of peel here, and the Red Giants, a lot of their catch is dependent on this Minwu and Fury, which is much better as a counter engage tool overall, but here we go.
Oh, Iris going for the gobble here. Cram not going to get slammed to the wall. He still has armor. He pops Insanity. Noir going to be chipped away, but guess what? No value from the armor, but the turtle will be stolen by Janus instead.
Janus just stands there, presses the retry at the perfect timing, and is able to secure the turtle once again. Innocent going to make the wise choice to back off down here, even though the tower is very close to being taken out, just to make sure that he doesn't meet a similar fate to Sakin earlier. Red Giants are doing a good job of responding, but I do like that Team Hak has adjusted to this. They're no longer playing quite as aggressive, and they're trying to manipulate the positions of their opponents to set up for their pickoff gameplay.
Well, based on the statistics right now, you talk about predictions, right? Team Hak currently 50% win during the mid-game. So you talk... Pretty much Selangor Red Giants has pretty much evened the score despite losing out the turtle engagements here. So the biggest threat so far should be Noir, I guess. Like, his pickoffs and kicks has been annoying to deal with for Selangor Red Giants. But that off for now here. Attempt coming from Janus as well. Young pops up the non-rage as well. Knocks them all out. They need to get out. Innocent is there to completely chip away. He's going to be left unattended. But Noir going for the reset. But look at this. He's going for the concealed counterplay. As Selangor Red Giants, they managed to burn out everything and get absolutely nothing for that trade.
Yeah, the coordination from Team Hak has been excellent this game. They're forcing Red Giants to use so much utility every single time, and they're just not getting anything in return.
Oh no, Noir going for the kick again, but no, he got stunned by Yums at the last second, could not find the angle, and that's going to be Team Hak saying, you know what, we got to respect this. This is the Giants we're talking about.
Yeah, but the Giants right now are definitely being toppled here. Team Hak, yes, some of their catches are not being successful, but they're also not being punished for it either. Because again, the Minotaur is not that good at catching this team. They need Team Hak to be the ones fighting into them 5v5, and Team Hak are just deciding, well, we're not going to do that. We know that's where you're stronger.
Yeah, indeed here, Lord Dance is about to begin as well. Sky's level 12. Iris already going to popping the shield on towards Crab. He's going to be A-okay. The Lord has been expended by Lixia. That means that is going to be a little bit of a small opportunity for SRG to fight right now. They're trying to build up on Crab's armor here. Lord down towards 50%. And Noir looking for the kick, but Yoos cancels him off, pops the Minaj range, messes up the combo. Noir gets the kick away, but at the same time, Crab, they will be able to burst them all down, and that is going to be SRG complete completely cleaning the floor. What a setup by Yums.
Yeah, really well done there. Team Hack, this is literally what we were talking about. Don't fight the 5v5. They started things off very well by cleaning up the Firaga armor to avoid the last insanity and then zoning with Iris in front. But Janus, after securing the Lord, should have... Oh my goodness!
My god! What is that damage? They lose Stormy's passive, and just like that, now they're going for more. Oh! Forces even the flicker. Stormy, what were you thinking?
Unfortunately, the Nana doesn't quite have enough damage yet to really threaten Sakin and Lexia. They're keeping their wits about them here. Even though they did make a mistake in taking that previous Lord fight, they are instantly back with their heads in the game, making sure that they're sidestepping abilities. And we can see Noir already positioning aggressively to see if they can catch anyone out again.
Hey, Janus has been very, very on point with his retreat so far. However, I agree with you and say as well, like Team Hawk, they may be good mechanical in all the micro details here, but it all comes down to the setup here. Noir not getting the perfect setup means that Team Hawk will lose the overall team fight, like you said.
Yeah, they really should not be looking for team fights at all. This is a team composition that needs to split up the Selangor Red Giants and then pick him off one by one. Right now, we are approaching the point in the game where it is a little bit difficult to force people to separate away, especially since they do still have Cram on the Red Giant side. With his Firaga armor as a safety net, he should be careful here though.
He's thinking again, like Noir has tried this twice now. Going for a third time, he's debating like, that's not worth it. Like kicking Cram isn't exactly going to be useful this time, considering that we are entering the late game stage. However, Lexia looking to try and pop Cram's armor preemptively, but again, they're just debating whether or not they should or should not. Iris, however, needs to be a little bit careful here. He doesn't have the stacks. That's the smallest dino I've ever seen so far.
Yeah, he's going to need to stack that back.
Oh, but the kick! He's going to try to make an attempt as well. Cram gas person down, but he's going to be able to disengage. And SRG straight away. They come in for the backup, but Team Hawk, they back off. They expended Lexia's out as well. This is not a good time to fight, but Team Hawk, they are going to push the limit for now. Noir taking a little bit too much damage than intended here. And this is going to be a big problem for Hawk soon.
Yeah, Innocent is starting to scale up. Team Hawk are still playing very smart. They go in, break the Firaga armor, realize that Red Giants are coming, and instantly disengage. That is the correct play to make. But we are now seeing the problems and why a lot of teams just don't play pick-off compositions anymore. Once you reach mid to late game, everything is about team fighting, and they're not quite able to put up a direct 5v5. Looking at the itemization, both marksmen actually not going for any wind of nature. It's just full damage completely, which is interesting considering that you think Innocent at least would feel a little bit more fear considering the amount of pick-off Team Hawk have.
Yep, interesting enough here, Cram, he's opted to go for the War Axe as well, Brute Force Blessing, and the Oracle on top of it all. So he's got a lot of sustain, so it makes a lot of sense why he's getting so much pressure up in front as well, because of the fact that he's got so much cooldowns. You know, every time Team Hawk comes in, the stakes are always 100% online, and this is going to be a big problem for Hawk, because do they deal with Cram or do we deal with the rest? Noir now going for the kick, however, doesn't follow through with the combo. The rest of the team knows that it's not a good fight. Skies is not the first target they want to pick off right now.
I feel like they could have done some damage to the Boxia though. Not sure if not following up was the correct play. Cram did just finish his Ice Queen's wand, so that's actually going to be even more difficult now for Team Hawk because they really value their mobility to get in and out of situations quickly.
Well, the Lord gets resetted as well. The Team Hawk doesn't want to commit to this fight unless Noir has his ultimate here, so they are still kiting their way through before this next upcoming fight. But seeing how this is going here, Cram still being extremely annoying, and Team Hawk, they haven't been able to get an angle to flank the back lines, and Innocent is just so protected, and it's either by Cram zoning the front lines, you've got Yums as well as Boxia just so tanky, and Team Hawk finally realizes that maybe SRG is just too tanky for them to actually burst off.
Yeah, I feel like when you're at this point, the ideal would be to start split pushing some lanes. Unfortunately, with Silvana and Barrage, their split push pressure is not very good. It's virtually non-existent. Therefore, they have no choice but to try and contest objectives against the Red Giants, and that is where the Red Giants want them to be, in a situation where they're forced to run into them as a death ball, as long as Innocent is able to hide behind his ball.
Oh no, you say about hiding right here. Like I was about to say, they haven't figured out where Innocent is now, with Noir getting a little bit of sense here. Team Hawk, they might need to this purify before he makes the play here, but the conceal play comes in. Noir looking for the kick, but no! He misses the kick. He's gonna zone Skies instead, and they are gonna win the retry battle. Janice secures it, and now Team Hawk, they need to get out. Crab will find Janice, and that's gonna be innocent. Finding one, finding two, and that's gonna be down for Hawk. They secure the Lord, but they lose 2 members in the process.
Going for the kick onto Skies is probably the smart choice in that situation because it's unlikely that they would be able to get the kill on Innocent. And even if they did, they'd have to full commit to it, meaning that there's no way for them to escape from Stormy and Cram. It allowed Janice to secure the Lord, but we are reaching the point now where the Selangor Red Giants are a little bit too big. There's no way for them to actually win out these big fights. And even if they got the Lord, it shouldn't be too much problem for the Red Giants to just clear that out.
Yeah, it's a big problem. Like I see where you're getting at. Where's the damage going to come because we've got 3 mean shields coming from Team High and we've got 80 mean shields from Selangor Red Giants. Innocent pretty much has the biggest so far, and Team High has very fun. Okay, we kind of win this battle. You know what? Let's at least win the battle and hope and pray that Selangor Red Giants makes mistakes.
That's basically all they can do. At least,
okay. It's like he comes in, they're gonna burst down armor again, but instead, call out. The combo is not good enough. They are losing too much damage here. It is almost killing the He gets out, and now Iris is gonna be going for the takedown. Combo up, but the power of what Carry brings to the table, the true damage, just completely shutting down.
The one consolation is that with all 5 members of Red Giants fighting that, Team Hawk actually just get a free inhibitor down bottom lane because they were able to set 2 nano minions to push that down. So Red Giants do still need to be somewhat careful here. The structure game is still going to be the main priority. While they are basically guaranteed to win almost any team fight against Team Hawk at this point, if Team Hawk do a good job of manipulating the macro, they still have good chances. It's just that team fights are not going to be fun.
Well, it seems like we do have a little bit of pause here coming from the players, but at the same time, seems like there is a big question mark in this draft. Like, I feel like from SRG, we agreed that their drafts looks very, very good, but it seems like for Team Hawk, early game looked good with the Sylvana, but now Janus, he may be winning the retro battles here, but he can't seem to contribute in the overall team fight right now.
Yeah, it's not a good situation. Basically, when it comes to team fighting, I consider team compositions in terms of a trinity. There's 3 distinct styles of team fighting, which is the classic front-to-back death ball style. You have the pick-off style that Team Hawk is playing, and the skirmish style, which involves a lot of high mobility heroes jumping back and forth, like diving into the back line and stuff. Pick-off is distinctly a bad matchup into death ball. It's just not good. It's very difficult to split them up, and unless you have a hero that's good at skirmishing and pushing other lanes, it's very tough for Team Hawk.
Well, seems like game is on right now, and of course, again, Team Hawk pretty much winning all the retry battles thus far, and this is gonna put Skies in a very awkward position, right? Considering that Skies was the hot shot from Season 12, and now he's getting completely shut down by Janice in every retry battle. But, of course, you have to give props to Noir. Noir just making sure that he doesn't win it at all. Meanwhile, now Skies gonna be zoning this off tier 2 Woe Fall, and Team Hawk seems like they have no choice but to just respect and wait for SRG.
I do like that SRG, even though they definitely have the advantage right now, are not really trying to muscle in with their 5-man because they know that they need to keep track of the positioning of Noir and Janus. And if they can bait Team Hawk into using their tools first, then Red Giants will basically come out on top anytime. What I do worry about with this approach is that the longer it takes, the more opportunity Team Hawk is given to perhaps swing the game in their favor. We already saw games yesterday where teams had clear advantages, but didn't try to push in to end the game because they wanted to play safe and respect their opponents. And then the game went an extra 20 minutes longer.
Well, speaking of extra 20 minutes here, we are about to hit the half marker. He's going as well. Iris starts things off with the Daytona's welcome. They are going to try to burn through the shields here, but he does have the immortality. Noir getting caught out as well. He's going to try to burst him down, but Yooms with a Minon's rage catches the backline, shuts down Noir, shuts down Socket, and now they're all scrambling to survive. Janus, can he survive? He sidesteps into the purple buff, but Crab is just extremely annoying. He's trying to sustain and keep himself alive, but it's not going to do him any good as SRG just shuts them all out. Lord will finally fall into the hands of Selangor Red Giants.
Yep, disaster has happened here for Team Hack and Red Giants. They've just been waiting for this all along. The cooldown timer is still long. They're pushing straight in.
Iris now getting focused now. He goes for the Daytona's Velcro. He has the immortality and the Winter Trunket. He's gonna buy time, but what can he do? There's just so much damage from Innocent. Finally, 6-1 on 3 on this carry, and he is making it work despite all odds. And now War, last attempt here with the pickoff. 3v5 needs to go in for the kick. Yums with the second mid. No, it's Rage! He catches them all. It's over. It's done. Selangor Red Giants takes game 1.
A beautiful game by both teams, honestly. I feel like we have witnessed textbook execution of two different styles of drafting. Unfortunately, in this current meta, where that late game is all about team fighting, all about securing macro advantage and getting neutral objectives, a pickoff competition just isn't going to push it. And the Selangor Red Giants are able to play to their strengths and secure victory in game 1.
Wow, what a slow start. I was expecting something a little bit more crazier here, but guess what? Yums never fails to disappoint, right? There's a reason why he is a former champion, and right now he's just making it work. Like, sometimes it's not about all the flashy plays. Sorry, Noir, you have the flashiest person in the game, but there's only so much a flashy player can do.
I do still have to give props to Team Hawk though. They knew what their draft was like intending to perform. What is the objective? What is the win condition? They played super aggressively with some of the highest tempo early game pickoffs we have seen so far this season. Unfortunately, with the draft that they selected for themselves, it wasn't enough to really like snowball them through the mid and late game. Selangor Red Giants understood the what they had to do here, basically, right? They knew that, okay, we're getting picked off a lot in the early game, but we're going to be strong in late game team fights, so let's just make sure we don't fall too behind, and then we'll be fine.
I think I kind of disagree with the idea. I like the Sylvana early game, mid game pressure from Janus, but the only thing I didn't like is building it into as a tank Sylvana, just because of the fact that you will lose out all damage output from mid to late game.
But you kind of don't have a choice here, because if you go full damage Sylvana, yes, you can get pickoffs, but you become even weaker in a team fight position. A damage Sylvana plays like an assassin. You want to jump the backline, try to take out marksman as fast as possible, but he's the jungler. He needs to be in the front of the fight to retreat the Lord.
No, I disagree. I think going for hybrid isn't too bad. Like, I feel like right now is a situation where like even Mortis goes for hybrid builds. Why can't a Sylvana play an hybrid build?
Oh, because Sylvana doesn't have anti-CC?
Well...
And high mobility from Decimate?
Well, technically, he does have concentrated energy to sustain. It's technically a damage hybrid build. It's 50-50.
Yes,
like I said, we're going a
that
little bit
part is correct.
It's still 50-50. That's still 50-50 for this rush. But at the same time here, not gonna lie, I like the early engagement, but mid to late was very, very difficult. And again, like you said as well, it all comes down to Noir going for the pickoffs. Unfortunately, couldn't find anything at all.
Yeah, Noir is very comfortable on the toe. We know that he got some great kicks, he got some great pickoffs and setups for his team early on. But we know the weakness of Joe when it comes to these big team fight situations. Even if you're able to jump into the middle and get the kick on the correct target, which Noir was able to do, if your team doesn't have the tools to respond to that, then there's not a lot of follow-up.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, the amount of sustains that SRG was able to bring to the table here, Xbox was just extremely annoying throughout the entire fight as well. It's just in front. Oh, I'm going to force either a Daytona's Welcome or a Way of the Dragon on Export, and you will not get any value about it as well. And you can see every single time that attempt was made, Lexia is forced to burst him down, but unfortunately cannot burst him down. And that's the thing about Vexana, right? If you don't get the initial burst and get a kill, it completely defeats the purpose of having the Vexana.
Yeah, there were some unfortunate points for Team Hawk in this game, but I think they should feel proud of their performance. Just like our MVP of the match, Cram, should feel very proud about his performance in that game. The X-Borg made it very difficult for Team Hawk to actually jump the backline and get those kicks they were looking for. Not to mention, Ferraga armor just makes him the perfect counter to any pickoff strategy.
I don't know about you, but he's got some really long fingernails as well. Not gonna
I did
lie.
not notice.
But all in all here, let's take a look at the items here right now. Xbox, extremely annoying, extremely tanky here. He actually sold his shoes to go full tank, knowing for a fact that Team Hawk does not have the damage to burst him down here as well. He started things off with the Borax, started with Brute Force Breastplate, and then progressed with the Oracle. But again, this is what I'm talking about here. Hybrid builds. You also bring in damage, sustainabilities, and a mix of everything. And look at him. Xbox, so tanky. Why can't a Sylvana do that?
I actually would not consider this a hybrid build. This is actually a very greedy item build coming out from Cram. That's basically as full damage as it gets when you are on Xborg. He felt very confident this game, and I kind of understand now why his Viraga armor was getting bursted so quickly, mainly because he doesn't really have tank items, but he didn't need it. He didn't even really need shoes because he knows that Team Hawk are the ones that are going to be forced to run into him instead.
But what are you talking about? Like, Brute Force Breastplate is so tanky.
Brute Force Breastplate is a damage item now.
Well, no, I think it's still tanky.
It gives you
Like
attack and
X-
mobility. Yes, it gives you defensive stats, but I consider it more of an offensive item.
Well, with Xbox as a maneuver, like Xbox sustain is really strong with Warx and Brute Force. It makes it so tanky. What do you mean it's not a tanky? This is a damage tank hybrid build.
It makes him a damage tank hybrid, but it's not a damage tank hybrid build because the items themselves are damaged. That is the hill I'm going on.
Okay.
The items themselves are damaged. If he went like Dominance, Ice, War Axe, then yes, hybrid build. He's a hybrid hero because of the build, but the build itself is not hybrid.
Okay, we're going a little bit.
We're going into semantics here.
Yeah. You know, that's the beauty about Mobile Legends, right? There's so many things we can talk about. There's so many different variations, especially coming to Season 13. Not just Season 13. I think this is what, like the 5th year so far, 6th year of Mobile Legends, and we've seen so many variations of the game that it's no longer one-dimensional now. There's so much layer of thought process when it comes to itemizations, strategies, and etc. In this case, I agree, the pickoff from Cho didn't really work out. So I'm genuinely curious how the damage output is going to be looking right here. Surprise! Despite all that, Team Hawk was able to dish out an overall major total damage instead.
Yeah, because Team Hawk was being very aggressive towards that early game. They obviously, a lot of their damage is going to be front-load into those first few minutes before the mid-game phase, whereas Selangor Red Giants only really started doing damage once it got to the team fights, right? And a lot of the time, Team Hawk is trying to run away as fast from these team fights as possible. So the damage scaling is going to lean towards them a little bit more, but the damage that Red Giants would end up doing would be more meaningful because there's no real way for Team Hawk to translate that damage into actual team fight victory.
Okay, I'm going to give a little bit of layer here into this thought here. I think the reason why Team Hawk's damage is a little bit higher is because of the fact that it takes so much more longer for them to actually kill SRG because of the heals coming in from Yubes, right?
Yes.
So I can only assume that because of that, that's why they can't really kill off SRG's members and actually get it up despite having that kind of damage output. So damage taken wise here, even then, even Team Hawk has even more damage taken. Interesting.
Yeah, that is actually pretty interesting overall. You would think that Red Giants, being the ones that are constantly counter-engaging, would be the ones that have taken more damage overall. But I suppose once you got to that late game where Red Giants were really just steamrolling, that's where a lot of the damage gets added on to the red side of the game here. It's unfortunate because Team Hawk did do a very good job in that early game, but like you mentioned, the durability from Yumes, from Skies just frontlining, and from Cram having that Viraga armor and healing up with the Oracle and War Axe made it very difficult for Team Hawk to actually even consider going for Innocent at all.
Now, speaking of turret damage here, this is something a little bit more surprising for me. I was expecting Sake to get a little bit more value out of it here, considering that he had the early game won in the hands of Team Hawk, right? He was able to get like 2 ganks onto his Innocent, completely bully him out like level 6 towards level 8. But later on, when SRG switched the tempo by sending all 5 guys to make sure that Innocent gets his farm, this is what he's gonna do. 20k gold off turrets itself. I mean damage in total, and he was just completely destroying all the side lanes for Team Hawk.
Honestly, Team Hawk, a lot of the damage that the turrets did end up taking came from minions rather than the players themselves. So it's understandable that this would be very skewed, and the fact that they're no longer able to push out into the map to try and like make any macro plays because Varats and Sylvana and Cho are just not good at split pushing. Yeah, Red Giants had full control of the map at that point, and this is what we were talking about earlier in terms of durability and healing.
Oh my god. Okay, this makes much more sense for me now. I was like, what are they doing? There's no way they take so much less damage taken, considering that the amount of sustains and heals that SRG has, right? Like it's 199,000 to 97,000. So this makes much more sense now.
It's even more surprising that Yums, who has a skill that heals his whole team, did less healing overall than Cram, who can only heal himself. That's how much damage this Xborg was tanking while not even having tank items.
Hey, the power of Ice Queen 1 and the power of Friendship as well as the Festival of Blood is pretty broken on Xborg. And I'm sorry to say, no matter what people say, hey, Ice Queen 1 is not that great, it's a mage item. No, Xborg is really strong with that item, just because of the fact that whatever his skills throw doesn't necessarily slow them down. People can walk out of it. With the Ice Queen 1, no, you can't walk out of it.
Absolutely, and it's even a double-pronged sword here because Team Hawk wants that mobility to get in and out as quickly as possible. And Red Giants didn't give them that opportunity. Innocent basically left alone the entire game, gonna be the rich guy for this game. Lexia being the carry, again, mid laners doing a lot of work this patch in terms of DPS overall. Iris unfortunately forced to be the sandbag for his team. And Yums getting those excellent setups once the timing came for that Minuan Fury to do his job.
Hey, he's the best wingman for a reason, right? Like, he's no longer the forgotten one. He's got to be the star there. I was expecting him to get the MVP here. I had a little bit of hopes there, considering that he had a very rocky start. But he understood the assignment, and that's what I really like about Yums, right? Considering that Yums, when he was playing with Todak, he was the aggressor. This time, he understood that SRG needed him to protect Innocent. He did exactly just that and trusted Cram with the aggression to win this game.
Yep, Cram is more than enough to delay Team Hawk by himself, and he's not vulnerable to pick off as well because of the Ferraga armor. And when we look at the gold graph, you would think, wow, how did Red Giants win this? It was leaning towards blue the entire time. But then you consider how aggressive Team Hawk was in the beginning, how effective they were, and despite that, only hitting a peak difference of 2.5k gold means that Red Giants were basically doing damage control the entire time, making sure that they were buying space and keeping the net worth difference at a manageable level to wait until their window was open.
Nah, I think it's more like during the 6 minutes, 7 minutes mark here, they had that lead, right, initially for Team Hawk. But to be honest, that lead would have been detrimental because of the fact that it's still early in the game. But because they made a little bit of a greedy play, it just didn't work out in their favor. Because if you think about it here, early game, pay attention to this. They did really well. They got a lot of small lead here. But it was here that where they, I think after this fight, where they made a small mistake by overcommitted. And because of that, it gave Selangor Red Giants the small room and space that they need to actually make a comeback into this game.
You may be right about that one. When you're playing a team composition like Pickoff that relies very heavily on Snowball, you really cannot afford to let your momentum get stopped for even a single moment. You cannot feed a single kill, and even then you have to make sure that you trade up. Team Hawk unfortunately weren't able to keep that momentum up, and once you got into the mid to late game where Red Giants clearly have the advantage, you can see how they're able to easily turn team fights around.
Yeah, this is a stage where I think 60 minutes into the game here, Innocent has pretty much got all his Trinity built out as well. Like, this was a point where Noir can no longer even sustain any auto attacks from Noir because of the true damage potential. And, you know, logically, if you're thinking about a tank here, more tank items means you're tankier, but against a carry means that more tankier means more damage for carry.
Yeah, that's the thing about carry, right? And that's the reason why we see so many different like types of builds. You can even go tank if you want, and there's still gonna be enough damage to actually wear down the enemy team. Obviously, there's weaknesses here and there, but after this game one, I am really respecting what both these teams have brought to the table. Red Giants obviously played the more default, the easier to execute draft. Team Hawk put a bit of a challenge on themselves, but I like the energy, I like the spunk, I like the fact that they want to show that their performance in Day 1, while not the best, was still only a hint of their true capabilities.
Well, now, speaking of hints here, this is going to be a little bit of a surprise for you guys because the experience skins as well as Leslie and Chang'e are currently hot on sale. You can enjoy bonuses on the first 10 draw with 50% off and also a daily first 1 draw with 50% off for any unowned epic skin is pretty much guaranteed on the first 10 draws. So if you guys are fans of your epic skins here, your first 10 draws pretty much guarantees you it off the ones that you have not owned, by the way. So there's no duplicates for you guys.
Yeah, the aspirant skin line is one of my personal favorites out of MLBB. And you don't just get skins, you can get event-exclusive items like sacred statues, recall effects, killing notifications. And hey, this is a banner that's really, really generous with the skins they give you, even if it's not the aspirant skins themselves. So I think it's very worth it.
Well, to be honest, maybe in the near future, Layla and Fanny will be back. I want to see that skins back again here. Like Fanny, not gonna lie, Layla has been buffed up, nerfed down, resized, reworked multiple times. Are we gonna see the potential Fanny in the play, Layla in the play? I don't know yet. But of course, now here is gonna be the topic for today. Here, can the fallen champions overcome the Red Giants? The trial of the Giants. They have definitely been put in a very, very difficult spot.
Yep, Team Hawk, as we remember, was the champion. In fact, a surprise champion of Season 10, where they went all the way from the qualifiers to winning the trophy. In comparison, the Red Giants so far have not had a championship under their belt, but it does seem like their gameplay has grown leaps and bounds in comparison. Team Hawk wants to be able to regain that former glory. Their lineup now very different than what it was back then, and they want to be able to pave a brand new path for themselves.
I think the biggest concern here for Team Hawk would have been dealing with Innocent's carry as a big threat here. Like, it feels like Xborg and Baxia was something that they could have dealt it, but they just weren't expecting Innocent's damage burst to be that tanky. And this is also brings back to my point on my Sylvana on why it should have been a hybrid. More tanky you are means more damage to carry. Why not get half tank, half damage so that the carry doesn't hurt that much and you have enough damage to kind of threaten the carry to a certain degree?
Because unfortunately, the whole reason why you don't see assassin heroes in the junglers nowadays is that they have a job. They need to retreat. We can't have them running around getting kills in the back line.
Okay, it's frustrating. Let's not talk about this. We're going back and forth in this. Enough is enough. Okay, enough of us bantering. We are going to be jumping in towards game number 2 of the draft. Selangor Red Giants and Team Hawk. Now, we are going to be talking about the heroes. We're going to try our best to not talk about the hybrid thing again.
Okay, fine.
But I'm pretty sure down the line we are going to do that.
Well, we won't have to. Red Giants actually banned the Sylvana.
Oh.
Wow. Like, the Fanny makes sense, of course, but I don't feel like the Sylvana was enough of a threat to get rid of, right?
I kind of agree as well, considering that Janus, he's been winning all his retro battles because of the fact that Noir has been setting up the kick onto a Sky. So I guess maybe, just maybe, they might consider Skies playing the Fredrin or the Martins this game instead of the Barats now. Sorry, not Barats, the Baxia.
I think by doing this, what they're effectively trying to force is that Team Hawk now doesn't have enough bans to get rid of all the common ones, right? Angela is still open at this point. Joy is still open at this point. The Arlet that was previously banned by Team Hawk is still open at this point. Nolan as well. Red Giants have first pick. So they are in a position where they can actually force Team Hawk into a difficult situation where they may have to let one of these meta heroes go. And by pressing Janus like this, they might be trying to see exactly how deep his pockets actually are.
Speaking of deep pockets, to be honest, we might not have seen the full potential of what Janus brings to the table. Like, he is from RRQ Kato back in the days from Philippines, and so far he's had a pretty decent track record here, especially during his days in MDL. But so far, this is going to be, sorry, not MDL, I mean PH days. And this is different as well, considering that Saken from MDL, my question here is, could have been there been a communication issue? Because think about this, right? We have Saken from Indo, Janus from PH. So shouldn't there be a communication barrier?
It's definitely a multinational team. I feel like the coach has mentioned before that it is a challenge to have to work around. But Team Hawk have actually shown, like, in my opinion, one of the better coordinations among the teams here in Season 13. So it doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. They just need some refining in their gameplay overall. They will choose to ban the Angela, which means that both Joy and Nolan are open for the Red Giants to pick up. And by getting rid of Roger, they've effectively eliminated the only marksman that's not as vulnerable to both these assassins.
You know, it's interesting to see that Roger also getting shut down now.
Yep.
Just because we've seen him appear once yesterday, and it was like, whoa, that Roger
I think it's actually been 2 picks this season.
Really good. And, well, kinda-ish. But again, I'm still not used to seeing the Roger in the gold lane. But of course, now the Nolan stakes by, so that's going to be Skies on the Nolan. So we are going to see some fracture burst coming in here. Skies is sick of non-mobility characters now.
Yep.
Give him the mobility now.
That means that the Joy is actually open for Team Hawk here. Besides that, Ruby as well wouldn't be a bad choice. It's something that both Lexia and Iris quite like playing. Of course, Lexia is no longer roam, but I imagine Noir could slot into the role quite easily as well. We'll see whether or not they decide to go for these heroes. If both Nolan and Joy are open, we're gonna see some consideration towards heroes like Minzatar and Phoveus this game.
Well, speaking of Mincidar and Phoveus completely ignored, I can see where you're getting with the Phoveus pickup as well. We've seen this fights before, but again, you know, it all comes... The thing that I hate about the Phoveus is that it's so predictable, right? Every single time you drop your your demonic force, you can see it from a mile away, and Nolan, technically, even though you've got unlimited dashes, if you time it right, you can pretty much put the Phoveus in a very awkward position where you can actually counter-engage on that.
Yep, that's basically the strategy that a lot of teams have gone for in the past. But if you have too many dashes and a lot of your gameplay relies on it, that's where Phoveus shines as a hero pick.
If you hit those hits, though.
Yeah, he's very niche. But we'll think about it for now. We see the carry and the Nana being locked in for Selangor Red Giants. So right now, Joy and Ruby just completely being let go. Team Hawk, we'll see whether or not this Barats does go into the jungle, because it already is a pretty tough hero for Nolan to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think Barats... I don't know, it feels like Team Hawk has pretty much shown their heads a little bit here. We talked about how Janus's pockets in terms of hero pool has been really big here, but it's been 2 times now that he has strayed the Barats away and putting Iris in a situation where he's forced to play Barat. So maybe he just can't play the hero itself. Like, I would really want to see him play Barat's jungle and let Iris be on his signature, in this case, the Arlott here, which kind of snuck by because based on the previous drafts and bans so far, Arlott was first banned twice now. First time for Team Hawk, and twice, another time on day 1 for the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. They do lock in the Claude to finish up their first half here, and we saw in this go, this hero picked 5 times, still a 0% win rate in a very similar situation to Arlott this season. As Team Hawk ban out the Minotaur, Red Giants banning out the Grok. So again, putting some proper focus onto the roam position here to make sure that Team Hawk does not have team fight capability.
Speaking of team fight capabilities, right? Like, I think this is something that Saka is very comfortable with, right? Claude, okay, no problem. Against a carry, it's very much more doable compared to a matchup like, let's say, Nathan versus Claude as well. I feel like Nathan just completely shreds Claude if he Claude mistimes. And even with the Winds of Nature, it's not going to save Claude at all against Nathan. So in this case, dealing with a carry, it's still manageable compared to a Nathan.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Red Giants will want to go for Nathan here.
I mean the comparison of marksman.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It's not going to be a Nathan.
Yeah, actually the carry's already here. I totally forgot that the carry was there even. But yeah, looking at the things here, Export will be banned out, which is respectable because when you have a Barat, you want to make sure that's not going to be there. Joy, getting all the way to the end here, is actually finally banned out by Red Giants themselves. And now the question goes over to Team Hawk. If they want to keep this Barat as a flex pick, they're going to need to pick up their roam right now. But when you don't know the enemy's roam yet, it can be risky to do that.
You know, one thing I just realized is that we didn't really talk about why SRG was so strong in the first game here. because of the fact that Export and also Carry has so much true damage that completely shuts down whatever tankiness that Team Hawk brings to the table. And now realizing that they've banned the Export is like, you know what? 1 is enough. 2 is a little bit too much. They just shut down Cram's Export completely.
There we go. There's the Ruby. Surprisingly enough, not really that prioritized among certain teams here in MPL-MY. But both Iris and Lexia, like we mentioned, and I'm pretty sure Noir as well, can play the Ruby pretty well. And it's a solid way of trying to catch out heroes like the Nolan and Carry. So I do respect this.
Not gonna lie, I'm a big fan of Ruby. But after the nerf of just reducing his own natural spellwam lifesteal, it kind of doesn't have that lifesteal sustainability that we kind of see back in the days now. So
I think it's a little more balanced now.
It's a little bit more balanced. The catch is nice, but I really liked Ruby when it was tanky, you know? Like, just because of how much spell vamp, it forces people to get like early dominance eyes and maybe of endurance, which kind of messes up the early aggression. But Derov was completely snuck by. And it has been banned once. I've seen this a lot in ranked games, but Derov is a way to deal with tanky heroes.
I hate Derov in ranked games. He is such a pain in the butt. And if he goes like Petrify, you just basically have no winning matchup in the EXP lane ever. Edith, though, is a much more interesting concept here, because this isn't a particularly strong roam hero nowadays. Her catch is a little bit too single target. And when she goes into marksman mode, then she loses her kind of presence as a tank. So what's Team Hawk gonna try and counter this with?
I think the marksman's mode is just to deal with the Claude's Blazing Duet, right? Like, I think the biggest concern was that every single time Claude comes in with the Blazing Duet with Winds of Nature, you just don't really have a way to shut him down, right? So having the true damage coming from the carry, having the Edith's marksman away can kind of threaten him to preemptively back off. So I guess that's the idea. And you called it! The Phobias again, alright!
This is actually a hero that Iris has played a few times in the past, and he's pretty good with it, but it is a weaker EXP laner up against one of the best 1v1 EXP laners in the entire game in that Dira. Selangor Red Giants now choosing to be the team that brings something interesting to the table, while Team Hawk playing a much more standard team fight composition going into game number 2. It's a little bit of a reversal here compared to what happened previously.
Well, speaking of reversals here, will they be able to bounce back with this play? It is going to be a tall order, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, day number 3. This is Team Hawk versus Selangor Red Giants.
Can the fallen champions that are Team Hawk overcome this gigantic obstacle that stands in their way? We'll find out very soon, but we can see already 4 members of Red Giants here to make sure that Skies gets his purple buff. They know how easy it is for a Nolan to be ganked at level 1.
Yeah, speaking of gank here, do they want to punish him here? Skies is just extremely annoying as well. But what I really like with this initial start is Selangor Red Giants had Derov in towards a orange buff first to help Nolan accelerate his farm to rotate quicker into another lane.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Normally you don't see this happen because EXP laners need to maintain their presence early, but Derov is so strong, he's fine.
Well, speaking of presence here, because of how quickly Skies is able to rotate the little Wanderer here, gets a Wanderer, almost hits 4, and Noir is only level 1. So technically, if Sky gets his 4 right now, they can try and one-shot Noir right now.
What I'm wondering is how Noir is level 2 when Humes isn't yet. That's actually quite interesting because the Roamer should be at the same level. So Noir got some EXP somewhere, I just don't know where.
Well, seems like
Oh, Cram's holding the lane.
Okay. Okay, why is he doing that though?
Why is he holding the lane?
Like, does he want to freeze the lane so that he has a safe? Yeah, I guess that's the idea here. He wants to safely get his XP. He knows for a fact that if he gets zoned out, he loses his XP. He's gonna get completely messed up. But at the same time, 20 seconds before the turtle comes in, so I can only assume that he's trying to mess up the lane. I guess. I don't know. Or bait Janus in an awkward position, I guess.
Basically, when you have a winning EXP laner, you freeze the lane right outside your tower, and in this case, Iris on the Phoveus doesn't put much pressure. He will be forced to walk up very far in the lane to actually get gold and EXP, and if he walks too far, Cram can just one-shot him here. He did decide not to go for Petrify, so the Deraf is a little bit weaker in lane, but he's still very scary.
Now, speaking of the fight here, Turtle. First Turtle comes in. Noir almost hitting the 4. Yumes as well. Doesn't want to start this fight yet. Iris going to be checking a little bit more, but oh no, Skies is just stealing the jungle resources away from Ha. Getting a little bit greedy with this plays while waiting for those 4s here. But now here comes Diamond Method by Noir. A 3-man demonic force. A lot of damage, but where's the follow-up now? As Iris not going to be able to finish the mob, but it is enough to win the Turtle skirmish.
Red Giants don't lose any bodies, but that was a massive blow because they have the team composition that should win the Turtle fight naturally. But Noir getting a 3-man hook into the Demonic Force did so much damage that they could no longer stay in lane. That's going to give Team Hawk a nice start.
What a start indeed. Yumes now down towards half HP. Purify by Lexa forces a flicker. Now pops the marksman form. Lexa gets completely bursted down. First blood for Selangor Red Giants.
And Yumes is the one to get it on that Edith as well. I'll be interested to see whether Yumes does go for full tank here because we've seen some examples in the past of Edith getting like 1 or 2 damage items just to really hone in on things. For now though, Red Giants, even though they weren't able to secure the first turtle of the game, getting first blood and still farming safely means that they do still have the net worth lead.
Well, Stormy? Well, he may have done one of the biggest out blindly through the bush yesterday. Today, he's trying a little bit of game here. A little bit of a, show and tell. But at the same time, Yumes, he gets pulled back into the middle lane here. He's somehow able to sustain this. He pops his Primal Arm, gets an extra Q, turns the fight. Janus gets shut down. Elixir now needs to run for his life. He gets the stolen Primal Ram, but he will need to back up unless Skies... Okay, he is not going to go for it. He is going to steal the orange buff away from Janus instead.
It was a good idea. One of the best ways to deal with Edis is if you...
Oh my god! Skies with the Fracture Burst! Ruby may have the CCs, but guess what? The Fracture can dodge them all.
You can't crowd control death, and in this case, Sakai's is the one delivering it right to Team Hawk's doorstep. This Nolan starting to get some farm under his belt, and now Yu is pressuring top lane with Innocent. They want to get this carry fed once again.
That was a tank being one-shotted. How far ahead is Skies right now? That is a big, scary thing to see because he is now level 9 as Janus just hit his level 8, and this is going to be a problem in this turtle fight here because this turtle now down to his half HP. Team Hawk is still deciding if they can set up the fight as well. Noir dropped to his with half HP, cannot get the pull, finally drops the Eye of Feather, but he needs to back out. The Demonic Force is doing some work here. Iris takes down Cram, but they will kind of take the turtle as well, so Yumes now needs to make a run for it, and Iris picks them all apart. 2 men down for Selangor Red Giants as Team Hawk was able to win off that trade.
Iris starting to do some damage as well, and we can actually see a lot of value in the way that Team Hawk has drafted here.
Oh, Lexia, okay, he's able to survive this. Guys needs to back off. Noir looking for the pullback, but he's just there to show presence. There's actually no backup at all for his team.
I'm now realizing it's not just that the Red Giants have a lot of dashes that Demonic Force can proc off of. Both Ruby and Barat have ways of displacing the opponent and grouping them together for big damage ults from that Phobia. So this pick working very well for Team Hawk right now. The Red Giants still slightly in the lead, mainly because Innocent has still been farming this whole time. But they gotta be a little bit careful. Their late game scaling will fall behind a little bit.
Indeed, but as of yet, Saken now, he's got his Corrosion Cypher very towards in towards his DHS soon. And I guess once that's happened, maybe Team Hawk is going to be able to have a little bit more of an AoE to deal with this burst here. But now, I'm Feather comes in, Cram gets called out, and he is gone. Bye-bye, Dero.
Not a lot
Bye-bye.
you can do in that situation. I did see in terms of itemization, Cram went for Dominance Ice. So this is a tankier Derov build, which is fine. But him being behind here, nice timing.
Okay. I see you, Noir. You've got some fast fingers here, even though it's just one button, but still the timing, not exactly easy to pull off here.
Yeah, absolutely not. As someone who plays a lot of Ruby, I wasn't even that clear that you could do that. So
Well,
Noir, impressive.
Yeah, you can. It's just very difficult. Like the timing window is so small as well. Like you don't know when he's gonna go for it. But still, fast reactions here. I like it. Innocent now does have the endless battle, so that's even more true damage. And in this case, second. Ooh, okay. He's level 10, but he's somehow getting out damaged by a carry. Meanwhile, Turtle Contest comes in once again. Iris already zoning them off. Cram taking a little bit too much damage, but guess what? Skies, he's sick of him. He's gonna take him out of the equation, and they are gonna slowly pick them all apart as well. Janus goes in for the gobble, gets a 2-man stun. Does he win the trade-off? No, it does not. Janus wins it, and here comes Saken with the blazing duet. Almost killing Stormy off, but this passive keeps him alive, and now Yums pops the Prime off to clear the Winnie as well. Or does he kill Noir instead? Oh my goodness, he might actually die to this Innocent. He comes in and Noir is dead. Oh my goodness, now Saken as well is gonna fall. Innocent with the wrap up alongside with Skies as SRG continues to push forward as Team Hawk was caught off guard.
Team Hawk was definitely not ready for that one. They were positioning to make sure that Innocent wouldn't be able to pick off more of their members, and then Skies just comes in out of nowhere and gets a pick off for himself. Red Giant starting to fight back just a little bit, and even though Team Hawk had been in a very comfortable position up until now, that is now a 3k net worth lead. With 2 kills under his belt, Innocent is farming up a storm.
My goodness, indeed, it is a storm. In this case, Stormy 004 on this Nana hasn't had the greatest time, but he is just extremely annoying with those Molinas right now. And every single time Team Hawk makes a wrong play like that, the Molina just stops the tempo. Now flicker forward. Okay, yeah, I gotta stop jinxing the game.
We kind of
like,
do,
yeah,
huh?
Every single time we talk about this guy, he's great. We compliment him. Yeah, he's gone. Goodbye.
Really
Bye-bye.
swift movements here. Noir is really making a performance for himself as a roamer this season. I'm very impressed.
I've never seen Noir like this, ever.
We have, but it's been so long that I wouldn't blame you for forgetting.
No, I've seen him play, but at this level, so consistent. It's crazy. Like, I like this Noir.
I like this Noir as well, but will it be enough here? Because the Red Giants are really starting to build up their gold lead. Innocent, he just completed a Sea Halberd, so even the tankier heroes like Janus and Iris are no longer going to be able to survive very long in a 1v1 situation. One thing that I am a little disappointed about is the use of the Derov this game. 0 and 2 is usually not what you want to see on one of the strongest... Oh, hold on.
Oh, that thought for now. Iris now getting a little bit chip damage here. They are going to go for the Lord Dance for now. Saken is building up some stacks. Noir looking for the punish here, but Cram dropped down to his half HP. This Derov is struggling to set up an engagement right now.
But the choice of going for a tank build means that he doesn't just get one shot there, even after getting caught by Noir. So, honestly, even though he hasn't gotten the snowball you usually expect from this hero, he's still providing some much-needed utility to the side of the Selangor Red Giants.
Well, speaking of the fights here, Lord still being resetted once again, and it seems like SRG, they're just playing it slow right now. They know for a fact that purple buff is up. They need to either choose purple buff or Lord, but SRG seems like they want to greed this out a little bit more. They're sending Innocent to farm up the bottom lane first before maybe even deciding if they want to contest this Lord at all.
Red Giants ideally want to take out Iris before the fight begins. The last time they were able to execute the Phobias, they took the team fight with no problems at all. It is that demonic force that they are the most wary of right now. But Team Hawk, I imagine they've adapted. They want to make sure that Iris doesn't put himself in a dangerous spot too early on because they are dependent on his damage.
Oh, Saken. Okay. Force them going for the battle animation. I'm offended. Catches on Yums. The fight is a little bit split off, but the damage coming from Lexia is just scaring them off. They need to be a little bit more careful here, but here comes Iris. He's going to go for the demonic force, but Tier 1 still stands. Doesn't want to risk it, so they have to back up. A lot of value damage being thrown in by Lexia as well with the Molina.
I think that was well done by the Red Giants to disengage. They're basically waiting for the demonic force to run out of duration, and unfortunately Team Hawk weren't able to take the Lord during that time. So now the Red Giants are looking to re-engage. They no longer have the Phobius ult to be worried about.
This is crazy, considering that SRG, they took so much damage, they were able to get the reset so quickly, and because of this, now they're trading 50s again, and Hawk says, you know what, not worth it, we're gonna play this slow again as well. Saken needs his farm right now because he hasn't been able to get some farm. He's only getting from the creeps with the middle lane, but he's still sharing the gold with Lixia, so that's a big problem. Whereas Innocent, he just got his Malefic Raw. Hold that thought for now. Noir with the catch. Innocent getting blasted to smithereens, but Saken, he almost loses his life, but he is able to heal back up with the purple buff. He won't get out. Meanwhile, Noir is trying to bait SRG in. It doesn't matter. Skies one-shots him, and they're trying to get out. Iris with the demonic force gets cancelled with the Molina. There's no counterplay for Hawk after that.
That positioning error is very unexpected from one of the best gold laners we've seen this season. Innocent walking into that brush, not respecting the possibility of Noir having that flicker hook available once again, but
well, seems like they are going to go for the all-in play as well. Skies getting sucked in. Janus getting bursted down. Cram shutting him down. And now Lixia is going to be next to fall. They may have lost Innocent, but the true DPS is got to be Cram, the man, the shredder, the destroyer, Diroff.
That last fight, there's one very clear mistake that was made by Janus. He got the Daytona's welcome onto Skies, and it is really difficult to catch this Nolan with that Barat's ult, but he wanted to try and stun him against Cram, but he missed. If he had just gone for the wall stun instead, then the damage from Skies wouldn't have been enough to actually burst down Saken and Lexia and force them back, and that could have been a very different team fight. You cannot greed in these situations.
Oh boy. Tank Diroff with the debuffs. Do not underestimate that, and he is just showing us a masterclass of a Diroff right now, despite not having Petrify, like you said, but still, wow, what? Janus is just completely shut down because of this, and look at this, Janus opted to go for anti-Kiras as well as Athena Shield, but aside from that, this jungle is relatively poor right now. It's a 4k gold difference between him and Skies, and this is worrisome on this Barat.
Yeah, Skies is almost max build here. Lord crashing in. Mid inhibitor will fall here for sure. It's just how much more Red Giants will be able to take. They're going to switch their eyes down to the bottom inhib. Team Hawk, unfortunately, their defense is not the best. They need a catch.
Okay, Lixia, alright, you know, I see you, Skies. You know, he's been trying to kill Lixia for the longest time, but he always gets out. But at the same time, SRG, they will settle with a little bit of chip damage, but the damage has been done. Team Hawk is able to defend for now.
Yums actually dodged the flicker hook. Noir now has neither his ult nor his battle spell, and that's go time for the Slangor Red Giants. They're just poking down Team Hawk. They take the bottom inhibitor, and now they will walk away. A very successful push here. The Slangor Red Giants, 8,000 net worth lead, are firmly in control of the entire game.
Now, whatever I say, I just feel bad right now, like casters, because, okay, you know, Team Hawk, they get to defend the tier 3. Second waves of reinforced minions comes in. Oh, wait, they can't defend no more. All right, great, good job. Like, Saken, I don't know, man. Like, Blazing Duet, great and all. He's able to do a lot of value damage, but again, every single time, I'm not sure if you noticed, like, he came into the fight, he was completely shut down by Stormy and Yums right from the get-go. Despite having the perfect positioning, he just cannot sustain in the fights at all.
Yeah, he has to keep an eye out for a Stormy, for Skies, for Cram. It's not a fun situation for Saken to be in here. And in situations like this, that does make you understand exactly why Claude still has a 0% win rate in this season. Teams are starting to become very aggressive, and no matter how much damage you may have, it's not gonna matter if you're not alive to do it.
Hey, we talked about the patch before. It might be the end of marksman era, considering that almost every single marksman got nerfed in the most recent patch. But of course,
they got buffed, didn't they?
No, they got kind of nerfed hard, attack speed wise.
No, they got nerfed attack speed wise because they readjusted the game so that it's easier to attack move. It's actually better.
No, I still think it's a nerf in terms of overall damage output. But all in all, hold that thought for now. Yums now going for the catch. Iris, again, you know, Focusing on Iris going to be with the play right here. The Lord getting chipped away by Innocent to start things off. Noir needs to get the perfect catch right now. And SRG, they're pretty split off. And that's not going to be something that Team Hawk is looking for here. They need to bait some sort of reactions, but they can't seem to open up the fight.
Skies tried to get a 1v1 execute onto Sakin in the mid lane, but he actually ended up losing most of his health himself. So he rotated over, took the purple buff from Team Hawk's side, and now he's gonna return to maybe contest the Lord and maybe try to get a kill once again. Again, Sakin actually has a lot of damage. He can 1v1 Skies if the approach is not correct. It has to be so wary in team fights.
I like how SRG is just stalling. They know that the minions are shoving down towards the bottom lane here. Now is the perfect time to go here, just because of the fact that they may lose an inhibitor, but a triple Molina! Stormy gets the catch, the same exact push! And now they are forced to scramble. SRG backing off Sake's Blazing Duet, doing so much work. And now Iris getting kited down with the Demonic Force. He got baited with the Molina. He's gonna commit even more, but he still manages to trade one with the help of Lexia. All for naught. Lost.
That was beautiful spacing by Skies, perfectly timing his dash to just barely avoid the Demonic Force and then bait him back into the rest of his team. This Lord should be free now.
Lexia, he tried to greed it out. He tried to make a play. Unfortunately, he gets shut down. Sake now with the winds of nature proc here. Trying to get a trade, trying to steal the Lord, but again, the retreat trumps all as Skies will completely soar from the sky as he takes the Lord down.
I'm not sure if Team Hawk should have done that. Lexia should not have greeted out, and I don't think Sakin should have bought it trying to follow up, because that means he's not going to have Wind of Nature for this Lord push from the Selangor Red Giants, and he already is lacking defenses. This could spell the end here. Can Team Hawk defend against this all-out assault?
Well, speak of the devil here, with the Lord coming in, they will need a lot more from Saken. He's all maxed out. He's all 6 damage items here. He's got to completely chunk out the Lord here. They're luring up to the top side. The tier 3 already falled as well. SRG getting chipped away. Cram still mowing Iris down a little bit here. Skies thinking of bursting down. He's gone. He's deleted. Stormy again with the last hit. And now it's going to be a 4v5. But of course, Team Hawk, they clear the minions. They still hold on. It's going to be tough. Can they wait for the next setup as well? Wombo combo comes in. Janice gets pulled back. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Saken is holding on. He drops them down low, but Skies from the sides trying to keep them alive. Saken will fall. He's got the immortality, but it doesn't matter. Skies picks them apart. Selangor Red Giants tramples on the dreams of the defending champions. And that is going to be Hawk, a former champion, getting shut down by them.
The presence of the Giants in the land of Dawn proves once again to be too overwhelming for Team Hawk. With beautiful plays and consistent pressure, they executed on their team composition flawlessly and didn't allow Team Hawk a single opportunity once that mid-game came about.
Oh boy, what a game. What a game. This is indeed a very, very convincing performance here. And I want to see how they feel about their game, because they were talking smack. And although smack was not talk at all.
I think they'll have some interesting words to say. So without further ado, let's throw it over the roads.
Kemenangan bersih untuk Selangor Red Giants menentang Team Hawk 2-0. Wow guys, that was pretty good for our opening match. Okay, wait, dorang celebrating lagi? Okay, alright guys, sebelum I tanya soalan, Selangor Red Giants, bagi sikit guys, a round of applause to our winning team. Very well done. Alright, Stormy, we saw just now that in the first game kan, macam struggle sikit. Apa yang korang bincang masa tu untuk guarantee korang menang actually game pertama tadi?
Actually, we are waiting for our first fight to active, so we just play calm and farm.
Calm and farm is the way to go. Very disciplined game just now. Kudos to you guys. Okay, can we please ask Coach Becky or Arcadia about something? Alright, game 1, the opponent picked Sylvana. Did you guys see that coming, or was that also a shock for you guys? And like, how did you guys manage to be like, okay guys, this is what we're gonna do, you know?
Honestly, we already know Sylvana will be picked because Lexia, please close your match history. Lexia, thank you for showing. We are gonna pick Sylvana. Gentle reminder, okay?
Oh, so you guys stalked the opponent and then they were actually using Sylvana in rank.
Thank you, Lexia.
That's why. Guys, dengar sikit tutup sikit match history tu. Alright guys, okay, can we please pass the mic over to Innocent? Innocent, isa na naman laban na napakaganda ng pinakita mo. Anong masasabi mo at feeling mo ba na as time goes by, mas lumalakas kayo as a team?
Sa tingin ko, oo, kasi yung totoong kalaban lang naman namin, sarili namin. Kaya kailangan lang namin mag-improve everyday.
Alright, so I tanya Innocent, setiap game, SRG looks better and better. Dia punya gold laner makin lama makin hebat. Dia rasa ke diorang makin lama makin hebat? Dan dia cakap, actually setiap hari pun they're improving and your only enemy is technically yourself. Betul ke tak? Betul. Alright, so guys, korang rasa siapa MVP? Si guys? I'm hearing voices. Siapa? Okay, dah ready ke? Alright, MVP kita ialah... Okay, MVP is... Sekais! Alright, kita punya jungler. Sekais, amazing game today dengan jungle. Okay, tadi game pertama, you kalah sikit Restream dengan Janus kan? Tapi, korang menang juga in gold. Apa yang Sekais tengah fikir masa tu? Masa you kalah objektif tapi gold pun masih lagi sama.
Actually game pertama tu saya dah beli aspek yang saya akan susah untuk tekan retry sebab Nua Chow tu selalu akan ice on me. So yeah, dah beli aspek dah benda tu.
Benda boleh expect. Yeah. So what you did was you just farm, slow lepas tu tunggu power spike korang.
And just focus hero.
Focus hero. Alright, nice one. Alright, any last words to the Selangor Red Giants fan that came today to support you guys?
Untuk penyokong Red Giant dengan tim Hak, terima kasih untuk datang hari ini untuk memeriahkan perlawanan kita orang. Dan teruskan support kita orang untuk next match.
Wow, alright. Terima kasih. Once again, congratulations. Oh, Innocent wants to say something. Okay, go on.
Sa akin, I thought MPL Indonesia stronger. But what happened now?
Wow. Okay. Gorgeous. You tak main tak apa. Ada Innocent boleh ganti. You tak main tak apa. Ada Innocent boleh ganti. Kan? Pandai korang ajar. Alright guys, congratulations on your win. You guys may now go to the media room for your interview. Wow. 2-0. 2-0 untuk perlawanan pertama kita. Hari terakhir minggu pertama MPL Malaysia. Amazing game showed by both teams, but SRG came out on top. Untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game 2-0 ini, mari let's show it back to the casters for them to dissect apa yang jadi dalam game ini. Casters, dipersilakan.
You know, it's seeming like the longer Innocent is with the Red Giants, the less innocent he's becoming. That was some talking smack up there on the stage.
I know, right? Like, they don't just talk the smack, man. They walk the talk, too. It's
do.
crazy. It's crazy, and I love them. I really love it. And here's a little bit of fun fact, right? For those of you who come down towards the Sedang Jaya here at BSJ, if you sit through the entire show and you guys are a Selangor Red Giants fans, they have something new in store for you guys. Like, they have song anthems, they have music videos all completely played out. And it's pretty interesting considering the amount of support they have from them.
Yeah, and I think that support is really making itself known within the player's gameplay as well, right? Skies, his performance was stellar here. Only a single death throughout both games. Being able to play both tanky utility junglers like the Baxia, being ready to sacrifice for his team when necessary, understanding that he's going to be the target and lose on objectives a lot, and then switching it around entirely and becoming like one of the main sources of DPS in the assassin carry on the Nolan. Finding these angles, is there anything this man cannot do?
Well, to be honest, he is Skies for a reason. He was the hot shot from the previous season. I was doubting him from game number 1, but Rose gave us a very, very good interview. He was completely shut down by Noir, and I love it because Noir finally showed a lot of signs that why he deserves to be in the MPL, despite being debated whether or not he's a main roster or he was going to be in the sub. He was bouncing in between there as well. Likewise can be said for Lexia as well, but I feel like Team Hawk, they may have lost. There is a lot of room they can improve in, but they are heading into the right direction right now.
Yeah, I do think that Team Hawk overall as a team show a lot of promise. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of different nationalities combining here together. And despite that, their communication still seems to be on point. The coordination was clean. They were still able to execute on a lot of things despite the difficulty that they faced. The early stages of the game, they were actually winning because Iris was doing a lot of damage. They were pulling people in with Noir, with Janice. But once the Red Giants understood how to play around this, realized the Phobius is a threat, either we take him out first or we play around the demonic force timing.
You know, to be honest, I'm a little bit worried about this, right? Because to be honest, when I saw the Ardent not completely banned, this is his signature for Iris. So I'm very surprised that for Team Hawk, they forced Iris in a situation where he's going to be put into heroes that is not his signature, which is the Barats as well as the Phobius here. Yes, he may have played a pretty decent game on the Phobius, but again, we've seen this in the international stages as well. Like, the Nola can just completely out-kite Phobius in an awkward situation. And it's not once now. We did see it one time where Sky just dodge, dodge, dodge. Okay, we've got 4 members here. I want Iris to be here. Boom. He gets one-shotted.
And there's not a lot of choice that Iris can do here because the way that Phobius works is that it's all in, right? Once you pop that demonic force, you gotta keep popping it. Otherwise, you are in a tricky situation. And Red Giants were able to manipulate that to their victory. It's clear that the players are very confident. It's clear that the coaching staff is very confident. The fact that they were able to suss out that Team Hawk wanted to play Sylvana just by looking at the players' match history is impressive.
Yeah, I like the very fact that we didn't really talk too much about Stormy, right? Like, yes, he got blasted off. The Molina is a great setup. It's kind of like a Digi trap bomb, right? You put it in preemptively here, Skies walks right into it, instantly gets Molina. And that's something that I think we saw it multiple times as well. And the AoE Molina is great for stopping any kind of tempos or aggression that Team Hawk tries to do in all these executions. But for me, yes, we've talked about all that. For me, the biggest question mark was like, how did Cram get away with this? Like, he is full tag, you know, technically he's messed up a lot of times, and then out of nowhere, when Skies was picked off, Cram pulls a very, very big kill with a 4v5, takes down Janice for the objective in the last fight. That was crazy to even think about it, and for him to even pull that off, look at the damage taken, 123,000.
Yeah, normally when you see the Jirov being picked, especially in pub games, which we all know, you expect this to be a snowball hero, someone who you can basically never 1v1 duel in the EXP lane. So when Cram started the game 0 and 2, I already figured, oh, this hero isn't being utilized properly, it's a little bit of a waste. You should definitely be winning lane against the Phobius. But I think Red Giants went into this with this concept in mind. It seemed more like Cram was actually playing as an extra body and utility and like armor shredder rather than actually being someone who would secure kills. And having him in the front line was very valuable in those timings where Yums is no longer able to contribute since he's focusing on dishing out damage in his ultimate.
Yeah, I've realized this in 2 games now, coming from between the difference between Innocent and Saken, right? Like, Innocent, again, we're having more turret damage in terms of gold from the overall objectives here. Yes, obviously, you know, if you take into account that, oh, because they won the base, you know, base gives you turret damage, blah, blah, yada, yada. But the rotations between both Saken and Innocent has been very, very different. Saken tends to lean into the mid lane a little bit more because of the fact that every single time when they go for the Lord Dance, he wants to be in the mid lane so that he can join the fight quickly. Whereas Innocent is like, you know what? I'm okay going for the side lanes because I'm going to greed out a little bit. And because of all these small little greeds and crumbs, Innocent is able to kind of scale in the game much quicker compared to Saken.
Yeah, I think the connection between Innocent and the rest of the Red Giants is very, very strong. The fact that he has that trust that he'll be able to safely farm across the map and just basically not participate in any team fights until the mid game is impressive. His farm speed is very good. And then the fact that the Red Giants are able to win out and secure their position in a lot of these games, even without requiring Innocent's presence, already gives them quite a leg up on the competition.
Well, this is going to be tough here, considering that the amount of heals, it may not be a big difference compared to the previous game, but let's talk about the stats right now. The rich guy is going to be none other than Skies himself, 812 GPM. Total damage here is going to be Stormy, and of course, Cram, the Tomo, the Sandbag, and of course, the best wingman is going to be Stormy. Stormy, underrated, not gonna lie, this game.
Underrated. We literally call him the mage prodigy. But I do get you, like this game in particular, he didn't get to shine very much. But the fact that he is the highest damage source and his own best wingman is indicative of how the mid lane has kind of progressed in this meta. They are very much the secondary and even sometimes the primary source of DPS once you hit that late game. And because Team Hawk are so busy dealing with the rest of the Red Giants, other than that one time when Noir caught Stormy out, he was basically just pelting plushies at the opponent from the backline the entire game.
Just like your Dodo plushie is not a bit appearance yet on the desk. But at the same time here, you know, for these guys wondering here what was going on, why was there noise here, we did just witness a Viking send-off. I'm sorry to say, it was a Viking send-off for Team Hawk this game. But all in all, let's take a look at the highlights real quick here on what things happened in this game here. Because SRG, you can see that they were struggling throughout the entire game. This was like, again, Team Hawk winning with all these pickoffs, similar to how Game 1 went.
And look at this pincer as well. While Team Hawk is focused with Innocent, we see Skies coming in from the side, in and out instantly. This was the one example where Innocent's positioning was a little bit far forward, and a lot of it is more on props to Noir rather than blaming Innocent, because he definitely would have felt safe in that situation. But then the team comes in, Skies just executes, they're able to manipulate Iris. This is the mistake. Janus missed the stun onto Yumes, and because of that, Skies dashes in, bursts down Lexia, drops Sakin low. If he just went for the wall instead, that fight would have been different.
Hey, that's why having a flicker barrage is great. You know, you can pull it, get it closer to the wall. But at the same time, there's only so much you can do, right? Because of the fact that barrage, if you miss your ult, you're either going to be completely put in an awkward position, or you're going to catch someone that you didn't intend to. Of course, with that being said here, let's take a look at the match standing. Undefeated thus far, Selangor Red Giants stands at the tippity top with 6 points.
I ranked Selangor Red Giants very highly in my predictions before the season started, but they have already surpassed all expectations. Very easily the top team aiming for the throne so far. Whereas on the opposite end, Team Hawk, they did manage to win their game previously on day 1, so they're still going to be sitting in that second place spot. But as more teams start building up their score, it's not going to be looking quite as good.
You know, that's the thing, right? You know, top 2, still great. You know, like anything can happen. We talk, like, for me, it's not out of the equation yet, right? Like, you've got one game, 1-1, great. I can be very comfortable about this, but to be honest, the difference between this season and any other season right now, it is a new era. So there is a new format into this as well. Like, back in the days, we're like, hey, you just want to stay in the top 8 here. No. Now, you don't really want to stay in the top 8. You want to be in the top 6 at least.
For the gray teams don't make it to the playoffs, the red team have a risk of not moving on with the next MPL season. So the stakes are much higher, the risks are much more evident, and you no longer have the open qualifiers to make an easy way back into the MPL as well, now that you have to fight through the entire Tier 2 scene waiting for you in the MAL as well.
And the messed up part about MAL is that, I'm sorry, it's great opportunities for everyone, but it makes it even harder because that in order for them to qualify MPL, they have to wait another season. That's very, very difficult. I like the ideas that Moontom's coming up here, but again, there's a reason why MPL-MY has gotten to a stage where we are in a new era. We're the most entertaining, and it has been very, very sweaty. Just yesterday, 2-1s all the way through. Today, whew, Selangor Red Giants made it look easy, but it wasn't really a clean game either.
Honestly, I feel like the Selangor Red Giants have made me a new fan here because I feel like their gameplay is just so clean overall. And I'm not putting down Team Hawk or anything here. Again, their coordination is clean. They just need a little bit more refinement. But the Red Giants, I still remember back when they first debuted in MPL and we talked about what a team could achieve with the background, with the resources and the support that are put behind them. And now, a couple seasons later, I'm really starting to see that investment bear fruit.
Well, I agree, but all things considered here, let's close the chapter for Selangor Red Giants here. Let's talk about the next upcoming one here. I would say a little bit of difference of output here. We have SRG for the first game. Next game we have RSG MY going up against King Empire. Wow, this is going to be a fun one.
It's not going to be a fun one.
It is going to be a sweaty one.
Both these teams made a lot of mistakes in their games yesterday. I'm going to be keeping a very critical eye on them because, like, if that is the kind of performance they're bringing to MPL-MY, their chances of proceeding are not going to look too promising.
Hey, you don't got to be pessimistic here. We got to believe in Sasa, man. The Kage, man. Like, King Empire. He's
I'll believe it when I
reason.
see it.
Oh!
And this is as a former SMG fan.
Oh!
I expect better.
Oh! Very, very high expectations here. I'm not sure about you guys at home. I hope you guys are having a fantastic, great time here. But all in all, they just gave day number 3, first day in a job. This was a little bit mind-blowing for me to see how close things have gotten over the years. And now with this new format, everybody has no choice but to go all out.
Absolutely. And I love to see that. You got to put it all on the table when you are up on that stage. When you're in the land of dawn, it is all eyes on the prize, and I'm loving to see the growth that some of these teams, some of these players are really demonstrating. It makes me very hopeful about our chances when we move on into the international stage. The places like MSC, like the M Series, which is going to be, again, hosted in Malaysia at the end of this year. So there's a lot to look forward to. We're going to go on a short break before we come back with match number 2. And like usual, we'll leave you guys with the mic check to check out. So we'll see you guys later.
Mino, okay na, Mino.
Yeah.
Oh, Mino, no.
Si, Mino. Mate!
This one.
S-Box.
Go. S-Box. Firaga. No, Firaga. Go.
Mate, Baksha!
Nice one.
Si Silvana yung sito.
Baras nulti ah.
Go first.
Baras nulti guys.
Okay, let's go. Wow.
Baras nulti ah.
Timmy, go.
Nice na.
No puri.
Go.
I get it back.
Go.
Nice one. Hindi
Boleh.
boleh. We win.
Baras nulti, baras. Mati.
Oh, one.
Aku kiting.
I can kill chop.
Nice.
No. Aman guys.
You guys can push.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. No puri, no passive. Nice. GG.
Namun Krem masih lagi ada mentaliti untuk melarikan diri. Segas sentiasa cari belakang. Second, agak sedikit berbahaya. Diketuk, Medan Fury. Tangkap Dorat, second! Lexia agak sedikit berbahaya. Kena hambatan daripada Darus sebentar tadi. Yums ke belakang, Skies. Cari mangsa dan Janus. Akan dijatuhkan Lexia! Bersatu tidak. Belum ada lagi yang terkorban. Untuk pasukan hak mereka masih lagi ada peluang. Namun paksaan dibuat oleh pasukan Selangor Red Giants. Sekat Stormy dapat kill. Dan juga tarik Crystal.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke playoff buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy!
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all
ini sudah tumpah.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk pembinaan.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles. Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips for me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time
prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang. Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
This fairy tale ended with a poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen!
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat.
ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL-MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL-MY playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL-MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Mino, okay na Mino.
Ya.
Mau Mino no.
Si, minum. Mati.
Swan.
Esports.
Go. Esbo. Firaga. No, Firaga. Go.
Mati, Baksha. Mati.
Don't.
Di Silvana yung sito.
Baras nulti ya. Baras nulti guys.
Okay, let's go. Wow.
Baras nulti ya.
Nice na.
No puri.
I get it back.
Go. Nice one.
Ini lah.
Boleh.
We win.
Paano siya? Pira pa ya. Baras nulti.
Barat.
Mati.
Awan na.
Aku kiting.
I can kill Chok.
Nice.
No. Aman guys.
You guys can push.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boleh bawa.
No. No puri. No passive. Nice.
Namun Krem masih lagi ada mentaliti untuk melarikan diri. Sekas sentiasa dari belakang. Second, agak sedikit berbahaya. Diketuk, Medion Fury. Tangkap Doras, second! Lagi agak sedikit berbahaya. Kena hambatan daripada Darus sebentar tadi. Yums ke belakang, Skies. Cari mangsa dan Janus. Akan dijatuhkan Lexia! Bersatu tidak. Belum ada lagi yang terkorban. Untuk pasukan hak mereka masih lagi ada peluang. Namun paksaan dibuat oleh pasukan Selangor Giants. Sekas Stormy dapat kill. Dan juga tarik kristal.
Dalam keadaan yang sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Meet Mr. Bunny!
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata Arsia.
Minus Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Torak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika ke Alpha benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan. Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips for me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take, yeah. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang. Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
It's time for the fun to continue here at MPL Malaysia Season 13 as we welcome all of you back to the English desk for the second match of Week 1 Day 3. My name's Stafa, once again with Icy Baby 1-2 Terrence today as we prepare for our second match of the day.
Well, speaking of second matches here, to be honest, we had something really spicy coming up as well. You know, to be honest, the start of the day here, we were expecting a little bit chill here. Yesterday it was 2-1 here, everything was pretty close here, but today, the first game, 2-0 by Selangor Red Giants, it may have been a 2-0. But it wasn't an easy 2-0. There were a lot of flashy plays where Team Hawk was able to put on a fight. However, closing up the game seemed to be a little bit difficult for Team Hawk.
Yeah, the Red Giants definitely seem to have a lot more experience. It does seem like all their practice, all their training has really come into fruition here. But Team Hawk definitely put up a strong performance. As you mentioned, their early game is still very solid. Their coordination, pretty good. They just need a little bit of work to push them further past the finish line. But it shows that all the teams are going through some evolution, going through some growth, and that's what we want to see here in this new era of MPL-MY.
Exactly. Speaking of new eras as well here, we do see the newly revamped Selangor Red Giants talking a lot of smack, not gonna lie. Gojes, he may not be playing in the pool here, but he's got his representative, and that's gonna be Innocent, who's doing well, in this case, not so innocent as days goes by. So that seems to be something that I think Becky has started to train the boys. You know, they gotta talk some smack. But I'm not gonna lie, I really like the interviews coming from Skies as well.
Yeah.
He is very aware on how they've been dealing with their competition. However, speaking of spicy news here, I would like to ask your opinion right now because I have a video about the jerseys.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barracuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, saya rasa saya letak King Empire. Dia nampak Esports. Tapi Esports tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang.
Oh,
King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barracuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire. 500.
500 apa?
500 font size.
I suppose considering all the jerseys they've won through the years, the players would have some pretty good design input.
I'm not gonna lie, but I think the least favorite for me would be Bounty. I don't know what's wrong with all these players and you all casters hating on King Empire. I actually like the 500 text font size on King Empire. I swear to God, like when I see Sasa's back on stage with a big letter SASA, it looks so sick.
I don't think I've looked at the back of the King Empire jersey yet. But let's talk about the jerseys of the teams that are playing now. We got RSG MY, we got our model up here, Kaiser. What do you think about the RSG jersey?
Okay, let's rate this 1 out of 10. You first.
Ooh, I do quite like it. I'd put it a 7.
I put it at a 5. Just because I don't like the collar neck.
The collar neck?
Yeah.
Oh. Alright, how about on the opposite side? We got King Empire, aka font size 500. What do you think?
I like the design if your body isn't that small. So that's a 4 height. You do not pull it off. You're not a model. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
We're
but
supposed to be rating jerseys, not the models.
See, like if the jersey was his size, you know, it looks fit and right. It's great, but he does not have the width, the length to pull that off. Like if you were a little bit bigger this size, it would have looked good on.
It's listing all 3 dimensions now.
Yeah, we have to. Sorry.
We did definitely discuss about this, and a lot of the other casters, and apparently a lot of the players as well, think that King Empire has the worst jersey here. Now,
I can see why now. It's not the design. It's the
width.
Width.
I don't mind.
It's not the font size. It's the width.
I don't mind it too much, but I do think the name on the back might be a bit too big.
No, I like the name. I like the name.
As you want people to see you.
Yeah, of
Either
course.
way, it's time to start the match. So let's throw it over to the stage with our host, Rose.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita yang sangat handsome hari ini. Hopefully semua match 2-0. Tapi sekarang kita dah masuk match kedua untuk hari terakhir minggu pertama. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan RSG Malaysia yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. Okay guys, kita tak tahu apa yang akan jadi dalam game ni sebab game semalam RSG MY menang 2-1. King Empire pun menang 2-1 lawan Niners. Tapi korang kena ingat, kita semua balik lambat sebab game terakhir tu habis dalam 38 minit. Dua-dua game akan jadi sengit hari ni, kita tak tahu. But I nak tanya, korang boleh tengok crowd, okay? Crowd hari ini nampaknya agak penuh juga. So guys, kita tanya side RSG dulu, okay guys? RSG MY, are you ready? Wow. Alright, bukan RSG MY punya side je yang penuh. King Empire side pun penuh. So guys, King Empire, are you ready? Wow. I am loving the energy. So with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas MPL Malaysia, King Esports and RSG MY.
Percaturan Coach Rin dan analis Sora nampaknya membuahkan hasil yang positif. Adakah mereka bakal berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan sekali lagi? Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, RSG MY! Berjaya mengharungi perlawanan yang panjang, menunjukkan mental mereka teramat kuat untuk bertahan. Dipersilakan Raja dan Empire baru, The King Empire!
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita dan jurulatih bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Nampaknya semua player dah ready untuk perlawanan kedua kita hari ini. RSG MY, King Empire Esports. Pasukan mana yang akan come out on the top? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
RSG MY versus King Empire Esports. We were talking about how King Empire needs some whiff in their jerseys, but they certainly were the masters of length with the 37-38 minute game at the end of yesterday. You weren't there. I was. It was I'm sure the fans enjoyed it, but for us here, it was definitely an exhausting experience.
I'm not gonna lie, I was watching at home, I completely enjoyed it. I don't know about you, sucks to be you, but at the same time, you know who I think is gonna be the best looking out of all the teams? It's gotta be Sora as well as Raid.
You know, I can agree with you there. Those two are looking snazzy.
Like all of us are wearing suits, but no one stands out as much as Sora and Rain right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about how Rain and Sora were definitely working really well with King Empire. I feel like while the gameplay could have used some work, the drafts were pretty solid overall, and it's quite a dynamic duo, right? Considering we have Rain and then we have Sora Payung.
Yeah, at the same time, two working men going to the office, dressed up, suited up. Working men, yeah,
working men. Yeah, I mean, they are working. We're working.
Needs a little work, huh? 3 out of 10.
Did you make a joke?
Yeah, working. My God.
I genuinely didn't notice. I thought you were pointing out an observation.
So I'm guessing it's a 0 out of 10. Shut up. Go away. proceeding with the show here, RSG MY as well as King Empire. This is going to be something that I think a lot of us had a lot of question marks. Personally, you know, ever since the disbandment of SMG, King Empire has incorporated some old members coming with SMG as well as new returning members. In this case, Dato is someone that we have always had a question mark for 2 seasons now. He was the guy that was right in the bottom every single time here when his debut was Team Seeker as well. He's playing marksman role. We can see there's so much try-hardness coming from him, but he hasn't been able to see winning games like ever. And now with him in the mage role, it looks really good and I'm really liking it.
Yeah, he is clearly a player with a desire, with a drive and a passion to improve at the game. And you know, sometimes you need the best tools to have the best gameplay. So if you guys want to dominate with spectacular gameplay, you can do so via ROG Phone 8, the king of performance and your ultimate gaming phone. Big shout out to ROG Phone 8. They're our official gaming phone and they're responsible for keeping our pros here at the top of their game.
Now, speaking of pros here, I'm not gonna lie, the ROG phone gives you the best settings here. And I do believe that this season, we have had discussions, right? We have had the model switch for the first time ever. So this time, most of the players, they do have to practice on those ROG phones. So it's something that not many people are accustomed to. This season makes it a little bit different here. And it makes a lot more sense now, considering that ever since they swapped the phones, every team that has debuted in week 1 has really stood out in overall performances.
Absolutely. It's one thing that even I am a fan of. Like, I straight up have an ROG phone here. This is
what?
It's mine. It's the old ROG phone. It's 7. It's not 8. So I'm a little bit behind the players. Hey, maybe I can get the 8 sometime. But we do have the MPL-MY Insider once again, asking whether or not Izanami would like to get some revenge from Season 12. Because remember, Team SMG were the ones who knocked them out of the playoffs.
Well, apparently, you know, they asked, do you want to get your revenge for Season 12 against SMG? But no, SMG already disbanded, but I'll deal with the ex-players. In this case, there is a lot on the line here, especially for King Empire, because now we've got the Kage himself, Sasa and Smooth, alongside with the rosters here. They are arguably the strongest core members coming from SMG, right? And to be honest, they have made so much plays for SMG in the previous years as well. Now, it's up to them to live up to the expectation. Is it because this core is the reason why SMG was performing back then? Or it could have been the entire team as a synergy instead?
I think Team SMG definitely had a strong synergy back then. And as someone who was a fan of Team SMG back then, I will personally say I do have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the players sometimes, because their performance...
RSG, of course, instead of the 2 handsome gentlemen, going to be drafting and planning out all the strategies. Strategies for RSG, we have to talk about a little bit of a roster change coming from RSG MY, because their 2-1 yesterday was so shaky that they almost lost their final game. And this time, am I seeing this right? They swapped Repo back in.
Yeah, looks like Kaiser got his chance to shine on the stage here. I honestly am quite impressed with how well Kaiser played, considering how many seasons he's been off the stage of MPL. But it looks like Rippo has been brought in to try and clean up the gameplay of RSG MY a little bit. I will agree with you. Yesterday, as someone who personally experienced the Dare match, I believe, against Monster Vicious, it was a very, very messy and not at all like the RSG MY we've come to expect from their performance in Season 12.
You know, it's funny considering that we had this chat with Rain as well. He said that, hey, RSG is currently in his interview, right? I trust this team. You know, this team is the prime of RSG. It's the best of RSG they've ever seen. He really, really confidently says that, hey, it's going to be the best here. But seeing how yesterday's performance, I don't know if it's because he's just being overconfident, or the stakes and competition in this entire season has really rised up in terms of intensity and skill cap.
Well, depending on the team as well, sometimes players can take a moment to really start getting off the ground running at the beginning of a brand new season. So hopefully that was just an exception here, and the team will be able to coordinate and pull themselves together much more cleanly here. The same can be said for King Empire, because they got very close to losing their matchup yesterday as well. So both teams gonna want to prove themselves today.
No, now I would like some verification, right? Like, I don't know if production is going to verify for this for me, or are you going to verify for me for this as well?
Okay.
Because Karakuri said that, you know, the only reason why Ripple didn't play yesterday because he was preparing to get married.
I believe
now
that's
he's
the
playing,
case.
so he got married yesterday. And is that the case now?
I don't know about that one. I feel like you're gonna have to ask Rippo himself. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say after the game, especially if they do win. But let's ask a question here. This is a quest for New Empire to challenge the old guards. Will they be able to prove themselves the prime rulers of the stage?
Well, this is going to be a tougher year. We're talking about the prime form of each other, right? In this case, RSG, you know, he said they are going to be the prime form ever. It's the best RSG has to offer. But King Empire, well, they are here to make a staple name, right? It's their first time into its MPL as a brand new brand, of course. But of course, the players themselves, they have old guards and new fresh players. If you think about it, based on track records, yes, Sasa Smooth, past champions before. They have played it multiple times, but Dato hasn't exactly had the greatest track record. Skill-wise, he's trying to prove himself, but he doesn't have the great track record. In this case, Repo has been known to shut people down for that regards.
Yeah, but it's not as if RSG themselves are the cleanest. Lolil here is going to be someone that a lot of fans have their eyes on. He first made a mark in MPL for his flashy plays in the EXP lane, and since switching to the gold lane, his success has been a little more inconsistent. Sometimes his aggression gets a little bit of the better of him.
Now that I think about it here, I think his only two heroes that, like, the most consistent-wise has always been the Beatrix in the previous patch, if you base on the hero stats that he's had. 1-1, he wins it, but it was very shaky multiple times. But based on the current trend as well, we do start to see a little bit more Roger into his gold lane occasionally. I think even in the other regions, well, MPL ID and PH, we do start to see a lot more Roger coming in.
And not to mention his signature hero, Harif, now being more popular, could be a good choice here. But let's talk about another thing that's going to be on a lot of people's minds. The brand new hero Chip, who will be available to play in Week 2 of MPL-MY.
Not gonna lie, you guys can quote me on this. This is by far the most broken hero ever, and I love every bit of it here as well. And the best part is, if you follow the pro guide's design in the game from Chips, it's very highly likely you will not be able to utilize the true potential of what this hero actually brings to the table. I'm not gonna lie, this character is strong when it's built with cooldowns as a priority.
So you are basically saying that you expect him to be like a priority pick or ban once he's available?
Yes, just because of how annoying and how flexible it can be. You can be a frontline tank, you can play like similar playstyles like a Johnson, right? Because you have these 4 portals across the map, which gives you a very awkward ways to flank and send your entire team into the fight. So I really like the Chips coming to play. I can't wait to see how the pros played it, but I've seen like I personally played it as well. I have like 20 games on it. I've got 100% win rate on it.
Wow, impressive.
On ranked game.
Yeah, they did show some potential heroes to pair it there. Things like the Diggy, the Ferrymanes make a lot of sense, because if they just come into the portal, you have the time journey, you have the Nether Realm. Instantly, your team fight becomes so much stronger. I think on paper, you'd want to pair Chip with, like, if you could pair him with Minotaur, it'd be so scary. But they're both in the roam position, and I think from our testing, Chip as a hero doesn't quite fit anywhere else, right?
Yeah, it's more like the reason why it's scary is because once Chip starts a fight, he drops an ult, he's going to be right in the smack of everybody. So whoever who takes his portal will be in the crosshairs of whoever is already dishing out damage on Chips. That's why having the time journey and Faramis helps kind of extend the fight a little bit more. So that's just the safety part. Let's talk about the aggressive nature of what the ulti actually brings to the table, right? You drop an ulti that's like 10 seconds portal, there are a few ways you can do. Get your burst heroes from the other side, like a burst XP laner or burst jungler or whatever. You come in, 5 seconds, burst one guy out, takes the portal back into their lanes, which gives him a little bit of window to be more efficient in farm throughout the entire map. But the downside is, if you miss the timing, everybody's going to be on this lane. The other lane is going to be completely left open to this enemy. So that's a little bit of pros and cons that happens between these two teams.
Yeah, it's definitely the type of hero that really messes with the macro game here. Is because like everything you know about like playing the map and pushing lanes and stuff just suddenly gets turned over on its head. So yeah, I'm also very excited to see what the teams will do once this hero is available. Yeah. But we're still gonna have to wait until next week before that happens. For now, I think we got to think about what's going to happen now between these two teams up on stage here.
Agreed, but here's a quick tip.
Oh?
Support emblem, cooldown items on chips. That's the win condition. Like, even if you throw your body, if you get all your teammates into the right target and just burst out the cores, your job is done. You die 10 times, it's okay. We just need to catch that one right guy. Game over.
I see. Well, it's always gonna be easier said than done, but yeah, looking forward to it. Who knows, like, we've thought a lot of heroes in the past were gonna be like really strong when they were introduced, and then pro teams just never picked them up.
Yeah,
so
they never picked
We
them
have
up
no idea, right?
until the playoffs.
Yes.
Usually it's like that.
Like, they wait until someone else figures it out.
I know, right? It's gonna be tough. Like, I've tried it. Tank emblem doesn't work. Support is like the best for me. You lose the late game. But let's talk a little bit more on the script for now. We're sidetracking a little bit here on towards the opponents here. Let's talk a little bit more on Venogo as well as Susujin. This is something that I think when we talk about the imports, this season has had a lot of imports so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these are both players that have already had a bit of a history in other international tournaments here. So fans already come into this with the expectation that they're going to outperform, because a lot of the imports that have even come from like MDL scenes in ID and PH have been tearing up the MPL-MY. Yet both these players seem to have had a little bit of difficulty adjusting. Susujin, his performance yesterday wasn't particularly stellar. Venogo definitely had his moments, but still wasn't the most consistent overall.
You know, it's funny how like Susujin was really standing out during the tier 2 scene as well. I saw him playing like last year in another tournament as well. He was playing under the banner of Evo's Icon, and back then they were one of the strongest contenders despite all odds here. And for him to be picked up from King Empire, it is a pretty big gamble. And I agree with what you said as well. I was very surprised that Susujin wasn't standing out as he was during Evo's Icon. However, the biggest surprise for me from King Empire is actually X-Win. Because in his Grok, he's been extremely annoying. I think Husky actually brought it out as well. Like, the wall blocks has been very, very on point. And yesterday's game has been like phenomenal. Like, there was just so many baits, so many setups by him that allowed King Empire to win those team fights, which is impressive.
Yeah, his Grok gameplay was excellent. Like, honestly, if X-Win wasn't on the Grok in those games, I get the feeling that King Empire would have had much more difficult time. And when you consider how difficult it was already, you can see how much of a difference that does make overall. So I'm excited here. I feel like after what we saw yesterday, there's no way that the coaches haven't taken these teams aside, taken some time to talk about what happened, things that they can fix. I'm expecting to see a slightly different RSG and King Empire today. And yeah, like, is there anything you might be expecting?
To be honest, I don't know what to expect, because X-Win hasn't played an official match for at least a year, and that was with Onyx Prodigy. And he only played one game last year in September, so there's not a lot of data on X-Wing's performances. But in yesterday's games, it's like, wow, where did this guy come from? It's crazy. But of course, another crazy person that we have to talk about as well is gotta be from RSG, Venogo. To be honest, Venogo as a jungler, he has the capabilities to mirror up to his predecessor. In this case, Demon Kite has had a staple name for RSGPH as well as RSG MY. The question here is, do you think he can replicate the same?
Well, when we remember back to Season 12, when Demon Kite was with RSG MY, if I'm not wrong, even in the first week, RSG didn't particularly perform that well. But then after that, they just took over the entire regular season. So maybe it's an RSG trend to want to take a moment to reorient themselves, to get that coordination up and running. Venogo definitely is a player that has a lot of potential, but considering that Demon Kite is really hitting his prime nowadays, it's going to be hard to live up to that performance.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's funny considering that, you know, Demon, like, Demon Kite with RSG pretty much wins all the major tournaments except for a World Series. Which is interesting considering that it's weird. I want to see him actually make it to the world stage.
Yeah, I think we all want to see like what these players can do if they're given a chance to compete internationally. Admittedly, the results of the MPL-MY representatives that have gone to M Series, that have gone to MSC are still a little bit disappointing. And that's why there's so many eyes, so many fans on this season in particular. This is a very important year for our Mobile Legends scene here. And we want to see these players make us proud. We want to see that growth. We want to bear witness to history in the making. And it all starts from right here in week 1 of season 13.
Okay, this is interesting because all things considered, like when we talk about season 13, right? King Empire has a little bit of plot twist here because I feel like King Empire is in a situation where they have things to prove, and I want to see the drafts because we are heading into the drafts right here, right now, and this is going to be the second match of today. It is going to be RSG MY versus King Empire's Esports draft phase, and King Empire taking blue side, starting things off. Matilda, Valentina banned off, and like you called it, you mentioned it yesterday, time and time again, Benedetta, respect ban towards Smooth.
Yeah, yesterday they decided that we can let the Benedetta through one game and see where they go from there. And they got punished for it as hard as you possibly could. Smooth just brings a different definition to this hero entirely. It's understandable that RSG would bear a similar respect to that. They'll also get rid of the Nolan, but now some common bans are going to be on the table. The Angela still here, the Ruby, the Joy. What is going to be the priority for these teams?
Speaking of priorities here, I feel like from the side of King Empire, right, they definitely need to focus a little bit more on how they can enable Dato alongside with X-Win. Because so far, X-Win has had, what, 2 games of Grok? Almost every game he's played is Grok so far. Besides that, I'm curious to see what other heroes can he play, right? When we talk about signature heroes, like just now, the previous series as well, they focus on Yoom's hero pool, forcing him to play a little bit more defensive rather than his usual aggressive playstyle. I want to see what if X-Wing plays something else but the Grok. And why? Because Grok, I know for a fact that it's a signature comfort among the tier 2 teams from Indonesian side. And it's great for just disengaging and just annoying the heck out of the Lord. But besides that, what else can he play? What else can he bring to the table? That's something I'm curious. And of course, it's gotta be the Angela. All right, Angela sneaking past the first phase draft.
15 total bans, 0 total picks.
Well, now it's gonna be a first pick.
Yeah,
it breaks the 0, first ever. Will it be get a 100% win rate? That's gonna be my question here.
Yeah, Angela's a very powerful hero in the current meta because being able to just supercharge like your jungler or your EXP laner and then later down the line your gold laner is going to be very valuable in just taking straight up team fights. And the global presence that's afforded by Heartguard allows them to play very flexibly, which is why a lot of teams do remove it from the table alongside other early game supports like Matilda. There are ways to counter the Angela somewhat, but you gotta make sure that the snowball doesn't get started.
Ooh, they forced the Baxia in as well. And this is something I really like because I've tried multiple times now. If you pick an Angela and your opponent's first item is not a Dominance Ice or a Necklace of Durance, it's very, very difficult to fight against an Angela. And even if you rush it, it takes a very, very long time to progress into that stage now compared to back in the day. So I really like that this... You know, they have to adapt into this situation. But I want to talk about synergies, right? When we talk about synergies, it's always been like, what, Angeling and etc. I personally feel CC with Angela is annoying.
Yes.
It's really, really disgusting to play with. But, of course, comfort picks here seems like they are going to lean on towards the Grok here. So this is going to be a mid-lane Angela as well as a Fredrin.
All right. Wow, the win rate on Frederick is actually a lot lower than I thought it was, 18%. Whereas on the other side, Baxia still at 100% win rate with 3 games so far. What you say is correct. With Angela, the draft becomes all about team synergy. We've seen a lot of teams from MPL, PH, and ID, whenever they play the Angela, it's all about how many heroes you can draft that work well with the Angela. It's very common to see combinations of Fredrin, Barat, Baxia, CC, Roger, Carry. Basically, the more heroes that can benefit from the hard guard, the stronger the team composition becomes.
Yeah, I like it as well. Like having the Angela, especially when you pick an Angela, you need two very, very strong frontliners. In this case, having the Grok and Fredrin is in the right direction. Carry pretty much negates against that. It completely shuts them both down. So this is going to be a big problem eventually in the later stage of the game if they do not out-sustain the damage that Carry brings to the table. But again, I'm a big fan of CC. But again, if King Empire decides to go for a CC, this is where Repo has more options to deal with. Because if you were to compare a 1v1 matchup for XP lanes, there are not a lot of matchups that can actually beat the CC. But personally, I feel like Yuzhong is annoying to deal with. And CC is not going to be able to beat that.
Yeah, Angela Yuzhong is a very, very classic combo, but looks like RSG just don't want to have to deal with that at all. They will decide to ban out the CC as their final ban here, and King Empire continue to focus on the EXP lane as well, even banning out the Yuzhong themselves.
I hate this. I hate this. Like, I know the CC is great, you know, they banned it, but not having the Yuzhong means that Smooth will be forced to play something else. And again, Yuzhong, great for dealing a lot of armor shredding as well here. No Benedetta means that King Empire may consider having Smooth play either the Arlott or the Paquito in this direction.
Arlott with Angela is good. Paquito with Angela is good. You could even go like EXP Barats with Angela, and that would be pretty difficult to deal with if he wants to play more aggressively. Dirov, basically almost any fighter with Angela is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it as well, Dirov is also in the pool. After we've seen success in the previous game as well, Smooth may take a picture of that. But I like that they removed the Harif in this regards. But no, RSG, they take the Paquito first. All right.
Buying all the Angela combos.
Okay,
Pretty smart.
okay, interesting. But well, there is still Esmeralda, but I don't think Esmeralda is good against this composition, especially when there's a carry.
Yeah, I agree as well. It probably needs to be something more active. We know Smooth plays things like the Lapu Lapu as well, which may not be too bad. Unless they want to just be really obnoxious and they pull out like the Uranus, but I don't think so.
Uranus is going to get completely destroyed by this carry, so he needs something a little bit more proactive to actually, in terms of damage output as well, because if you think about this here, the only magic damage is going to be the Angela. So Angela is not going to do the most effective damage because he's busy healing the team. And when I speak about magic damage, guess what? Problem solved. Let's bring in the Natan. All right, Sasa pulled a big W yesterday with it, and I'm liking this draft a little bit more now coming from King Empire, and they bring in the Ruby as well. So they've got CCs, they've got a balance of physical as well as magic damage. Maybe not so much of the physical, maybe Ruby as well as Grok probably needs at least one physical item to kind of compensate that, but I like it. It's very balanced coming from King Empire.
And you literally mentioned earlier, you feel like Ruby is a little bit weaker now that they nerfed her lifesteal, but if you have the Angela hard guard, then Ruby will just never die, basically. This is a combo I used to use all the way back then when my brother actually played MLVB and he only played Angela.
So why did your brother quit MLVB? MLVB is the best game ever. Why did your brother quit?
Well,
you're an MPL caster. Aren't you supposed to convince him?
I'm not going to try and convince someone who doesn't want to play the game.
And of course, to close things out here, that's the final battle. We do see the Guinevere.
The Storm Guinevere.
What do you think of this?
It's interesting. This is like, we were literally talking about Guinevere yesterday and how she has been seeing a lot less play, and now Storm is going to be bringing it into the rogue position, and it's a hero that he played last season as well and did very well with. If he's able to catch the hard guard target with the Violet Requiem, then it means you're CCing two people at once, but it means being able to land that. And we'll find out whether or not that does come down to be successful, because these are two pretty balanced drafts.
Yep, speaking of balanced draft here, we gotta see how things are gonna go down here, because this is gonna be a fight between two really, really strong teams here. That's gonna be King Empire versus RSG MY, fighting for who will be the prime ruler.
Will it be the old or the new Empire that comes out on top as we enter into the land of Dawn? Looking at things straight away, doesn't look like either side wants to play particularly aggressively. What is interesting is that both are actually starting on that orange buff.
Well, interesting. You know, they are playing for a little bit more aggression, I guess. I think I haven't seen the Little Wanderer. Where is he going to spawn? Okay, spawning on their bottom side. I guess they are going to be contesting the Little Wanderer here. But considering that they have this Guinevere, it is going to be annoying, right? The whole purpose of having this Guinevere as a roam is to like kind of disrupt the flow on the early phase, and this is something that Storm can do very, very easily as well.
Yeah, now on paper, Grok does counter Guinevere quite well because as long as you're charging up your skill 1 at the right time, then the Violet Requiem combo won't affect you. But all Stone needs to do is delay for the right timing to actually get that catch. So it's not too difficult. It's going to come down to a skill matchup between both these players, and they are on their comfort roamers.
Now, based on what I'm seeing now, based on the drafts, RSG MY, they do have this tendency to have a earlier power spec just because of how much they can actually threaten King Empire, whereas they need Teto to have the hard guts first before he contributes a little bit more damage for now. But based on what I'm seeing here, Storm going for the jump, win, taking a little bit too much damage, but as of now, they have to disengage, and because of this, they will be taking a little bit chill pill to set up for the turtle.
Literally what I mentioned, as long as Dome waits until the skill 1 is over on the Grok, he will be able to get that combo, and now Xwin can be forced to go back and heal up, which will slow down his potential level for timing. I'm also going to be very interested about this EXP lane matchup. I feel like we didn't emphasize this enough, but this is literally Smooth versus Rippo.
Yep, Smooth versus Rippo. They're doing a fantastic job, and guess what? Bottom lane, they are going to try and set up for a fight here, and interesting enough, I like how RSG MY is thinking on all the minor details, because think about this, right? The XP turtle usually is going to be secured by the XP laner. They opted to give it towards Storm so that he has an early level 4, and because of this, Win will have it a little bit slow, but he doesn't start the fight first because he gets dragged in, gets cursed, but guess what? Here comes the counter play! The 2-man catch from Storm! And he won't die, but he will trade 2 for 1. And now, RSG MY, they're looking for a third one as well, and they do get it. Venogo with the triple kill.
Basically the worst thing you could have happened to you if you are a member of King Empire Esports right now. RSG MY with a beautiful response. Although it looked like King Empire had a strong start early by catching out one member into the multi-member wild charge, it was the fact that they were able to... Oh, Rippo, though.
No, Rippo. He's going to be caught out. He flickers away, but Win! Well, he doesn't have the wall charge, so that's going to be a very good disengage. Now Storm again with the setup for Izanami. Not a lot of damage. And again, King Empire, they have to play to their strengths.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate positioning where Rippo was able to get the knockout strike to push 2 people together, who then got hit with the ultimate from Vexana into the Violet Requiem combo, and literally nothing they could do, even with the hard guard coming out earlier. So RSG MY already secured themselves a pretty solid lead in this early game. We even get to see an instant replay of what exactly happened.
No, I really like this counterplay as well, because Storm was caught out, immediately was saved by Rippo with the top to stop the tempo, flickered backward, and then re-engaged. That was a very small misplay from King Empire, but still, RSG MY, they came out on top. Nicely done.
And they should be able to get this first turtle for free. Xwin is here to scout it out, but I'm pretty sure King Empire is no longer in a position to actually contest that. This is the best timing now for RSG. They have a near 3k network. Oh!
Oh, wait, what? Rippo, what?
A gank from Venogo.
Okay.
Gets a kill onto Smooth.
You know, Venogo really stepping up to his name here. Baxia does have a very, very strong early to mid-game presence in terms of damage output as well. Rotations has been very, very on point, and I hope he can transition this a little bit more, because as of yet, they may have the lead, but again, if King Empire holds out a little bit longer, things are not going to be looking slim for them.
Yeah, right now I think King Empire is going to need to focus quite heavily onto Sasa's lanes, because the other lanes are not having a very good time. Venogo
Smooth with the pull. Rippo takes a little bit more damage, tries to extend the fight, but again, he's all by himself, but that's going to be time wasted here, because on the top side, King Empire, they want to engage on this fight, but RSG MY says, I'm out. Like, oh no, something happened down bottom. We have to get out. No. Yeah, before they make a play.
It was an excellent flicker hook there, but Ruby by herself isn't going to be able to keep either Venogo or Rippo under the tower long enough to get that kill. So RSG MY is still sitting very comfortably. And this Baxia, there's a reason the hero still has 100% win rate. The speed, the mobility, the way that it can pressure the enemy team. Venogo using this very well, and he is definitely Venogoing pretty fast.
Well, I saw what you did there.
Yes, thank you.
At least I catch your jokes or puns.
Yeah.
You meanie. Yeah, the silent pause says it all.
I don't know how to react to being called meanie on the deck.
Anyways, offside. Venogo, he's going to be scouting out the vicinity 15 seconds before this next turtle. Now, Sasa is in a situation where he's starting to build up a little bit more damage, right? So he needs to start a little bit more fights. So Smooth, he's going for an aggressive player. He pulls on Ripple, but he gets caught out by Storm. No way he survived this. His god is dead.
My goodness, the Violet Requiem combo into the Vexana Terrify just makes it so you can't move. Oh!
Okay, they're making a play up top as well. Loleo manages to get out scot-free. The heals from Dato keep Sasa alive as he's going to try and juke Venogo. But the problem here is, how can they deal with Venogo? Is so annoying. Susujin here is left all by himself. No hard scots available. They have to back out. And again, King Empire, they struggle with their bursts. They have the sustains, but they need some damage somewhere along the line soon.
Yeah, that triple kill from Venogo early on may have been a little bit too much. Sasa now even going to be targeted.
Okay. Sasa is trying to chip against Storm. That's good, but Turtle will be contested as well. Susujin tried to go for the steal, but Venogo is almost a level ahead. So he got a good timing here, but wait now with the wall charge, catches Storm, but again, Storm, he just doesn't die. He knows how to counter play, and he's going to get out of there.
Storm is still my pick for one of the more underrated roamers we have here in MPL-MY. The way that he engages is so clean, and he has a great understanding of exactly what his limits are. King Empire, unfortunately, not really being able to play around this phase of the game. Venogo, here he comes again.
Sasa, he's going to be the objective here. Hard cuts hovering his way through, but Storm again, he catches X-Win. Time and time again, he's going to be backing out. Susuji now going to go for the counter play, but a big shot from Izanami, scaring off the rest of King Empire. They have to respect this Vexana as the aggression goes in. RSG looking to chip away the tier 1, but Storm, you're everywhere and anywhere all the same time. But Smooth, his Izanami almost losing his life there. Smooth, he tried his best, but Izanami survives.
Somehow, I cannot believe he's able to walk out of that. We didn't manage to see it on screen, but I'm pretty sure Smooth got a two-man hook into the tower again. And the Vexana being able to walk out of here means that King Empire still isn't able to find anything on the map for themselves. Looking at the itemization, Smooth actually going for slightly more damage-oriented with that Fury Hammer. Here comes RSG MY again.
Yep, they're going to make an attempt here. Storm missing the catch. He's going to get disengaged, but Susujin anticipate the catch, and now is going to go for the play as well. Now is Anami, drops the Lord, and now Susujin somehow survives it all, and Dato didn't even need to expend the Heart's God. So sustains are starting to show on King Empire. It is starting to get a little bit troublesome for RSG MY to deal with them now.
It's very clear that King Empire Esports does not have enough damage to actually burst down the members of RSG MY. Again, it was a great wall charge by X-Win. He's been doing a good job of setting these up. But Sasa isn't able to position safely enough until he knows that Storm is no longer going to be an issue. And that really slows down the DPS potential from King Empire.
Oh boy, this is a problem. But of course, double purifies on RSG MY saved them, right? Like, we talk about 1 HP clutches. That purify was exactly what Izanami needed to survive it. And now, cooldowns are available up on Loleos as well as Izanami. So they might make an attempt right here, right now, before things get a little bit too draggy. Because slowly but surely, this Baxia is going to be shredded into a late game here.
Yeah, RSG MY is going to start slowing things down here. That's why the net worth difference has remained at 4k for the past 4 minutes or so.
Venogo, going to be the point of interest. They are trying to force out the Tortoise Basons, and they do. So that's going to be a good thing right now. If they start the Lord, there's nothing much Venogo can really do. But, of course, with the help of Storm, they can be one-shotted still with Izanami. They have no taps on where he is, except for mid lane. But still, this is still very, very risky. Storm now missing the timings here, so with the power of nature, he's going to be able to walk out scot-free, and again, the dance continues to begin.
King Empire Esports ideally wants to be able to start getting some numbers under Sasa here. The Natan as a hero scales very well, but with the damage that he has inbuilt with his abilities, should be able to start participating in fights already at this point. He has Purify, so at the very least, he can avoid 2 sources of crowd control. We can see the way that they're positioning, they're allowing Deto to be in charge of handling the bottom wave because he can back them up anytime with hard guard, but it's very difficult for them to be.
Move with the pull. Storm going to be running for his dear life. He's going to be A-okay. Repo joining the fight as well, as King Empire not committing into it yet, just because of the fact that they doesn't have a good position. But now here comes the chain combo. Storm gets blasted. Izanami a little bit late with the reaction there, but now Smooth might be falling from here as Repo finishes him off from the sides. Win as well. Repo, does he fall? Yes, he does. But now it's up to Sasa to chip them all away. It's up to them. But at the end of the day, it is going to be a 2-for-2. An even trade for both sides.
Yep, some very nice back and forth here with King Empire finally finding a chance to pick someone off with the Flicker Wild Charge onto Stone, and then Rippo cutting off the escape of King Empire to get that kill onto Smooth as well. But we can see that Sasa, yes, he has the damage. It's just Venogo. I really want to see what items he has.
Oh, Lolio, he stopped out a little bit too far here. Here comes the hard gun, but at the same time, Stone catches him. He is gone. Lolio shuts him down, and the Lord left up to hanging as well. Venogo down to his 1 HP. He secures the Lord. They sacrifice Storm to secure the Lord. RSG MY. What a play coming from Storm.
This is much more akin to the typical RSG MY that we've come to expect from last season. They will unfortunately lose the bottom tier 1 as well, but getting the Lord at this point is great to allow them to push their advantage. We've seen teams from yesterday who were able to secure really strong early game pressure with the Baxia and then not try to close it out early before the enemy team is able to scale up. That is the timing that RSG MY needs to be the most wary of right now.
Oh, what a risky gamble here. Like, King Empire, like, they had the right idea, but the problem with it was that Susujin was just so low in that fight, and because of that, they just flipped the coin. They saw Lolios up in front, they tried to burst him down, but they just couldn't. The power of Purify, man. The power of Purify.
Yep, Purify going to be very valuable, especially in a meta like this. Storm.
Okay, Stop getting chain stun, but he is very tanky, so they're not going to commit to this as well. Dato will be able to kill him up later on if he decides to, but I don't think he has the Sky... Okay, he got the Sky Garden helmet, so technically he's going to be A-okay, so it's very difficult to kill him right now.
RSG MY continuing to be very disciplined in their approach to this game. They've managed to expand the net worth lead now to 5k, only 1 external tower remaining on the side of King Empire Esports. Sasa is going to start reaching the point where he really does dish out a lot of damage, but I do again want to see what items Venogo has, because this Natan is doing a lot more damage, less damage to him. Yep, that's the Radiant Armor first item, and we can see that that is why. Even Storm has it as well, so really affecting the way that Sasa and Detto are able to DPS.
It's all about sustaining throughout all these fights as well. But I'm surprised that, RGMI, they opted to go for the Radiant Armor, but it makes a lot of sense considering that Sasa is going to be dishing out a majority of the damage. But the only downside is that the rework on the Radiant Armor is the reason why Natan is strong now, because it's no longer acts like the counterpart of the Antique Cuirass now. It just gives you magic defense. So I guess they just want to out-sustain the Sasa instead.
It's still definitely the item that's more designed for consistent magic damage as compared to like Athena's shield, for example. So
yeah,
that's why they would still go for it, especially since it also works pretty well against Detto on the Angela. And that's why you see that Venogo is so tanky even against like Sasa, who's already gotten like 3 or 4 items at this point. King Empire, as long as they can hold out a little bit longer though, we already know that Baxia tends to fall off a little later in the game. Once Sasa is full on items, once Detto has a couple more damage items himself, then King Empire can actually put up a fight. But until that,
okay, they see Repo as well. Repo's got the shields, but he survives! What is that jab from Repo to sustain it? Oh, great switch up coming from King Empire. Unfortunately, could not seal the deal. Oh, they're sending Dato on the other side of the lane. It's not working out. I like that they're adapting, but they really need to find a way to come back into this lead that RSG MY is having right now. And look at this win, getting chunked in by Lolios, and now Susujin getting caught out as well. The Chain Stun comes in, he is gonna fall. No appraisals round, they lose to Izanami with the counterplay, and now Sasa needing to go to the backside with the Angela as well. He's gonna try and kill them all. Yes, he will. He gets one. He's looking to clean house, and he finally goes down. They're dropping so low, but the one that saves the day is gotta be Rippo, the man, the myth, the legend, the king of taunts, the destroyer, the gatekeeper. Oh, what a play.
Complete wipeout here on King Empire Esports. RSG MY with an incredible team fight once again. Sutsujin being caught out by Storm. And at first, when it looked like Sasa would be able to clean up the rest of the team fight, he finally would fall. And Rippo, always late to the party, but he arrives exactly when he means to and cleans up the rest. Imagine if they had actually managed to pick him off earlier in the gank down bottom. It would have been a completely different result.
Repo is in a very, very tanky situation. It's almost impossible to kill right now. He's got the damage, he's got the sustains, and now the Lord will fall. RSG MY looking to close out game 1 against King Empire. A very, very clinical game from RSG MY.
The lead now is becoming quite insurmountable. Nearly 10,000 gold difference between RSG and King Empire Esports. They'll be able to get the Lord without too much problem. They're going to want to look to do as much damage as possible now. We can see both marksmen have already completed their builds, but there is a very wide margin between the itemization of the other members, especially the laners. Look at how much advantage Izanami and Rippo have.
Wow, Rippo is actually full damage, and despite being full damage, he's able to sustain it because of the jab punch. He's coming in because of the damage. So very surprised with this build, and for him to get away with it, and I like it because think about this: King Empire doesn't have burst damage.
Yeah, not
besides
at
the
all.
Grok.
That could be a concern. The Lord's coming in. Can RSG end this?
Well, seems like they will start the fight as well to terrify the Angela. Going onto a Sasa is going to try to chip them away. Repo is going to be first to throw a fall down as well. Smooth holding down the back lines. They're holding down against the Lord, but they're losing members, and Sasa still hanging on. He eventually falls. Crystals exposed. And that is RSG MY just taking them all out.
That is a very refreshing way to end the game right there. RSG MY willing to take the risk. So many teams this season, when they're in that position, just think, we're gonna take it slow, we're gonna stand back, do damage slowly. But RSG is saying, nope, we're gonna muscle it straight in, we're gonna risk the possibility that this could get turned around on us, and trust in one another that we will close out this game before Sasa's given a chance to finish scaling.
Oh boy, this is a good game coming in from them as well. And the win conditions was very, very difficult for King Empire. And not gonna lie, I may like the Angela combo, but of course, Angela as a mage, it requires a lot of go time. It doesn't have that finesse a Vexana brings to the table, a Nana or even an Aurora that brings to the table in terms of burst damage. It's all about sustains, and in this case, because of that, they were able to utilize it and counterplay with that. But even then, props to Sasa, because he almost made it work multiple times against RSG MY.
He's a Kage for a reason. He was holding out until the very end, believing that the Heart Guard would be enough for him to dish out his damage, but it didn't quite work out. I think there's still a lot of us to talk about for how this game went the way it did. But our MVP of the game is gonna go over to Izanami in the mid lane.
Well, Izanami, he definitely stands out as well. His Vexana has been very, very on point. He's dishing out some serious amount of damage against King Empire. It's undeniably the MVP for sure. 4-0 and 12. His Lord Job Storms here has been phenomenal. The counterplays is great. But to be honest, I felt like it would have been 50-50 between Izanami as well as Repo.
I would agree with you. Rippo made some really incredible plays there towards the end, being able to survive the gank with some clean, heavy left punches, coming in from the side to get that finish and clean up the fight, even when the rest of his team was starting to fall. Besides that, I think Venoko also deserves a little bit of a shout out. His Baxia gameplay was very on point, very active, very aggressive, and that's what allowed RSG to get the lead that they ran with throughout the entire game. But with 0 deaths and a 94% kill participation, you don't see it, but this Vexana is really setting up a lot of these kills.
Agreed. But now, speaking of the plays coming in as well, I want to see the itemizations that's coming out as well. Like, again, I really want to talk about this. Like, Radiant Armors up on RSG MY is something that I don't really like because of the fact of the changes. This kind of allowed Sasa to do what he's intended to do, and I was very surprised. Sasa he technically should have just wiped them all out. So maybe you're right. Radiant Armor is still a very, very strong force against DPS mages.
Well, yeah, that's literally what the item is meant for. Of course, it doesn't is not quite as effective. It's not quite as strong as it was last time. I feel like some adjustments can still be made to put it in a more balanced state, but the fact that they got Radiant Armor, then they topped it off with Athena Shield as well, just makes up for any nerfs that the Radiant Armor may have received previously, and made it impossible for Sasa to actually break through the Venogo Storm front line.
Yeah, agreed. And at the same time as well, what really surprises me is Storm. He knows for a fact that physical damage doesn't have a lot of burst. He actually went for Athena Shield and Radiant Armor, and that's the reason why he can jump in every single time and not get one-shotted. Because aside from Grok's physical damage, what other physical damage can actually kill him? I don't think Ruby can kill him. I don't think Frederick can kill him right from the get-go. It's crazy. Very, very smart itemization coming from him.
I think it's very smart the way that RSG MY approached this game. Starting from the draft already, it almost felt like they baited the Angela pick, because right after that they would try and steal every single hero that combos well with it. They banned the CC, they picked the Baxia, they picked the Guinevere, they picked the Paquito, they banned out any other fighters that would prove to be a problem, and then they make sure to focus onto the EXP lane right from the get-go to disable Smooth, thereby enabling them to build full magic defense, because there's no longer any physical damage they have to worry about.
Agreed. I was expecting this might be a Smooth Paquito, but nope, Repo picks it up to the draft, and this was very smart as well. Repo played it really, really well. I want to see how much the damage taken is going to be done as well, because main damage here on paper, very obvious. Only Sasa was dishing out the damage as well. But for the damage taken here, the most amount of damage is going to be Susujin and X-Win. But Venogo as well, topping the charge. This Baxia is extremely difficult to kill.
Again, with the Radiant Armor first pick into the Guardian Helm, he's able to sustain in these fights for so long. Since Sasa and Dedo are going to be the main ones that are actually doing any damage, it basically negates so much of King Empire's actual DPS output. And then when you pair that up with good catch from Storm and Izanami and an active presence across the map, it becomes very difficult for King Empire to do anything. This is the latest game in a trend where Susujin just doesn't actually get to play the game.
Well. Speaking of playing the game here, turret damage-wise, it's gonna be up to Sasa. I feel bad for Sasa because everyone else can't really shelf lanes because they're all, again, a sustained composition to actually outlast your opponents. And Sasa was the only one that can do that. And every single time this has happened, Dato is busy mirroring Repo on the other side of the map initially. Repo was able to get so much value because of the fact that Angela is not the greatest wave clear quote-unquote support mage ever compared to any other heroes. Even Vexana is so much better. Even the Paquito would just be able to out-wave clear an Angela.
Yeah, normally the fact that Angela's wave clear is not that good is kind of remedied by pairing her up with a hero like the Grok so that you can help clear lane very quickly. But because of how much pressure Storm was having across the map, it made it difficult for even X-Win to actually extend out, to get vision, to try and provide information to his team. So RSG MY just had this game on lock. In terms of total healing, it's pretty even overall, but that's when you consider that King Empire have a dedicated healing hero.
Huh, interesting. I was expecting more heals coming from Dato, but at the same time, the rest of his teams didn't exactly gotten the heals from Dato most of the time, because every single time he dropped this out, it's either on Sasa or Susujin. But Sasa is definitely the safer choice here because he is going to be the hardcore carry. But in this case here, let's talk about the winners for this round. The rich guy is going to be Lolios, Gary, Izanami, Sandbag, Venogo, and the wingman is gotta be Izanami.
It does definitely seem like there's a trend where the mid laner is going to become both the carry and the best wingman in most games nowadays. And that's just because of how much magic damage has become prevalent here with the recent nerfs to things like the Radiant Armor, like you mentioned, and a lot more team fights happening around that early to mid phase where it's the easiest for the mage to rotate over and assist the jungle with neutral objectives. Izanami, he's always been a very clean player. He's someone that will take a step back and help his team when necessary, but if he's needed to dish out the damage, he will do it, no questions asked.
But that's the thing about the current meta, right? Athena Shields is just so strong, which kind of dump sizes all the burst mage heroes in particular, and that's why everybody's going for a little bit more DPS now. So we don't really see a lot of high kill volumes of mages now, but for Izanami, he's been doing the right things at the right time, because every single time he drops his skills, if he hits on multiple stacks and one of the heroes die, means that he is going to chain reaction with those passive, and it's just doing so much damage. So it makes a lot of sense why Vexana is just so good in the current patch in terms of overall DPS.
I personally, like, here, Ripple made the big difference. Look at the amount of shield he got from that heavy left punch, being able to keep his wits about him. And I do feel like the Fredrin pick was kind of a disservice this game, because Sutsujin, again, can't really do anything. You pick it into the Baxia. Yes, it works well with the Angela, but I don't know. I feel like it wasn't the wisest choice. And in this fight, when it seemed like King Empire had a chance, Ripple comes in to rip it away from them.
Yeah, it feels really bad as well. At the last moment, the taunt coming in, stopping Sasa from auto-attacking, finishing the kill was pretty much a nail to the coffin. I'm not sure if Sasa went for the killing spree, but I don't think he did. But if he got on the kill, maybe he could have survived a little bit longer.
Maybe, but
I know, you guys on the desk didn't like killing spree, but personally, I like it.
I'm okay with killing spree, but you need to be in a situation where you can really take advantage of it. Like if you're on a hero like Mortis and you know against like the enemy lineup you're going to be able to chain kills, then yes. In this case, you're playing the Natan, you're playing with the Angela. I think there's a certain expectation that the enemy is going to be building a lot of magic defense. So you got to be prepared to deal with that.
Agreed. And speaking of magic damage here, we've got the MVP Vexana as well. Guess what? For you guys watching at home, guess what? There is a brand new rarity for Vexana's new skin. It's called the first ever Zenith skin. You've never heard of it like this.
Sounds very cool.
There's collector skin, there's legendary skin, there's epic skin. This is a Zenith skin, Vexana's Twisted Fairytale, which is currently now available for you guys to get at home.
Yep, it's been available since the 25th of March, and it'll be available until the 30th of April. And all you gotta do is participate in the Twisted Fairy Tale draw event. You can enjoy 30% off on your first 10 times draw, and 50% off on your first daily 1 draw. And you even stand a chance to win other things like Vexana's battle emote, like elimination effects. You guys know the drill by now. It's a very pretty skin, so make sure you guys check that out.
Funny thing is, I didn't know about this, but now I know it. I am actually gonna go home and buy it later. Yeah.
You sure you will you be able to roll it?
Good question. That is gonna be another question mark. I've tried it before in the past. I did not expect it to be very difficult. But again, it's very nice. I like it. Collector skins or not, this is a first ever skin. I haven't checked it out yet, but damn, this is gonna be cool. Zenith.
Surprisingly,
like, I never
checked
knew
it
there was
out.
something
Like it's
else
been in the
higher than
game
that.
for a little while.
That's the thing. I play a lot of Vexana, but I don't really buy skins because I already have skins.
But this is different. This
one is
Zenith.
It's Zenith, bro.
I think we already got a chance to see it earlier as well, if I'm not wrong. Like, Izanami was using it. It's very pretty. Like, I'm honestly surprised at the quality of the model. Either way, we've talked about skins enough, I think. Let's talk about the game. RSG MY, 1 game away from victory. Do you think they'll be able to clean sweep this?
No. I think it's going to be 1. Unfortunately, say, like, as much as I want to say that this might be a clean 2-0, it's more like something happened with King Empire's draft. Like, they forced Angela, like you said as well, they were baited out of this situation, and Dato hasn't been able to do what he's required to do as a mage support. Like, I would like an Angela as a support role rather than a mid-lane mage. And if you go for that route, means that your jungler as well as XP needs to be tanky heroes in order to kind of outscale the damage, because of the fact that they need some sort of burst. And because they forced in the Natan to compensate for magical damage, it went in a little bit 50-50 there for me.
Yeah, I think RSG just basically cut them off at every single turn. Like, you see the Angela being picked up. They obviously want to contest things like the Baxia or the Barats. So they instantly lock in the Baxia, right? Then you think like, oh, they probably will want to play carry against this tanky lineup, and then they steal the carry away. And then like you think, oh, they banned a lot of EXP laners. I think Smooth probably wants to play Paquito to pair with the Angela. They steal Paquito.
Oh my
They're just making out like bandits.
That was very smart. Like, I really liked it as well, because that is pretty much based on Smooth's historical records on what kind of XP heroes he's played, right? But what really surprised me is that, if I do recall, Export was actually in the pool.
No, he was banned.
Oh, he was banned. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
So RSG, like, actually, I think it was King Empire themselves who banned the X-Borg as well.
Well,
so maybe a little bit of self-sabotage with the X-Borg and Yuzong ban. You know?
probably as well. But at the same time as well, again, RSG MY, they're respecting his vendetta. He did flex it out really big as well in yesterday's game to clutch the win for King Empire. So in this case, going with the vendetta is safe. They take out the Nolan as well. Pretty standards coming in as well. But do they want to let go the Angela again?
RSG,
are they willing to risk it?
RSG 100% wants to let go of the Angela because King Empire will be hesitant to pick it this time.
Because it didn't work out, right?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Izanami is a way better Angela player.
Okay, fair enough. I see where you're getting at. But oh, wow, they actually banned it off.
Yeah, King Empire does not want to be in that situation.
No, personally, like I said, I would prefer an Angela in the roam position. So, but the question here is, does X-Win play anything else but the Grok? Because we've seen what he's capable of in the Grok. Will RSG MY be willing to take a risk right now to say, like, I'm going to forgo one meta ban and just ban the Grok just to see that X-Win does play something else?
I don't think they should. They already dealt with the Grok very effectively. They just like, if X-Wing really wants to play it again, they just draft the Gwyn roll again and just counter it. Stay to the same bans. RSG is in a very comfortable spot here. King Empire will play it safe. Deto's Novaria has been pretty effective in the past, so they're gonna start with it.
Unfortunately, it's been picked 5 times with a 20% win rate. It's very popular among the pro scenes, but in ranked games, Novaria does not have a good win rate as well. It's very difficult to play compared to back in the days where, you know, the one-shot capabilities is so much more higher. Now it's been nerfed down a little bit too much, where it's hard to say whether or not should you play as a burst, the second skill a little bit more, or should you prioritize on your first skill a little bit more, like how you switch it up with playing Lilia first skill or maybe even a Yi first skill.
RSG is still going to be sticking with the same opener. I like it. I do think it's a good idea. When you see a Novaria on the opposite side, it means that the enemy won't have a lot of mid lane presence until like towards the mid to late game. So going for a strong early combo with the Baxia Vex makes a lot of sense. But I like the adjustments from King Empire. They realized that Fredrin not gonna have a good time here. Go for the Barats and now lock in the EXP lane before Smooth's hero gets banned.
Yeah, at least the Barats can actually do something with the Baxia later on. But personally, I feel like this is a flex split coming from King Empire. Knowing for the fact that Smooth might not play the export on the jungle just because of the fact that Susujin has played the export on jungle multiple times now. So I guess this is going to be the XP Barats and then export plays a jungle. But my question, again, like I said, X-Win, besides the Grok, what else can you play? Because again, based on historical data, the last time he's played it was a year, and the most recent game was like September, and he didn't exactly showed the game that much. So I want to see whether or not if RSG has done their homework against X-Win.
We will see indeed. They pick up the Claude, which so far still 0% win rate. So RSG looking to challenge that statistic. They'll start banning out things like the Bruno. I'm pretty sure if they want to focus that, they should get rid of the Harif as well. These are the most obvious gold laners that will counter Claude. Otherwise, maybe the Natan could be worth considering as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think the Natan is pretty much a no-brainer, again, for King Empire, right? At this time, they don't really need to worry about it. But at the same time, they can't just go for... I don't like the Brody, but...
You either ban the Natan or the Harif here. RSG during MPL-MY Season 12 has won 3 out of the 6 Dream Team Awards. And out of these 3 players, only Rippo remains in the current season of RSG MY.
Okay. That's a little bit interesting. You know, I'm surprised that Izanami hasn't won one yet, but feels bad for Izanami, man. But all in all, I want to see this next draft. And as of yet, do they really want to take it off? Because as of now, King Empire, they, like you said as well, they pretty much secured the XP laner. They know what they're going to do. They're going to get the export as well as Barat. So RSG is going to pretty much ignore that. But they do take away the carry. So this time, RSG MY is going to be thinking like King Empire. We're going to go for tanky compositions. What you going to do? You've got 1 true damage known as export. What else? Leslie? Maybe? No?
As I've been practicing a little bit of Claude myself, and I know that Leslie is a big pain to deal with in the lane. But the hero's not in that good of a position in the meta, so I doubt it. I still think that King Empire will prefer like a Harif or Natan in this case to counter Claude.
Okay.
But it will also depend on how much of an early game presence RSG actually will have here.
I think the Barats has very, very strong early presence. If you play the jungle Barats, you can actually pull off the Harif. But again, King Empire, they have to snowball very hard with this. But of course, Lapu Lapu will be picked here, so this is going to be a signature for Repo. Nothing out of ordinary for him. Final pick from the side of RSG MY. That's something that I'm curious here. What is it? Is it going to be a... Okay, it's missing a roamer, I presume. Yeah, it is going to be missing a roamer. So what's a good roamer that can deal with everyone from King Empire?
See, Guinevere is still an option.
Oh yeah, so Guinevere.
Less effective now against like Xborg and Barat. Still good.
Pick the Diggy. Pick the Diggy right now, King Empire. Just so you can shut down Storm's Guinevere.
I mean, depending on whether Grok is picked up here, Storm can play a pretty good Grok too, so...
Questions. King Empire, are you gonna go for it? But seems like he is gonna bring the Natan for Sasa. Is it a Grok again? No, is it?
It is, okay. If that's the case, I think Guinevere is still a pretty safe choice for RSG. I'm trying to think of what else they might want to bring to the table here, but that seems the most obvious to me right now.
Oh boy, RSG MY. Okay, Storm, what you got? Guinevere, Diggy, Guinevere. I think Guinevere isn't too bad. Like, he played it really, really well, considering that this time it's very similar to the previous game, right? Like, they don't really have a lot of physical damage except for the export. But does he want to risk challenging against an export? I don't think so, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he would do it. So he can switch it up a little bit here. Let's not play the Gwen. I want to play a Kaja. No, not Kaja. He needs something tankier. No, Kaja's out of the equation.
Yeah, I think Guinevere makes the most sense. I
like
feel
Diggy.
like I'm forgetting something. I mean, Ruby is still...
Oh!
Huh? The Raf Baxia combo. If you want Baxia to move even faster in the early game, bring out the Raf.
I like Matilda Rafa, but I like Matilda Baxia, but Rafa, okay.
Yeah, it's something that teams have used in the past. It's actually not a bad composition at all, because that holy healing being able to deny slows means it counters the Xborg as well.
What? Rafa Baxia. Okay, if Mali could see this, he would be very, very happy. But nevertheless, here, RSG MY trying something new. I've not seen this played by Storm, and I'm genuinely curious, is this going to be a workable strategy? Are we going to see the 2-1, or is RSG going to take it to 2? Oh, this is something that I'm excited for. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2. This is RSG MY versus King Empire.
And the old kings of RSG, one game away from securing a victory yet again in Season 13. Will the brand new Empire, flourishing, be able to take them down? This is going to be an interesting game overall, because both sides do have some early game presence right now, but by picking the Raf, RSG have basically put themselves in a situation where they really have to dictate the pace of the first couple minutes.
I don't know. Like, again, this is the thing about Baxia, right? Wave clear, amazing. Barats takes a little bit more time to wave clear here. But I like that reset, because just now we did see a little bit of a glimpse, right? Venago was ahead in terms of first wave clear. Sutsujin is taking a little bit more time, but with this reset, it allows Sutsujin to mirror Venago right now. And another is, oh my god! X-Win, you're doing him dirty right now.
This is very bad. This is going to allow Sutsujin to get such a notable level.
Do it again.
And Storm can't really do much to stop him either.
Okay, X-Win. He's calling in the entire team here coming from RSG MY. X-Win, I dare you to do it again. Reset it. No, okay, he's thinking... No, he's taking a little bit too much damage. Sutsujin, he's down towards level 3. He's almost 4 as well. He can't really choose to fight this as well. He needs the creep. Sutsujin, almost getting his 4. He got the 4 now. Does he choose the fight? Go for the bite. Yes, he does. He gobbles him out. Spits him out. He's going to get focused down, but he doesn't die yet. He's going to try and turn the twice against X-Win. He finally gets mowed down. That's going to be first blood for Smooth. Well played for King Empire.
Beautifully done. Now that X-Win doesn't have to worry about the presence of the Guinevere, and he knows that there's no way Sutsujin will be bullied by a Wrath, he can choose to play as aggressively as he wants. double reset into the setup kill. And now King Empire have a notable EXP lead.
Oh boy, X-Win, you gotta do him dirty like that. I can't believe you actually did that. And Suzujin is just so smart. Oh wait, I'm a level ahead. Let's punish him. Bye-bye.
Suzujin finally gets to play the game.
But of course now X-Win, he's being extremely annoying. And again, Storm cannot really do too much about this. And this is going to be frustrating, right? Like the idea of helping this Baxia has completely turned the tide in favor of King Empire. Just walking up. Hey, it's a cute little Rafa. What you gonna do? Pickle me and sprinkle me with some magical dust. All right.
You definitely seem to have a bias against Raphael.
Obviously, I do. Yeah, pretty obvious I do. But at the same time here, we do see a little bit more aggression. Vinogo struggling to clear his orange buff right now. X-Win continuing to apply pressure here. He doesn't really have the space. And guess what? X-Win level 4 already as well. Here comes the Astro Echo coming in. Wall charge getting completely cancelled out. It's Tsunami! Saves the day. Stops them in the track before they counter engage. Completely shutting down X-Win. The savior is Tsunami once again.
They were able to get the kill on X-Win, however, Suzujin still managed to steal the orange buff. He's 2 levels up on Venogo. They're gonna jump on Xborg.
Oh no, Xborg, he's got the flicker out. Smooth, he's gonna be A-okay now. Dato dropping his first kill. They have the disengage, you know, very clean one. But of course, RSG MY now, they're not out of the equation now. With that play from Izanami, giving them a small room and opportunity here to kind of get the space and farm. But I agree what you said as well. Venogo right now, 2 levels behind Suzujin. Oh my god. Let him play the game, man.
That's not a situation you want to be in. As a Baxia, you really do want to be at least even, and the ideal is that you are ahead. It's a fairly snowball-style tank jungler where you want to abuse your mobility and overall impact on the game to really pressure the first couple of minutes, especially if you're pairing it up with the Rafaela as well. King Empire has just nipped this in the bud entirely, and while RSG is struggling to catch up in terms of EXP and gold, the game will proceed in King Empire's favor.
Oh boy, let's see. Turtle in his favor. X-Win, does he go for the reset once again? But I don't think King Empire wants to reset this. Like, they want to take this as quickly as they can before RSG MY allows Loleo to scale. Because eventually, the Blazing Duet is going to be the key winning factor for RSG MY. And again, X-Win actually going to be solo resetting here. The rest of his team is nowhere to be found. They're trying to prep him up here. But Smooth, he does have the insanity. Sidesteps through the cliffs. And I'm out of there. Bye-bye, Ribbo.
RSG, they're gonna keep Storm here to scout, but they most likely will have to give this turtle up as well. Probably the smarter choice.
Okay. Storm, oh no. Suzujin, okay, he doesn't go for it. You know, for a second I thought he's gonna try to make an attempt. It's not worth it, says King Empire. They've got a turtle, let's play it safe.
Yep, Suzujin didn't have the Tona's welcome there, and they already forced the Purify out from Storm, so it's a pretty worthy trade since they get the turtle on top of it. Sasa gonna be able to get a free tower down bottom with the pressure from his team. And until now, Venogo will still find himself 2 levels behind Suzujin.
Yeah, Venogo is just not having a good time right now. And because of this, RSG MY doesn't want to take any necessary plays right now. And because of this, King Empire is just manning up and fighting everyone. Loleo's now getting wall charge in. Loleo's, oh, he's gotta get out. Now the Echo comes in. Suzujin tries to tank his way through. He's got the Daytona's welcome. He gobbles him up. And Venogo, half HP, might fall, might survive. No, he will die. That's Dato down. And Smooth finds Izanami in the backlines. No more counterplays. They're sick of it. Blazing Duet comes in from Loleo's. They do get the kill. Sasa getting scouted out by Repo. As Repo, he's going to try and get more. Unfortunately, the tier 1 will stand. And that will be all for RSG.
Good job by King Empire to be able to disengage from that. But we can see that because of all this pressure they've been applying to the jungle, Loleo and Repo have both still been farming fairly safely until now. So they do have to be worried about that, especially. Venogo, unfortunately, now going to be experiencing a lot of what Suzujin felt.
Oh no! Oh no! Loleo's wall charge as well. He's tried to stop him as well. The Echo does connect Suzujin. Is he going to commit? No, he doesn't. They don't have the mobility anymore.
RSG MY have to keep Lolil alive right now. He is basically their path back into this game once the late game scaling kicks in. They need to recognize at this point. Oh, Vinogo, this is risky.
Oh no, Sasa taking half HP. Storm, does he have the baptism? He does. He connects on Sasa. He goes for the purify. He's gonna get out. Side steps coming in, and Vinogo will be able to back out as well. Susujin looking to go in for the bite as well. Vinogo dropping down towards half, but again, King Empire doesn't want to commit to this. Win Sasa very low, no follow-up whatsoever, and Dato is very occupied down towards mid lane, and he's not going to be there to snipe anyone from side RSG MY.
Now, I do have to respect though that despite the gold and EXP disparity, RSG MY is still willing to make these aggressive plays. They're still trying to force out resources from King Empire Esports, and the fact that they are not being punished, they're not losing any bodies in these aggressive plays is actually very beneficial to them, because it's forcing King Empire to make very responsive rotations and not take advantage of the lead and map control they have.
Again, the kiting begins. Vinogo only level 8. He's 3 levels behind Susujin, and this is not worth it. And now here comes the gobble up. They actually get stolen. Wait, what? He purified out in the last second. And Susujin now in a little bit of trouble as well. They do have to collapse. He gets the turtle, but the rest of the team will go for the skirmish. Vinogo tanking with the toys for Sons. They can't seem to take him off. They pop the insanity. Does he kill him? Yes, he does. And that's going to be smooth. They takes him out. Repo, Vinogo down. King Empire will continue to go more further distance as Lolil is in an awkward position, but he hurts. He's doing a lot of damage. Can he kill Win? Can he get out? Yes, he does. And the snipes, oh, he connects. Yep. But Lolil, is he going to greet this out?
He is still okay here.
Okay. He's fine. He's out.
I was respecting RSG's aggressive play, but Lolil.
Oh, no. Okay, he's fine. All right.
Okay.
Very greedy of Lolio's, but I like it now. Repo, they're gonna force the play. Lolio's re-engages with the Blazing Duet. It's gonna fall. X-Win bursts him down, but they will lose too, but they will trade X-Win as well. But Susujin, he survives. What?
Oh my
he
goodness,
survives in 1 HP? What?
All of these sacrifices would be worth it if they could take out Susujin, but they're still not able to finish him off. The lead on this Barat is too much for RSG to overcome. And even though they were putting themselves in a pretty good spot up until now, the choice to take these repeated battles when they know they're at an advantage is really costing them.
Hey, the power of turtle buffs, man. Like the shields just give you that extra oof to survive that. That's...
Yeah.
I don't know if it's luck or skill, but damn, that's gotta be so close coming from King Empire. They really did count their lucky stars, and now Suzuki continues with the pressure now. Astro Echo being popped up. Storm taking a little bit too much damage. Win might actually kill him up. Oh no. Goodbye, Storm. You're deleted from the game. You can't play this anymore. Goodbye, Rafa.
King
Goodbye.
Empire Esports showing RSG how it's done, denying them from their entire game plan, from their entire win condition. A 6k net worth lead even before the 10-minute mark. Lolil, his farm has definitely been slowed now that he's been taken out once. Sasa has the level lead on him again. RSG MY needs desperately to delay this game until all of them are able to hit level 15 because they can no longer match up.
Alright. Speaking of the Lord here, he's not being dragged out with no goal. He's going to be scouting in a wait as well. So Sujin getting chained down all the way through half HP. They're going to collapse on him. Can he survive? They told us welcome, not going to be popped. He gets bursted down, and now King Empire forced to go for a scramble. It's up to Smooth to go for the insanity, but no, he gets chased down by the Lord. He needs to get out. He gets picked up. Oh no, it's a disaster. RSG MY finds the opportunity. Now they will take the Lord, and they will come in for the kill. And Dato!
Oh my
he
goodness.
tried to snipe me, no go. No, he survives.
Literally doing what Sutsujin did earlier and surviving by the skin of his teeth. Literally the moment I say RSG needs to wait until they're level 15 to do anything, they make a massive reversal around the Lord pit, targeting Sutsujin when the rest of King Empire, especially X-Win, is not in position to protect him. That's gonna even up the odds quite a bit here.
That is by far the most unfortunate thing that can happen to Smooth, but they deserved being punished for that. Like, Susuji was in a very awkward position, and RSG MY was able to understand and identify that, wait a minute, why is this jungler so in front? And I don't think his teammates can back him up. Instantly, they just melt him down. Nicely done coming from RSG MY.
Sutsujin just got Guardian Helmet. Now I'm very curious what his item build has been up until now. because that may be...
Okay, Storm, he's gonna go for the Purify. They can't chain stun him and burst him down anymore. So now it's gonna be re-engaged as well. The heals are coming in. But where is Lolios? He hasn't showed yet. And King Empire says that, hey, there's a minion up top, guys. Let's not fight. We need to equalize right now. We need to stabilize.
Looking at the itemization, Sunsujin went for Radiant into Blade Armor here. Okay. It's kind of interesting that he would go for Radiant because that's meant to counter the Rafaela. You normally want to go Athena if you're trying to counter Izanami instead. And I don't think Storm would do all that much damage overall. So,
I agree.
Not too sure if that's the right itemization overall. And the Blade Armor onto Lolil as well. I feel like that's an item you get later on in the game. So, I'm not too sure if I agree with the build he's gone here. If he had something like, for example, the Antique Cuirass and the Athena Shield, I'm pretty sure he would not have died in that previous game.
Agreed. But meanwhile, at the same time here, you know, we are slowly entering towards the late stage game, right? Like, early game, I don't really like Rafa. Sorry to say, Rafa, without items, you're absolutely terrible. But now, with the flask, as well as the book here, and this is something that I feel like Storm will be able to sustain the rest of the team for RSG MY. So, if he gets a few more items here, I don't think RSG MY is going to be able to be killed at all by King Empire because of what Storm is going to be bringing to the table. And again, like I said, late game is what they want to be in right now.
Well, last season, we do remember RSG said late game is RSG's game.
Oh no, here we go.
So they're looking for that right now, and you're right here. I'm not too sure if King Empire built anti-heal. I forgot to check for that earlier, but if they don't, then Storm will top up the team quite heavily. And the slow immunity from the Holy Healing will do wonders to get them out of Last Insanity or to stop Smooth from healing for King Empire.
Oh, it's going to be tough. It is indeed going to be tough as well. Susujin slowly losing his powers by the late game as well. Likewise can be said for Vinogo. Late game, these two heroes is not exactly the tankiest. However, that being said as well, you know, look at the bright side. No carry. So that's not the end of the world yet. No carry against this character. So that's going to be something that is like, okay, it's not that too much damage. We can still do something about this. But at the same time, Lolios getting topped up by the heals coming from Storm. They are going to try and kite the Lord as well. Win. Tries to go for the reset, and he gets the reset done. So Storm in a little bit of trouble. Counterplay comes in. Here comes the Blazing Duet, tickling them as well. Can they get out? Izanami goes in for the catch. The wall charge comes in, tries to stop them as well. But Win, he flickers backwards. He's not dead. Win survived in the last take because of this. RSG MY, they might lose a little bit more. Smooth, he flickers forward for the Insanity. He gets one before going down. It's going to be a 2-for-2. And Lolios survives. And now it is going to be a 50-50 trade, but now RSG MY, they have to give up control, and King Empire, they can rush this if they want, but they don't want to, do they? Yes, they do.
They should definitely rush this, though they have to be careful now that Benogo is back. We'll see whether or not they can force the 50-50 because they don't have Smooth and X-Win to be able to deal with it.
Oh no, Lolios! He finds the backlines! The Lord Star canceling off, but he still will fall! A great valiant attempt, and now Susujin dropping down low. Does he win the retreat? Yes, he does, but no go. He's out of there. He's gotta get out. There's no way you win a level 15 retribution, my friend.
This is a bad habit once again. Lolil has a tendency to get a little bit too aggressive in these situations. You'd think that you'd be protected if you have Wind of Nature, but Detto doing a great job of keeping the Claude on his toes. And now with the Lord pushing in for King Empire Esports, RSG MY will need to mount a defense.
Hey, AI winning prediction, 38% in King Empire. Guess what? Well, looks like it's the other way around now, bro, AI. But nevertheless, Susujin, Retri, catching on Repo. They are slowly chipping away at the inhibitors, while RSG will be able to defend against this once again. But Smooth, again, the core member of the former XSMG, now King Empire, proving to make a statement. Inhibitor goes slow, but no! Wait, what? Huh? Izanami? How? How did you find Sasa across the wall?
They got the Terrify into the Holy Baptism, and then they just burst him 100-0. Sasa! He didn't even have Purify, too! He just got caught out!
Wow, his Purify was on cooldown, but at the same time, what a catch from Izanami, the MVP from Game 1.
Izanami continuing to be the backbone, the pillar for RSG MY, instantly reversing a dire situation. And now RSG, they want to look for structures again.
The Prince of Mage showing him why his royalty. But now the pull setup comes in as well as Move. Tries to go for the Insanity, but Blazing Duet doing so much damage. But they've lost Sasa, they've lost members, and now they are completely being overrun here. Smooth gets a couple of trade, but at the same time, they have to back out. So great defense coming from King Empire despite losing the initial engagement.
Ooh, things are starting to get pretty tense right here. RSG MY doing a great job of responding. They are still the favorites to win this as long as Lolil makes sure he doesn't get caught. The same can be said for Sasa. Now that both marksmen have their Purify back up again, it's gonna be a race to see who can force utility out of their opponent.
Well, this is going to be a very, very long drawn-out game. It seems like late game is RSG's game, but as of now, Izanami is just what's keeping RSG MY's game alive right now. And Lolios, he's got to pull one very, very big play because as of yet, we start to see Deto's first kill start to hurt. Barely like a second of touch right there. Lolios' health dropped about 20 to 30%. That's scary.
It is very scary. Like, when we reach this point of the game, it doesn't matter how much of a lead you have. We've already seen it in many games in the past. One mistake will cost you this victory because of how long death timers become the later the game goes. The Lord is up in 5 seconds. RSG MY already in position to take it, and King Empire positioning defensively to make sure Sasa is not caught out again.
Well, speaking of the fight right here, King Empire now has to play this a little bit slow now. They may have had the early lead up of Wenogo, but now they have equalized. So that means no more advantage finally, as RSG MY has got the full roster in, fully locked out. It's all about out-sustaining. And in this case, it all comes down to the Lord Dance.
Sunsujin and X-Win now have to be careful. They no longer have the safety net to be able to just walk in front without caring about their own preservation here, because they're not tanky enough to survive RSG anymore.
Oof, and Dato almost connecting on Izanami. Sunsujin makes for the Daytona's welcome, doesn't connect, so that's going to be 2 spells wasted so far. And RSG MY, they're like, you know what, I'm going to split push. And interesting enough, King Empire, they're sending Dato to deal with Lolios. And I don't know if it's the right matchup, but because of this, if Dato doesn't make it to the fight in time, RSG MY may be able to rush the Lord right now. And as we can see it, Dato, he showed himself up top. RSG MY going to be manning up right now. Lord, half HP Repo going to be starting the fight as well. And Repo! He goes to back lines, he catches on Sasa! And now Sasa manages to get out of the safety. He gas bursted down. And despite all that, Smooth also fights with no-go. No retreat for you. Lolio says, you know what? We're not going to finish the Lord. We're going to go for the Blazing Duet. We're going to kill Sasa. But it's going to be Izanami. It saves the day and goes for the kill. 1v1 now. Dato Izanami, Prince of Mage. He's got the damage. 1 more HP. But it is going to be enough. King Empire keeps him alive. But at the same time, at what cost? Lolios, he's got to go in for the Lord. Dato, he needs to snipe it. They block the shots. Move in there. He's got the Insanity. But the Lord being resetted right now. And Lolios mans up to challenge against Move. Great defense by King Empire. But once again, RSG MY is looking to try and bait this reaction
I should be able to get this. I feel like Izanami didn't need to ego challenge that. If Izanami was alive, they could have already gotten this Lord.
Oh, what a shot coming in, but he's got on cooldowns as well. Dato, he's got to try Smooth. They got to go in, but Vinogo is back here, so it's going to be the retreat. A little bit too late for King Empire. But the Lord will be secured by RSG MY.
Yeah, they could have definitely secured that earlier if Izanami didn't end up dying. Then, like, Izanami alone would have been enough to zone out Smooth there. But they're still able to get the Lord in the end. This is such a tight game right now. A beautiful 3-man stun from Rippo started off that fight excellently for RSG MY, for Lalil to follow up. And Izanami, this man continuing to be an absolute god for RSG.
What a game, what a game. I don't know what to say. This is by far the craziest thing I've ever seen so far. Like, what a first week. What a first
I know,
week.
right?
I don't know about you. You had 2-1s all the way, but this game is on a different level. Like, what happened in Season 13, man?
I have no idea, but I am liking it so far. Detto as well, he's been doing an excellent job. 4-0 and 10. The Novaria really making a difference here in how aggressively RSG can play. But now they're looking to push this in once again. Keep your eyes on RSG. How are they going to start this?
Now Lord getting chimpled down as well. They need to wait on Blazing to end, but the knockout from Izanami catches the back lines. X-Wing with the immortality. He's got to go out, but the full defense comes in. Repo going to be popped his immortality. Can he kill him off? No, he does not. He gets out. Everyone, they lose immortalities, and now here comes the block shot from Winogo. Do they want to extend this? No, they do not. They all lose their immortalities, and they will go in for the reset.
Great defense by King Empire. Honestly, with that Lord, RSG MY should have been able to secure at least one inhibitor, but they're not able to do so. Rippo, unfortunately, jumping a little bit too far. Losing his immortality meant that they couldn't quite continue the fight. Ooh, even scouting out Izanami. Again, Detto. This Novaria proving to be a huge issue.
Well, he needs to get that one shot, and so far, he hasn't been able to do so. Fortunate for him, Storm is going to be there to top him up. Detto, however, is going to struggle a little bit more, but interesting enough, they go for the switch up. They're giving King Empire the purple buff on Detto, so he's going to be the winning condition for King Empire right now.
I don't blame them. This Novaria has been keeping them in the game with the reaction, with the information from Astral Echo, with the snipes onto Lolil.
Oh no, oh no, he needs to get out. Okay, they force the retribution up of Venogo. That's a big plus, but 34 seconds left. But here comes the Baptist. He cancels Sujin as well. Daytona's welcome comes in. Repo goes in for the chop. They are going to try everything on Win. They need to get out. The wall charge is going to be able to disengage, but RNG says, you know what? That's a little bit too much damage. Let's back off. Let's get out.
4 ultimates used on both sides here in that fight, and no casualties, no immortalities popped either. The fact that Sasa was able to position himself over the wall meant that RSG were not able to catch him, and he was able to deter them back with damage to make sure that Sutsujin wouldn't be hard focused either. Both these teams competing at an equal level, and I gotta say, I did not see this coming.
Well, the best of the best are here to party. In this case, the fight for the Prime Ruler is real. Game 2. Now, Smooth, gonna be the ones that opens up the map. He's got the immortality. He's doing a fantastic job. But as of yet, they have to be patient here. Lolios gets counted out. Win. Does he go for it though? Nope. He's gonna back out, but oof. So much damage. And X-Win. Is he able to sustain though? Because as of yet, he doesn't have much to top out with beside his own passive though.
The positioning of Lolil, Sasa, and Izanami is going to be crucial.
Well, speaking of chip damage here, Izanami, terrifying on Smooth. He needs to back up and respect this. Lord gets resetted, but look at this Repo from the sides as well. He's gonna get scouted out by Sutsujin as they back off. Dito missing the catch as well, but Izanami, he tried! He really tried! He almost got Dito as well. So close, yet so far.
Taking Detto out of the fight would be so huge for RSG MY.
This is hard. Like, he tried. He really, really tried. Like, now with no out coming in from Izanami means that this is going to be go time for King Empire as they need to make a force of play. Smooth going to be zoning out Repo as they try to scare him off. And Vinogo keeping taps on the Lord, half HP.
Look at the side lanes. King Empire, they're just delaying because their waves are already pushing up.
Oh no, Lolios, he found it though. He needs to back off. Conceal Place comes in. Storm goes for the ultimate sun. They do catch him, but he needs to flicker out. He gets out, but Sutsujin takes a little bit too much damage. He's gonna burn the first immortality. Now RSG MY gonna collapse onto them as well, but Smooth destroys Repo and is still alive. Insanity comes in. He wants to kill Vinogo. He's down. First immortality. Can he drag him back in? Yes, they can. But the snipe comes in. But the Winter Drunken dodge from Vinogo keeps him alive. What a play from RSG MY.
Unfortunately, the minion waves will eventually come to a heat here. RSG forced to send Lolil and Izanami back to defend top and bottom lane. So King Empire trying their best to blitz down the Lord as fast as possible, but they can't risk it because Vinogo still alive after that Winter Drunken dodge.
Lolios again looking for the kill onto his Dato once again. We are at this situation, but this time, no immortalities up on the rest members for King Empire except for Smooth. He's got to throw bodies for this year. Izanami getting scouted out from Smooth. Does he go for the play? He knows exactly where they are. But King Empire going for the echo. They saw 3 of them now. They're waiting for the right moment. They're baiting them to play as well. And now here comes the Baptist to catch them all, but Smooth from behind. They're burning them all. They don't us welcome. Catches on the Lolios. He gets bursted down. It's got to be Dato that takes him out. And now Sasa looking to pick the rest. And Smooth will find Vinogo. Mega kill for Smooth. And just like that,
That's a mistake. That's such a big mistake.
They lose 2.
Lolio was literally like 10 seconds away from his Purify if he waited just a little bit longer. Sutsujin eyeing the perfect opportunity for the Daytona's welcome. King Empire Esports finally are the ones to come out on top in this Lord Dance.
What a game. What a catch from Sutsujin. It's all about the minor details. Everything matters. And RSG MY now backs against the wall. Even X-Win proxying the Vayne. Beautiful sync up as well. 3 lanes simultaneously pushed up and the Echo to slow them down. Now Smooth going for the Insanity. He forced the Vayne to trunk it in. 3-man stun coming in as well. This might be over. We might see a game 3. Storm last to defense. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game number 3.
King Empire Esports wins the endurance battle against RSG MY. And we are going into yet another full series. When it gets to this late in the game, a single mistake will cost you everything. And in this case, not respecting their opponents cost RSG MY the clean sweep.
What an intense game coming from both sides. Every minor details matter. And King Empire has proved themselves to be the better team. Much respect is needed. But do they still have the energy to play game number 3 after that?
I don't know what to expect from a game 3 at this point. Both these teams have really thrown everything at each other. By now, they have such a deep understanding of each other's capabilities, of each other's habits. I think game 3 is gonna be super duper exciting. I gotta give props again, RSG MY being able to make it back into that game despite such a terrible start from Venogo thanks to X-Win's excellent invades. And then that really tense standoff around the Lord. That's one for the history books, folks.
I don't know about you, man. That was feeling really hot, really spicy. Game 1 wasn't exactly the greatest game, but I want to see who the MVP for that game is because that was a very difficult game for him here. But the MVP is going to be none other than Dato himself, the one that makes it happen. Oh my god, Dato.
Yep, this Novaria.
No. It's not just his Novaria. Finally, he gets the recognition he deserves after so many seasons, man.
I think it's pretty clear that this is a pocket pick at this point. 6-0 and 13, 95% kill participation in a pretty long game. You're right. This man gets the recognition he deserves. This is the individual that kept King Empire in this game for so long. RSG got so desperate during those final few moments. Anytime they saw Dato, they're just like, can we get him out? Can we pick this Novaria off? If they didn't have the Astral Echo to worry about, this game could have been over for them ages ago.
Oh boy, this is a fantastic game coming from him as well. But still, a very, very difficult one indeed because Storm with the Rafaela, not gonna lie, I may hate it. Finally, I see how annoying he actually is.
The Holy Baptisms were all very on point. Like the setups from Rippo into the stuns, into the Terrifies were excellent. But King Empire Esports biding their time, adjusting their draft, prioritizing onto the Novaria and the X-Borg in the first phase allowed them to deal with any aggression RSG might throw at them.
Interesting enough, based on the itemization here, I do not see the Ice Queen's one up on Smooth at all. Seems like he's opted to go for the Halberd instead to help deal with the healings for the team alongside with Dato on the Durance. But of course, I can see why this is happening because of the fact that as a Novaria, you can't really be in front most of the time. So you're not going to be able to trigger the passive of the Necklace of Durance as much as you can. So having Smooth kind of compensates that for the team. So I like the switch up on this export for Smooth.
Not only that, Ice Queen's wand would be very ineffective this game because again, the Rafaela provides slow immunity. So the slow from the Ice Queen's wand could be negated instantly by a holy healing from Storm, and therefore it's just better to go for more damage and anti-heal.
Very, very nice switch up here. Very, very nice. But at the same time as well, you know, based on the emblems here, I guess we do see the You know, Quantum Charge being very popular among roamers as well, especially coming from the Grok itself. So this is something that I think very few people play. I think even in the previous season, only Zorn kind of prioritized having Quantum Charge on the roam position.
But the extra movement speed, the little bit of extra healing helps a lot overall, especially when you play like X-Win and you want to be annoying, you want to be constantly present, you want to be able to completely deny Venogo from playing that early game at all. This would have been a completely different game if RSG got the early game phase that they were looking for with the Baxia Raph combo, but it still got to very, very tight quarters.
My goodness, look at the damage taken coming in from King Empire. We've got X-Win as well as Susujin, 302,000, 298,000. How long have they been playing this game, man? Like, they have been soaking up so much damage from RSG. At the same time as well, Venogo, he's also not done his fair share of tanking as well, despite losing so much level in the early game.
Yep, honestly, this has been an excellent performance from both these teams. I do feel like there still needs to be a little bit of cleanup done. RSG MY clearly had an advantage at one point, but then threw it away by being a little bit over-aggressive and not taking into account the cooldowns on their battle spells. King Empire as well, sometimes overextending during these fights and not really respecting the damage that has been scaled up. Either way though, the results speak for themselves. Man, I'm speechless, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this is something that I think RSG MY kind of anticipated, right? They might have experimented with the drop a little bit here. Even for me, I felt like, hey, respect X-Wing's Grok. We gotta, just ban it off, let him try something else. But they decided to experiment with the Rafaela. I wasn't feeling it right from the get-go. But Storm still kind of, has it convinced me that it's a good character? A hero? No, not yet. Like, I still think it could have been a little bit better if Storm played something else.
No, I think the thing is, if Storm didn't go on the Rafaela, then Smooth would have went for the typical Ice Queen Swan build, and we already know how difficult that can be for RSG to want to engage into here. If Venogo was already put far behind by that, then it would have been even more difficult to catch up towards that mid-game. I can understand your sentiments in terms of, like, if it was a tankier roam, then X-Win wouldn't have felt as comfortable to just walk into the jungle and rip Venogo's buff twice.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of conditionals, and in the end, what happened, happened.
That's the thing, right? Like, RSG is playing like a double mage composition. Basically a Rafaela as well as a Vexana, right? So having those two tanky damages is great, but you need I would say a mage that can actually threaten your enemy. Like, I feel like Digi would be great to annoy the heck out of everybody. The time journey would help a little bit more. But again, it could have been what-if situations, right? So I feel like in this situation here, props towards Izanami because he was the reason why RSG MY was able to drag the game that long with a lot of crucial catches onto Azasa.
Yeah, mid laners getting a lot of love this season, which is great to see. But the others all can be taken by King Empire here, with Sutsujin now being sent back and the best wingman. He didn't get to play the game at all in game 1, so this time he committed to making sure that Venogo would experience the same thing.
I think RSG MY would definitely disrespect this. Like, next game, no Grok, for sure. I think it's really respect. They were willing to double down on Moves as Vendetta, would double down on Grok as well. I think they should, technically.
It's not impossible now to see really how active it is. I still think that going to freaking the innovator and try and counter it in terms of that is still a valid option. But perhaps it is about time for us to figure out what else X can actually bring to the field.
Yeah, it is really tough as well. But space highlights left as well, you see them every time after entire game of King Empire was just taking advantage of what X3 brought to the table, right? Like, they punish the level lead here and they don't know how to but ever since that one clutch play coming to Izanami, this was like everything was an all-out round. Everyone was trying to trade equally as much as they can. But you have to give props towards Smooth as well as Dato, because they were the ones that really had to set the tempo for how the fight gets dragged out. While Sutsujin as well as X-Win is going to be the meat shield for the team.
Yep, but I think a lot of respect has to be given to every single player in this game. Yep, mistakes were definitely made. Even the slow, I like that.
No, the slow-mo was that Benogo actually sold his immortality, bought the Winter Trunket at the last moment, and then used it to get his Dato. That was a sick slow-mo. Nicely done, Prod.
Item swap is pretty common in this level of gameplay, but it's always so amazing when we're actually able to see it in action. And in a situation as tight as that as well, we have quite a game on our hands here. I will admit, going into this match, I was a little bit concerned. Both these teams played a little bit less than stellar yesterday, and I was worried we'd get kind of a weird back and forth situation where teams refuse to close out the game again. But this was very intense. I am on the edge of my seat.
What is up with us today? You know, like for some reason, all the games, you know, we opened our show, we promised you good, intense games. And guess what? Icy Staffa combo, guaranteed good games. Every game is stressful. It's intense.
Oh, I am stressed. I am stressed.
Like, I'm genuinely sweating just like wondering, like, wait, how will the players come on the top? Because mentally wise, it could have gone either ways.
I'd have no idea, right? I feel like it's a good time for us to even reach out to the players themselves, ask them what's going on in their heads. I have no idea. I imagine they have some things to talk about, but we will still have someone to interview. So let's throw it over to Rose. Take it away.
Hi guys, it's me again, of course, Rose, your host of the season. Tapi sekarang kita ada dua representative. Satu dari side RSG MY dan juga satu dari side KGE. Alright, let us start with the team yang baru je menang. So, hi, hello, please introduce yourself.
Hello, Rose.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Bella.
You ni actually role apa dalam KGE?
Sorry?
What's your role dalam KGE?
What's your role?
Yeah.
MM.
Huh?
MM. Apa ni? Apa ni? Sorry.
I mean, like, are you like the brand ambassador ke? Unit player ke?
That one, fans.
Oh, you're a fan?
Yeah, fans.
I see, alright. Hello, what about you? Itu pakai RSG pula, full suit. Okay. Hi, what's your name? Introduce yourself, please.
Okay, hi. My name is Bob. Dan saya dalam RSG ni adalah leader Chan dalam komuniti RSG MY.
So kalau you guys datang MBSJ kan, dia punya suara lah paling kuat dekat side RSG setiap kali diorang main. Alright, so Bella, tadi nampaknya kan, it was 1-0, lepas tu 1 sama sekarang. Apa perasaan Bella nampak KGE tadi menang game kedua?
Of course, happy gila. Sumpah happy gila sebab hari ni nervous sebab RSG ni kumpulan yang besar. So tadi memang happy lah.
You rasa siapa akan menang perlawanan ni?
Mestilah KGE.
Korang, you guys agree ke tak KGE yang akan menang?
Setuju tak guys?
Alright, Bella nak tanya
Yeah.
Who's your favourite player?
Sasa.
Wow, cepat Cepat.
Yeah. Sebab
kenapa?
I main MM dekat role MM dekat ML. So I tengok dia sebagai idola I lah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bukan sebab dia handsome?
No.
Oh, bukan.
Yeah,
Okay, Bella, I want you to lead them untuk Chan untuk KGE sebelum game kita start.
Okay.
Go on.
Ready guys? KGE, faham?
Alright, okay. Bob, so sekarang 1 sama. You rasa you confident ke tak RSG MY boleh dapat game ketiga ni?
Come on lah, Prime RSG kot.
Wow.
Prime RSG.
Prime RSG. Who's your favourite dalam RSG?
Dalam RSG season ni, I target Storm.
Storm? Kenapa?
Sebab dia player Roma kan, dia menjaga orang. So, kita ada protective person, so kita pin Storm.
Wah tu, fokus kat Storm. Alright, sebelum kita throw, I want you to ask RSG to cheer sekali.
Okay. Stand by guys Are you ready guys? GG! GG! GG!
Alright, thank you very much to both Bob and Bella. And sekarang dah masa untuk masuk traffic. So casters, silakan.
I think this match has definitely energized the crowd here, and all the fans are super excited to find out what is going to happen now that this series has come down to a best of 1. King Empire Esports on the blue side, RSG MY on the red side. And King Empire sticking to the steps that won them game 2. It's gonna be Deto's Novaria as a first pick once again.
Well, it worked the first time, so that's something that they may consider, right? But I'm really surprised that the adaptations from all 3 games is that King Empire has been on the blue side and RSG has been on the red side. And every single time this happened, the Grok has been led through the entire time. So I'm genuinely curious, is RSG willing to take a gamble on Storm playing the Grok just to deny it away from X-Wing? Because yes, they do. They really make the gamble, finally.
I don't think it's a gamble. Storm is a pretty solid Grok overall, but there's always the worry when you play
okay, the reason why I'm like this is because I've not seen Storm play Grok like how X-Wing did. In the days, yes. That's why I'm being skeptical. So they really respect it. They are going to use it to deny it away from him. So this opens up the option for King Empire. I've been posing this question throughout all 3 games so far. Can X-Wing play something else but the Grok?
I'm sure he can. It's just going to be the question of who.
Tigreal?
And we're going to get that answer now. Tigreal would be interesting, but I don't
Ruby?
think it's the best against Grok.
Cho?
We'll have to see.
Question mark?
Yeah, it's still a question mark. It's up
I like
the
how
air.
the cameraman is just panning on Win and saying, what are you going to play?
Ooh,
okay.
Terizla. That's
Wait.
been a while.
Okay. I think.
You think?
We've seen 2 games so far that Smooth's Heroes has always been shut down, right?
Yes.
I think this Terizla is a bait.
You think they're flexing it as a roam Terizla?
And then, because of this, RSG doesn't ban the XP laners that Smooth wants to play, and he picks it again. I think this is a roam Terizla.
It's not impossible, but I'm gonna hold my breath for now.
Oh.
We see the Faramir come out. This has been a core pick for Izanami for a long time. It's not something he'll often go back to, but the Nether Realm is very effective for a team that likes to fight as much as RSG MY.
This is tough. This is really, really tough. Now, of course, with the Minotaur also banned, this is great. Like, you have to think about AoE controls right now, right?
Yep.
Obviously, not having the clock means that they will have troubles trying to build with the... Oh my god, what's it called? Nether Realm. Oh my god, I was about to say Count Altar, but it's Nether Realm.
It's been called Altar for so long, I understand.
Yeah, I know, right? It's Nether Realm now coming from the Faramir, so Terizla isn't that great in just clearing it off. It's great for locking them down, but they need some sort of DPS to clear it out quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see... Okay, never mind. Harif has been banned. Like, I was expecting maybe they force a Harif mid lane and then put the Terizla XP, and then this is going to be a roam Novaria, but still, they need something to deal with it.
I think that would be a little bit too chaotic, especially considering it's game 3.
Yeah.
It's time to go back to the basics, go back to what works here, because you really don't want to hedge your bets on something you're uncertain about in this sort of situation. RSG, they do ban out the Baxia this time. It's not often you see junglers being left until the very end for both teams. King Empire suspecting some suspicious activities are up here, so they'll make sure that Fanny will never be something to be concerned about.
I think the Fanny is a very, very good ban here. Just because of the fact that, you know, in case they do pull some really, really crucial stunts. And in this case, the biggest concern for RSG was that how do they kill Dato, right? Like, they keep sending Lolios to the backline to do that. But because of that play, they just completely lose out on momentum and force out the Claw to be in awkward positions here. So this time with no Grok and picking the Clot again for RSG MY, he will have a little bit of a better time. But again, my question is what is the jungler going to be played by RSG? If they pick the Barats, it's great. But nope, it is going to be the Barats from King Empire. And like you said, it is going to be XP Terizla.
Yeah, the Barats catching the Claude at the very last fight last game is what allowed King Empire to finally eke out their victory. So it makes a lot of sense in this situation. And unfortunately, Claude's still 0% win rate up until now. But Lolil feels very comfortable with the hero, so RSG is still going to be giving it to him.
Okay.
But now he will have to contend with the Divine Judgment. X-Win on the Kaja.
Okay, I see where this is happening as well. Like the Kaja just for the Claude. I can respect this. You know, his Purify has been very, very annoying as well. Just Divine Judgment, lock him down, burst down the Lodios. and then game's over. But
it works on Grok too.
Yeah, it works on Grok too. But at the same time, RSG MY, I think the jungler here, it needs to be something that can actually scale with the Faramis, right? Like back in the days, the combo here was the glue as well as the Faramis to have like this double pull here. So for the jungler, I don't know if they have something like that, but having a taunt and tanky meat shield with Fredrin isn't too bad. It's a safe pick.
It just feels kind of boring if you ask me. Like
Yeah,
I was
standard.
really hoping that there'd be something kind of interesting for this last pick here, but I guess it's true. RSG wants to keep it to the basics, keep it to what is practiced and what feels the most reliable. It's game 3 between King Empire Esports and RSG MY. RSG once again bringing a team fight composition to the fray with the Black Dragon and the Nether Realm and stealing X-Win's signature. But will Divine Judgment fall upon them in the Land of Dawn? We'll find out.
Yep, indeed, we will, because this is going to be the decider match for both these teams, the King Empire, RSG MY. Winner takes the point, and in this case, it's going to be a tough one. The decider match, the showdown, the throwdown. Who is going to be the prime ruler? Is it going to be RSG MY, or is it going to be King Empire? This is the match to watch, ladies and gentlemen.
It really is the match to watch. I have no idea what's going to happen as this game goes. As of right now, it doesn't look like anyone's invading yet. I want to see where Stome is, because now that he's on the Grok, like, I don't think Kaja does the best job of stopping him from invading. So considering that Sutsu... Oh, never mind. Here he is.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one. I don't know. It feels like it's going to be a difficult game. But at the same time, oh, Stone, he's giving a taste on how X-Win did to the previous game.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot less successful as well. I think X-Win did a good job of like whittling down the orange buff here to make sure that Stone wouldn't be able to reset it in time. And now, it means that Sutsujin will not have to face what Venogo did.
Well, Stone... okay, Foster Flicker, he might die. Oh, good wall block, but X-Win, guess what? I know what you were thinking. He gave the kill to Dato. You do not flex the Grok against me. And guess what? I know what you were thinking. I walked in front and shared the block with you. What a counterplay from X-Win.
Well, the thing is, whenever you play a hero that is like your opponent's signature, it means that they have an inherent understanding of the limits of that hero in their opponent's hands. So X-Win clearly knows how to deal with the potential Grok invade by starting to leash the secondary buff to make sure that the reset wouldn't affect them as much. And then knowing that once that flicker has been utilized, the Grok is just dead in the water. So already not a good start for Stone.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be a very, very difficult game indeed. This, I don't know, with that lead coming in means that King Empire finally has a little bit of a breather. But what really surprises me is that that kill wasn't secured by the jungler itself. So giving this early network lead for Dato means that he will hit this level 4 a little bit earlier. The Kaja will get the 4 a little bit earlier. Means the first turtle is going to be swinging in his favor as well. And this is going to be a very big question mark for me, right? Does X-Win and Win communicate well enough? And what I mean is that when you start the fight with Divine Judgment, can you communicate well enough for Dato to hit the Astral Recall?
I think, honestly, you don't even really need a lot of communication, because I think Dato as a player has already proven that he's strong enough to be aware of every single situation.
Okay,
and,
okay.
Like, the range of the Star Shatter is more than enough that he can basically back up a Divine Judgment from anywhere on the map. In terms of communication, I don't think it's much of an issue, because if this team lacked communication, we wouldn't have gotten the game 2 we did.
I don't know. Like, in terms of gameplay, I feel it's like Win as well as Dato has been making the individual plays in game number 2. What I mean by synergy communication is that do you pull or do you not pull? Because Astral Recall is not exactly the easiest skill to hit unless you have the Astral Echo on top of it. Even that is still pretty hard.
I don't know. Dato was hitting them pretty consistently in game 2.
Okay.
He got MVP for a reason.
Okay. Let's see. But of course, Repo having a little bit issues with his device. He is going to be good to go. And it seems like we might be proceeding the game. But now, look at this. We've seen happy faces in the crowd. They're enjoying the show so far. We got ice in their veins, boys. Ice in their veins.
For those of you who are watching at home and you happen to be in the area here around MBSJ Stadium, Serdang Jaya, make sure you guys drop by. Entry is free. So if you want to join the festivities and watch live, it'll be absolutely a fun time here. We gotta make sure the correct person is pulled up on stage to signal the game.
And they did indeed start the game here. And now we're off with a bang. And wait, what happened? Where did the 1-1 come from? And
the what?
Wait, who died? I see Stone died. Who's the other guy who died?
No, that's the game score. That they both have 1 win.
I got confused for a minute. Like, oh boy. I know Storm died. I was like, wait, I was 1-1. Oh yeah, you're right. It's game score.
Yes. Understandable. I feel like we are starting to lose a few brain cells as things go here, but it's okay, you know? Brain cells regenerate, right? Brain cells respawn, right?
It's like saying cancer regenerates brain cells. I've lost.
How did what? How did
I've lost brain cells.
You have lost brain cells.
Yeah, I did.
I don't see any connection with what I said and that.
Okay, guys, you know, forgive us. I know you guys are having a great time here. To be honest, us as casters are also having a fantastic job. Fantastic time. You know, watching some
We're losing
really,
him.
really good MLPP.
We're losing him, guys.
Yeah, indeed, we are. But of course,
07 in the chat.
Really? What's 07 in chat?
You don't know what's 07 in the chat? Like, this is like internet lingo.
Really?
Yeah.
Am I that much of a boomer and not know what 07
A little bit. I don't
is?
think it's that new. Like, if you type in O and then a 7, it looks like someone...
Oh, saluting.
Yes.
Wow, that's really next level.
Yeah.
How about 1-2 in chat? Give me some energy. ICBB 12, right? 1-2.
I mean, if they want to.
Exactly. I like the puns. You're getting good.
Oh shit! I didn't actually mean to do that.
You didn't realize it was.
I didn't realize that. I didn't.
You call yourself the Dodo Pun Master, and you're.
Since when did I call myself?
You
the
punned
Dodo
yourself
Pun Master?
and not realize you just punned it.
I actually did.
And we are part of the pundits too.
Well, actually, now that I think back at what I said, that's excellent.
Do you know what's a pundit?
What's a pundit?
You really don't know what a pundit is? An analyst. We're casters, analysts, a pundit.
I don't think I've heard the term before.
Your BM is pretty bad, aren't you?
It is.
Okay. That's why you're on the English broadcast.
Yes. Yes, it is.
You know what? You watch the English broadcast. Sometimes we gotta learn other languages as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a lot of the information we get, all the interviews, all the intros for the teams are all in Malay. But I'm pretty sure our viewers are good enough to know that, unless, you know, it's the international viewers. To that, welcome. Hello. Thanks for joining us today.
Okay.
Got some fun stuff for you.
Speaking of fun stuff, now we are troubleshooting towards the games here. I really hope I didn't see correctly. I know it's a 1-1 decider match, and whenever there's 1-1s, we are going to be, you know, having a little bit of issues between the servers, I guess. So this is something that I think they have to figure out whether or not can they execute it here, because I think the biggest concern is coming from Repo as well, and you can see the crowds are trying to keep morales up, trying to keep energy as well, because it has been a very, very long game between these two teams.
Yep. Like, endurance really becomes an issue once you get this late into the game, once you get this late into the match. Last game was already going to be quite draining considering how long it went and how tight it got. How much effort these teams put into trying to secure that victory. RSG MY, although they did end up losing last game, doesn't seem to have affected them all too much. There's still smiles all around. In fact, King Empire's side looking a lot more serious in comparison, so they got their game face on.
You know, I like how Dato is like, you know what? I got first blood. I'm feeling a little bit happy right now. Oh, you guys talked about my jersey being really not the most favorite. Guess what? Buy their jerseys. Buy their bundle jerseys if they have a bundle.
If they have a bundle.
Yeah. Okay. Don't quote me on this, but oh, look at this. We've got fans.
We got
Sasa.
We got the Sasa meme there. It's not often you get to see a smile on Sasa.
And look at it. He yawns right into it.
That is quite funny. Like, you normally expect that when like someone is talking about you, you sneeze, but I guess in Sasa's case, you yawn.
It's funny how like smooth like butter. Imagine you pull up a picture of butter from Philippines and you put smooth like butter right there as a comparison. Somebody's got to do it.
So now you're just coming up with meme ideas for the community.
Exactly. You see, it's part of our jobs. We're part of the community. We're not just entertainers, we're commentators as well. We gotta be part of it. Connect the dots.
Oh, I think we're back. I think we're good. We got the signal, boys and girls. Let's jump back into it. And it does look like there's already a lot of attention here in the EXP lane.
Well, as soon as you see the lady, you know what's up. We're going into game. And of course, okay, you're right. It's not 1-1. Okay, you're right. It's a 1-1 score. So 1 kill in favor of King Empire Esports. And now Turtle Contest right from the get-go. Storm, now level 4. Venogo also level 4. Sutsujin, however, is level 5. So technically, he will have a little bit of advantage on the retreat here. Echo connects as well. The Black Dragon is going to try and zone him out. Venogo will secure the turtle.
Oh.
But the penalty zone comes in, catches them. Oh, NetherRealm has been used to disengage, and King Empire doesn't have the damage to chip away the temp HPs.
Yep, an excellent penalty zone from Smooth there, catching 3 members, but it just so happened that Izanami was outside it, flies on in with the NetherRealm and makes it so that RSG MY is at no risk at all. Despite the level lead, some really good zoning from Rippo to make sure that Sutsujin would not be able to contest with his own retribution.
Oh boy, that's the thing, right? Like, that's the beauty of having the Black Dragon. Like, 2 games in a row, the Yuzhong was banned in respect of what Repo could bring to the table. But this time I was very surprised King Empire actually let it through. So Repo's going to showcase why he's one of the strongest Yuzhong players out there.
Absolutely. Looking at the stage of the game now, it's clear that there's no real advantage for either team here, which compared to the first couple of games is definitely a much more refreshing early game phase and means that anything can actually happen now that things are on an even playing ground.
Ooh, Dito. He's on fire with those snipes, man. He's chipping at Izanami and he's chipping against him again. So I'm really curious whether or not does he have the damage to chip the NetherRealm right now, because as of yet, King Empire, they're playing it a little bit safe. Game 1 was considered a little bit of fumble in the drafts, but Game 2, they bounced back, and now Game 3, seems like they will have to bang all their baskets on, all their eggs in Deto's basket once again for King Empire.
X-Win, he has Divine Judgment. Will he look for it?
No damage. Not worth it. Not worth it at all.
Quite, yeah. The one concern that we will have with this Kaja pick on King Empire is that Carry will need some time to get some items to actually burst anyone down. Smooth doesn't have quite enough damage to burst anyone down. And Deto, he can do a good amount of damage, but depending on how much health whoever is caught is, this Divine Judgment may not be the most effective unless he has a team around him to take.
He found the catch on Izanami, but the NetherRealm still available. There's no follow-up coming through as well. He's going to be able to get out, but King Empire says, we got to get out. Black Dragon comes in, and now the slam onto his X-Win. He's going to get caught out, but on the sides, they do find Izanami. How?
Smooth comes in from the top lane, gets the penalty zone and the one-man kill, and Izanami surprisingly didn't use NetherRealm. Not sure if it was on cooldown.
Well, it's not over now. It's going to be the retreat battle as well. Isojin looking for the spin. He wins the retreat battle. NetherRealm comes in with Izanami. They have to disengage. Lolio's now with the blazing duet, chipping onto Isojin, but he's so tanky. Can he fight anyone? Can he trade? No, he cannot. Vinogo will survive. And Izanami already back in action, looking for the snipe. Oh, gets blocked by the Izanami and Lolios.
Man, that pressure from RSG. It honestly looked like one of those cave paintings of all the cavemen hunting down the mammoth, where they're just surrounding Sutsujin and slowly whittling him down. You normally don't expect a Claw to join the fight this early on, but Lolio knows that they don't quite have enough pressure yet to be able to punish him, and the Divine Judgment was already used earlier, so that's a pretty good trade.
No, I generally feel bad for King Empire because of the fact that Smooth was able to get a kill on Izanami, right? But because he's got those stacks up on available, he was able to get a very 1 second respawn timer and immediately rush to join the fight. And because of that, King Empire just lost all advantage that Smooth created.
Yeah, it's something you don't really think about very much, the passive of Fairmist, allowing him to just like respawn so quickly as long as he's able to get those stacks up. But yeah, that allowed Izanami to basically rejoin the same fight that he got picked off in earlier and really shift the tides for RSG MY. Although despite everything, Kim Empire Esports is still having that gold lead.
Oh, Sujin here's gonna gobble up the Grog Storm, getting focused down. Here comes the full chain as well. Divine Judgment. Does he have enough damage? He flickers out of there. They don't have the damage, and now the Netherrealm comes in. King Empire, the losing member. Sujin, he needs to get out. They're throwing bodies. But guess what? Sasa will be able to chip them away, and now Smooth cleans them out. Sujin, he tanks the ball. Allows Sasa to get all the free hits that he wants. He walked into the trap.
Ooh, Loleo looking for some vengeance here, but a flicker from Dedo will get him out as well. RSG MY thinking that they could recreate the earlier gank to finish off Sutsujin, but not realizing they don't have Loleo's damage here this time, and then all stacking up together inside Deto's AoE damage and just allowing themselves to be whittled down low enough that King Empire can just clean up.
What a risky gamble coming from King Empire, and it paid off tenfold because as of now with this lead, that means they have more pressure. Tier 1 on the top is gone, Tier 2 in the bottom is gone. Next one will be this middle turret, which RSG MY will die try to protect that. But as of now, Sujin is playing a bit slow. Oh, can I see? Okay, he extended it by a second, almost resetted it.
And we'll note that all of these ganks, all of this movement is allowing King Empire to really build up that gold lead for themselves, and this is quite worrying. We can see that Loleo is already being forced to go around the map and farm every lane because they're missing out on 2 tier 1s.
4-man Astro Echo, instantly a shot onto his Loleo. He's forced to go back, and that means there's even more space for King Empire as they continue on with their pressure. Look at this. X-Win already in position, looking to try and get a jab onto the Loleos, but guess what? Scouts out the Storm, not gonna take the risk now.
Risk is something that King Empire can't afford to go for at this point. I'm actually surprised that they're not trying to go for more pickoffs with the Divine Judgment, considering how effective of a pickoff skill that is going to be here. But I suppose they themselves want to slow it down. They know they already have control of things. They just want to make sure that they don't allow RSG MY a chance to bounce back.
Because of the Astro Echo coming from Dato, the moment they scout out 4 members right at the top left, guess what?
Oh!
Smooth as well. Susuji sneaks behind at the bottom, makes a dive on Repo, gets a kill off him first. And because of this setup, Izanami wasn't prepared, and now Storm is going to get dragged away to do anything about it. And now the second Astro Echo comes in. Vinogo getting chipped away, and they will lose their members as this middle turret is going to be the point of interest. Loleo's forced to back out, and it's going to be gone. Smooth applying a little bit more pressure, but RSG MY has no choice but to give in.
RSG just not paying attention to their own jungle here. So thinking that, the tier 2 bottom is still there. It's unlikely they'll come from this angle.
God.
They get one pickoff with the Tonas, then a second pickoff with Divine Judgment while they're still reeling and responding to the first. King Empire upping the momentum.
Sorry to cut you off there, but Dato has been on fire with his shots, man. Damn.
And you said during the draft that he was relying on Astral Echo.
But, well, I'm doubting myself now because Dato, he finally got his recognition because right now he's on fire. And hopefully he will continue to do so for his rest of his journey in the regular season. But for now, the match is not over yet. 7K lead for King Empire. And RSG MY, they need the perfect team fight. And as of yet, top side, oh no. He's fine. Leo's getting a little bit cheap damage, but that's all.
And we're looking at the itemization, RSG MY actually focusing much more heavily on physical defense here. No Athena shield against Deto just yet. Storm and Vinogo can definitely tank 1 or 2 hits of Star Shatter, but it is going to start building up overall. But the Lord
So Sujini gobbles them out. The Netherrealm comes in to keep him alive. So he needs to get out. He drops a full charge to try and stop the tempo. Repo gets the catch, but he's too much damage from Smooth. Too much damage. And now Vinogo, he drops the out, but guess what? It's not enough. Sujin says, what was that? That was a little tickle. It didn't mean anything.
This is the prime gameplay of King Empire here. They look so comfortable, they're so confident, and they're moving together as 5 in order to just completely out-pressure RSG MY. You would think that Ripple wants them to be grouped up together, and yet, even with the Netherrealm, even with the Black Dragon, even with the Wild Charge, they're not able to break down King Empire.
Move aside, peasants. The king is here to trample. And in this case, Sutsujin, the unkillable one, as King Empire Esports continues their journey as they try to overthrow the prime rulers and become kings themselves. But in this case, Benogo gonna be scouted out. 2-man echo from Dato. Do they want to go for the wraparound? Sutsujin, a little bit afraid of the potential gangs coming in as RSG MY still thinking, what is the comeback plan? In this case, Lolio's level 13 needs a little bit more before he can destroy the back lines.
Yeah, this is a rough spot here. An 8k net worth lead, 12 minutes in favor of King Empire. I'm really loving the way that they're taking these fights, because a lot of the time when you see a team play with like a Terizla, you expect the penalty zone to be the first form of engagement, but Smooth is actually saving it to be the secondary layer of aggression. They're allowing Divine Judgment or Detona.
Oh,
wow.
oh, what is that near miss shot? Like, I thought that would have connected, but 2 shots, Dato's got, like, Lolio's got to go back. He can't even split push at all.
Yeah, I gotta admit with you, I'm really not liking the Claude pick as much nowadays. The 0% win rate not looking very good for him. RGMY, they're gonna try and rotate over to contest this. Astral Echo instantly scouts out most of their team. Wow, how does that connect?
Okay, so Sujin going for the bind as well. They're going for the Netherrealm. They're here to keep things alive. Repo gonna be zoning the backlines as well. Lolios pops the blazing duet, but Smooth takes him out. Goodbye, Claude. But at the same time, where's the damage? Sasa gets the free hit, but No-Go is gonna be the next to fall. As RSG MY, they get completely disrupted, completely shut down. Make way, move away, peasants. The kings are here. They're coming in to break the pace. And now the tier 3s is gonna fall. Stove is trying his best, but what can he do?
King Empire Esports, they only have 1 minion here, but Stoneman is an army. Do they have enough wave clear? Stone is
It's
gone.
over. It's over. It's done. It's over. The kings are back. The king is here. Make way. Make way. King Empire is the prime ruler.
In a new era of MPL Malaysia, a brand new empire is erected upon the ruins. King Empire Esports showing us how it's done. Demonstrating the power of pocket picks, of confidence, of communication, of teamwork, and taking down RSG MY.
You doubt their jerseys. You smack talk their jerseys, but guess what? They are the best of the best. And the kings are here to show you what royalty is like.
Well, then I think it's about time for us to have a royal interview up on stage as well. The players have to be feeling very good about what just happened there. So let's just go ahead and throw it over to stage with Rose.
Perlawanan yang sangat sengit. King Empire Esports yang menentang RSG MY. Kemenangan 2-1. Game yang sangat-sangat sengit. Sebelum interview mula, guys, a round of applause for our winners. Alright, Smooth. Apa yang jadi dalam game pertama? Sebab dua-dua game yang King Empire menang is a comeback game and dua-dua pun 2-1. Adakah ini strategi King Empire Esports? Slow and steady.
Bagi pendapat saya sendirilah kan, King Empire ni baru nak panas minggu ni. So kita orang just take us macam semalam dengan hari ni warm up. Sebab tu first game kita orang selalu kena bantai.
First game selalu kena bantai. Tapi second game?
Second game kita orang refresh balik, kita buat balik.
I see. So masa tadi downtime tu you guys bincang dekat backstage untuk macam mana nak come up dengan strategi baru dengan mentality lah kan? Okay, I nak tanya pula Sasa. Hi, Sasa. Okay, Sasa, how are you feeling? Another comeback game, another 2-1.
Feel normal lah. Because same like yesterday, always drop the game 1 and then game 2, game 3 come back.
Okay, Sasa, just a quick question. Which team do you think is the biggest threat this season?
I think SRG.
Wow. All right, why?
Because Stormy.
Oh. Is he still here? Stormy is still there. He's watching your game just now.
Because he's no.
Oh, because he's... Ayo, dorang ni kan. Dah lain team pun masih lagi gaduh. Alright guys, MVP is ready. Tapi korang rasa siapa MVP game ni? Wow, the crowd is chanting. Dorang cakap Deto. Sasa, who do you think is?
I think Teto.
Okay, let's see. In 3, 2, 1, MVP kita ialah Deto. Hi Deto, how are you? How are you feeling? First MVP of the season.
Normal only.
Normal only, Why? Was it easy for you?
No, it's just I think it as Scream only lah, like Scream.
Wow, just like Scream? Going up against RSG MY?
Huh?
Going up against RSG MY is just like Scream?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Deto, let me ask you something, yeah? Next week, you guys will be meeting Bounty and Barracuda, right?
Yeah.
How ready and confident is King Empire to meet up with these two teams next week?
100%.
100%. What do you want to say to them before we end this interview? What do you want to say to Bounty and Barracuda before we end this interview?
Good luck, have fun.
All right, guys. Once again, congratulations to King Empire Esports. Thank you guys so much. You guys may now go on over to the media room for your interview. Wow, another 2-1 game untuk hari ini. King Empire Esports taking another win in the bag. Tapi kita ada satu lagi perlawanan sekejap lagi. So, mari kita dapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game 2-1 ini. So, casters, tolong jelaskan.
It's not often that we get to hear the chorus of fan chants for a certain MVP player. But I think Deto definitely deserves it in this match. This Novaria, such an utter terror in the Land of Dawn.
Hey, it's been a long time, right? We've seen his capabilities multiple times now, so many seasons. Never got the recognition he needed. Guess what? It's no secret now that he is actually secretly a royalty.
Okay.
Did you not get that?
Am I just not catching things today?
Yeah, you are. But it's okay. You if you guys get it, you get it. But you know, we've been seeing him for so many seasons.
Oh!
Now you get it?
Yeah, I get it.
It took you. Wow. Wow.
Hey, my brain cells have not responded yet.
Wow, really? How could you not get that? Like, secretly royalty?
It took me a moment. I was trying to pinpoint exactly where the pun was.
Yeah.
Like whether it was wordplay or something,
No,
but
it wasn't
no,
wordplay,
it's something else.
Something else.
I get you.
You know.
It is an open secret, yeah. But this was quite a series here. From King Empire Esports, from RSG MY. Game 3, RSG figured that even though the Novaria was a problem in Game 2, they could still handle it. They instantly picked up the Yuzong with the expectation that they'd be able to jump into the back line. But because of Stone's failed invade in the early game, it already put them at a disadvantage. And then King Empire Esports, understanding how to layer their abilities, even saving the penalty zone for later in the team fights, made it impossible for RSG to gain a foothold even with the Netherrealm.
Well, that's the thing about how things happen, right? Like, initially, it feels like RSG, they had the perfect understanding of how they want to take advantage of this Netherrealm. But the problem was that I like how King Empire approached this fight. They took this into a front to back, a backlines fight and a split fight, I would say. They intentionally forced a split fight, and because of this split fight, Izanami was confused to a point that who does he help? Does he help his roamer or does he help his teammates?
Yeah, I think Izanami still did the best that he could. Unfortunately, a lot of the time, because they're relying very heavily on the wild charge, they actually set up a lot of these team fights. If the wild charge failed, then there would be no continuation for them. That's why RSG MY, every time that Storm went in, figured that they're going to need to try and force something. Sometimes it worked out when they're able to bait out the Divine Judgment a little bit earlier on. But Rippo, unfortunately, was never really able to achieve his goal of diving into the backline to find Detto, because he had to try and force a layer between the front and back line for RSG, and well, that just didn't work out.
Yeah, indeed didn't really work out. And of course, damage taken here, Susujin, my god, 123,000 in what? A couple of minutes, like barely 10 minutes, 12 minutes into the game. He was doing so much, and a lot of times he actually almost died. Like everyone from RSG just dropped everything to try and take Susuji in, but they just could not kill him. And there's a reason why now Barat is just so popular in the jungle role.
I feel like I'm being proven right here in my opinion that Barat as a pick seems a bit more consistent than Fredrin nowadays.
Yeah.
I feel like today especially, Fredrin has just not been having a good showing overall. Teams have gotten a bit too used to dealing with him. And not just the Fredrin as well. Claude's 0% win rate still persists.
Yeah, I feel bad for Claude. Like,
I know, right?
To be honest, even though you say it's a buff for the marksman and everything, it's starting to see now that every single marksman is going to feel a little bit more. Like even Claude now, it feels like the usual blazing duet isn't enough to get kills now compared to before.
It was so one-sided that RSG only didn't even do 300 damage to towers in total the entire game. King Empire is
to Sutsujin. Like he was able to open up the fight with X-Win as well. Ever since they got that early kill against Storm and then the Restream battle as well, it's just like it's been on point. Like he's always figured, like they lost game 1, fair enough, right? Game 2, game 3, Suzujin finds a way to play this game to out-level Venogo, which is insane. And we've seen this happen during his days when he was with Evo's Icon, and now he's showing it here in MPL-MY why he deserves to be an MPL player.
Yep, that is indeed the case here. I feel like the draft of this game once again gives an example of a situation we're seeing these days where because you need to have a proper tank roamer and a tank jungle, a lot of the damage needs to be bolstered by the side laners and the mid laner, right? You gotta make sure that you have at least some early game presence. Claude and Faramis both take time to actually dish out that DPS. So a lot of pressure again is on Rippo. But he's not being actually allowed to dive anyone because the positioning from King Empire is so split apart with Detto in the backline. And then Rippo just gets completely disrupted by the penalty zone as well. So there's no damage coming out of RSG.
No, I was very concerned whether or not do they have enough AoE damage to deal with the NetherRealm. But it seems like they don't need damage if they outlast them. In this case, it's just really unfortunate here. So I want to take a look at the highlights, how it happened as well. This is I think the great lead that allowed Detto to just do his own thing, right?
Yep, and then here RSG was able to get a little bit of pressure. They trade out Izanami, and then the one time they're able to take down Sutsujin, it takes all 5 members of RSG like a solid 5 seconds to actually finish him off. And then after that, King Empire Esports just makes sure to back up the dinosaur. And then they even find extra angles like this. Who would expect the Barats and Terizla to come from here? RSG MY just caught with their mouths agape.
I really don't know if it was luck or skill, but that was a very, very close call. It could have gone either ways. But this one was a little bit sus for me because Venogo dropped his Appraisal's Wrath onto, it looks like 2 or 3 people, but his health wasn't regenerated, or was it that there was just too much damage coming from Sasa? So I was a little bit question mark right there, but still, there's only so much Venogo could have done this game.
The Fredrin not quite working out. The Claude taking a bit too long to come online. RSG MY felt confident in their chances by going for safe and standard. But we can see that King Empire Esports have been able to forge a brand new throne today. They're going to be rising all the way up to 2nd place, right behind Selangor Red Giants. RGMY not too far behind. They're in 3rd as of right now. But these rankings are really fluctuating already.
I don't know if this is me or not, but it feels like King Empire is trying to take a page off Todak back at the days.
Oh?
You know, once upon a time, Todak was called the Kings of 2-1. And guess what? They're replicating it for themselves, as well as Todak on 5th place is also 2-1 right now in the league.
That is true. They have had 2 2-1 games so far. It's a trend that I'm hoping doesn't really continue because I have a preference for clean and quick gameplay. But hey, if the results are successful, then these teams can do whatever they want. In the end, their goal is going to be at the top of those charts. And as long as they can secure victory, they're going to do whatever it takes to get there.
Agreed. And of course, this is really mind-blowing so far. You know, what a way to actually kind of close things off for the first week of MPL-MY, right? Like, everything has been really good so far. All the games have been very close, very intense. It could have gone either ways, neck and tooth so far. It feels like this is a regular season. It felt personally like I was watching playoffs.
I get what you mean. The games today have been particularly intense, and hey, we're not even done yet. We still have one more series to close out the first week of the regular season, and it is going to be between Monster Vicious and Barracuda Esports.
Well, this is going to be a little bit interesting one because Monster Vicious and Barracuda, they are, I would say, the teams that no one expected them to go far, but now they are here in MPL-MY. But the question here is, they are old veterans in the scene. They have been playing for so many years. Do they still have what it takes to keep things alive?
Yeah, it's very interesting because Barracuda is, like you mentioned, made up of a lot of veteran players that haven't quite found their place in the league. And Monster Vicious is made up of tier 2 players who have frequented MPL but never made it up here with their own lineup. So we got some old blood, new blood situation, but there's also a bit of mixing around. It's a lot of fun.
It's funny how you say that because Monster Vicious is like, I was once upon a time a very strong team, and then I go back down, and then now I'm here to become monsters.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to fighting monsters, you know, you beat them once, they come back stronger.
Exactly.
That's just the flow of the show, right?
Sometimes you gotta be a monster to beat another monster.
But can the monster beat the fish?
Well, in this case, will the fish be a monster?
Okay. Interesting. Well, we do have one last match here to end off the day. It's hard to believe that it's only the first week of the regular season. But as per usual, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go on a short break. We'll leave you guys with the mic check for this previous game. I think that's gonna be very interesting. Make sure you guys join us. We'll be right back with game number 3.
Okay, you can jump anyone, I will but.
Ruby flick, fight.
Grok miss.
Go, kill. Nice one. Angela, I got Nathan.
Nice.
Dead.
I'm zoning Nathan. Oh, Nathan, dash in.
Dead.
Nathan.
Knock.
I get Nathan.
Guys, end the ball.
I have him.
End the ball.
Go top. Tower.
Nice one. Clean game.
Ahai, mati dia. Backup. Rata. Sasa preheat.
Teksana noti.
Oke, datang ya. Ya.
Nice.
Nice tuh.
Cloud dapat guys.
Cloud.
Cloud boy.
Nice.
Mati.
Go low, go balik ya.
Lagi weh.
Satu guys.
Satu.
Kasih main. Boleh end kah?
Mati. End guys. Tower guys.
Sini.
Gua baru guys.
Mid.
Backup gua, lihat gua guys.
Itu lihat Grok.
Aman. Lihat gua makan grok.
Nice. Gua scan.
Lihat grok nih. Iya. Nah, dapat. Backup.
Kalau dia setengah. Korami Soti.
Lagi.
Cloud low.
Satu guys.
Backup Sasa.
Mati cloud.
War guys.
Bisa end guys.
Mid.
Tarik grok.
Nih.
Nice. End boy.
Dan total yang pertama keluar di bahagian bottom lane, tarikannya dibuat terlebih dahulu kepada Storm. Storm dikenakan damage yang besar, ditimbang pula. Dua orang terkena spasial migration dan ditimbang. Berikan balik Restream, X-Win. Begitu menyakitkan dengan hanya kesempatan yang seketika, tapi timbang dua orang. Sekarang dibantu dengan terdekat. Dua orang telah pun habis dilenyapkan oleh pasukan RSG MY. Mereka masih lagi meneruskan. Sasa begitu bertahan. Sekarang Storm ditumbangkan. Sasa bertahan, namun shutdown. Mega kill kepada Loyal. Tapi sekarang dulu Loyal telah pun menggunakan Blazing Duet dan X-Wing dalam keadaan yang bahaya. Flicker terus keluar dari kawasan tersebut. Di bahagian belakang ada Sasa. Sasa masih lagi utuh berdiri dan mendapatkan Ripple dengan damage yang keluar daripada Sasa tersebut. Begitu menyakitkan dan meledak. Satu last S13 menjatuhkan. Hati-hati walaupun mereka terpaksa untuk berebut lot tersebut. Dan Sutsujin telah menelan Storm. Namun permulaan team fight tersebut telah pun disudahi dengan satu penalti zone di bahagian belakang. Dan Dahlia dijatuhkan oleh Smooth. Benogo juga.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
here, Ender.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita akan ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan. Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia adalah harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
I may And there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang. Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL-MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL-MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL-MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Okay, you can jump anyone, I will bust.
Ruby flick, fight.
Grok miss.
Go, kill. Nice one. Angela, I got Nathan.
Nice. Dead.
I'm zoning Nathan. Oh, Nathan, dash in.
Dead.
Nathan.
Knock.
I get Nathan.
Guys,
end the ball. I have him.
End the ball.
Go top. Tower.
Nice one. Clean game. Ahai, mati dia. Rata. Sasa preheat. Teksana noti.
Oke, datang ya.
Ya. Nice. Nice tour.
Cloud dapat, guys.
Cloud boy. Nice. Mati.
Go low, balik ya.
Lagi, weh.
Satu, guys.
Satu.
Kasih main.
Boleh end kah?
Lawan aja. Mati. End guys, tower guys. Tower guys.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
It
it may not be Saru Saturdays, but turns out Sundays are called fun days for a reason. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL-MY Season 13 English broadcast. You joined us just in time for the final match of Week 1 here. My name's Staffa, along with Terrence, aka Icy Baby 1-2. We've had quite a day here, haven't we?
Yep, I had so much fun, and I think I'm the funny guy, and you're probably not.
Oh man, that's quite rough. And here I thought I was being funny.
Well, you are kind of funny.
Nice, I made him admit it. Okay. Anyway, we're back with the final match of the day. It is going to be Monster Vicious versus Barracuda Esports. Both newer names in terms of orgs in the MPL, but with a bunch of familiar faces.
I know, right? The veterans, you know, the tier 2s, you guys know them. You've seen them for multiple times now throughout the entire years to come here. But guess what? It has been a really, really long day, and I need to energize myself. And guess what? You should recharge yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans, okay? Grind on with Nescafe, you know? Like, Arabica beans is so unique that it gives you this flavorful taste, and when you eat it, it smells very, very fun.
It does smell very fun, but I imagine you probably don't want to eat it. You want to enjoy it in a can of Nescafe, which will inspire you to keep your gaming spirit going, which is exactly what these players are going to need to do now that we're heading into the final match. Both of these teams have shown a lot of promise. I think they have a lot they want to prove now that they're on the MPL stage as a whole. They've had ups and downs in terms of the games they played so far. Like, do you have any favorites here?
Well, I definitely have my favorite of
today. Give it up for Monster Vicious! In the opposite corner, although they were forced to accept their first defeat of the season today, they return to rise again to show that they are more than just another new team. Let's cheer it up for Barracuda Esports! And now we gotta introduce the coach and analyst of both teams, as well as our head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity. Give it up for Haru and AimG, as well as Chalice and Esha, the coaches and analysts of these respective opponents. And with these fist bumps from both teams, all 10 players are prepped and ready to meet one another in the face of battle upon the land of dawn.
Well, ladies and gentlemen here, this is going to be something that we are going to be introducing here. This upcoming match is going to be the match to watch. And of course, a new era, a new scene, a new gameplay. And just week 1 itself has been very, very spicy throughout the entire tournament itself. And we talked about this, I think, during the pre-shows or even the in-between segments as well, that this season is going to be different. Only 6 teams makes it into the playoffs, which kind of explains why just now the 2 series, it felt like a playoff games every single match. It was crazy to watch.
I am really glad to see like how MPL-MY has evolved as a tournament, because we gotta admit, like many seasons ago, there was this sense of kind of whimsy with the teams where as long as your position was already secured or you felt confident enough, you could afford to play around in the regular season a little bit. But now that the slots are even more limited, now that MSC positions, M6 positions are on the line, you can see every single team putting it all on the table and fighting as if their lives depended on it, even on the first week of the season.
Yeah, and that's the thing about how the teams are going to be focusing on, right? Like, I feel like, especially where the weeks have gotten a little bit shorter, and we've also introduced, like you said as well, MAL into the picture, there might be a little bit of switch up in between the few weeks to come here. I don't want to really spoil and give you too much as well, considering that MAL is into the picture, but before we talk about that here, let's talk a little bit more on the official rosters of Monster Vicious up on screen right now as we introduce them one by one.
We have, I believe that is Fakers on the left there. We'll have to check out later, but we also have, Something does seem a little bit off here. I'm pretty sure these are the names of Barracuda Esports, but in terms of faces, these are Fakers, Subway, and well, okay, looks like we're gonna start with Barracuda instead.
Okay. Seems like the names are a little bit mixed up right now, but from the side of Barracuda, we have AJ, Grace, Hesu, Trap, as well as Amount to start the rosters coming in from Barracuda. So this is gonna be the official rosters coming from Barracuda. So that is gonna be something that I'm curious to see whether or not they are gonna be able to do so much, because based on what I'm seeing right here, okay, I know who AJ is. I know who Amount is. The names are very, very staple so far. They've played over the seasons, but there are two names that kind of tripped me a little bit here, because the face on Grace, doesn't he look kind of familiar?
Yeah, I believe this is Miral. Previously played, I believe, for one season with, who was it, Red Esports? I'm not too certain about the team particularly, but Miral was around. He previously came into the MPL as a close friend of Zayed, which we all remember was a regular season MVP at one point. And I believe you did ask earlier about Trap as well. For those of you who are not familiar, this is actually SYF, previously with Red Giants Esports back when they first debuted with MPL-MY.
Huh, he was doing pretty well as well. I was wondering what happened to him, but now came back into his debut here with Barracuda. I want to see whether or not can he prove his worth as the main roster, because we had this a little bit of a small conversation early on as well. Barracuda Esports has one of the biggest rosters coming in towards MPL-MY Season 13.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe they have 9 players total, so they do have a lot of player pool that they could potentially switch around with if they wanted to really game the system and throw off their opponents. But so far in Week 1, they have been sticking with this main 5 roster. They, unfortunately, were not able to secure victory in their first game against Todak, but it was a really close matchup. So I'm interested to see how they'll perform against Monster Vicious.
Yep, of course. Now, let's take a look at the WhatsApp messages here between the players here. Asia, does MV has a chance of beating Barracuda? Then he say, we gotta see later, because Tier 2 is very, very different. I've been played in the top teams in Tier 2 before, but it seems like it's gonna be unpredictable, I guess.
Basically, what Esha says is correct. Well, he's basically referring to the fact that Monster Vicious are the top team in the Tier 2 scene, and that's why they were able to earn a slot in the MPL this time. But all the way back then, when Esha was part of the Tier 2 scene himself before entering MPL, he was part of the team named Elux, where they were also the top of the Tier 2 side at that time. Therefore, they have that experience. They understand that it's a very different time when you're in the Tier 2 scene and playing again like other Tier 2 teams, and when you're on that MPL stage.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult as well. And that's the thing, right? You know, 10th place pretty much almost gets relegated as well. But of course, they will be fighting against the MAL teams if you are in the last few positions for the next season to fight for their slots next season. However, this season now, let's talk a little bit on their jerseys right now, because not gonna lie, Barracuda's jerseys looks kind of swag.
I do really like Barracuda Esports' jerseys. I think there's a minimalist feel to it, and I really like the white and red combination.
You know what it reminds me of? American football.
I'm gonna need you to run that by me.
You don't watch American football?
No, I do not.
Their jerseys?
I actually don't watch any football.
My
I'm
God.
a gamer true and true.
Oh my God.
That's why I'm so short.
What? Yeah, you are. Okay, I'm not going to go there. I was about to step a little bit more. But you know what? Today I'm feeling a little bit nice, and I'm feeling a little bit spice, because I am icy.
That's very cool.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought of it on the spot, you know. Nice ice spice. Ice spice. Really?
Yeah.
You're just going to leave it there hanging again?
No, I'm trying to think twice about what I need to say.
Oh, maybe we should think it twice.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah, okay, twice. Okay, fine. We gotta work on it, but I like it. I like it. The banter is pretty good. But now, 28 seconds left here. The players are ready to actually rumble. Let's talk a little bit more on Monster Vicious's roster here, right? We had a bit of mess up during the the introduction here. The players that are going to be playing here is going to be Ruff, Nova, Escobar, Faker, Subway, as well as Zeno. So this is something that I really like here. These are the top contenders from the previous season that really stood out for me because of the fact that Nova Escobar, he was a flashy player. He's also represented as well, but he has been bounced around multiple times. Can he prove himself that from the qualifiers, even then, Monster Vicious has what it takes to play in the MPL at the highest level?
Well, Monster Vicious has already shown us some very interesting plays. Yesterday, the one victory they were able to secure was when they played the double fighter side lanes with the CC gold lane and the Granger jungle, which shows that Monster Vicious does have interesting things in their pool. Nova Escobar also was the player that clearly displayed the best Arlet gameplay out of everyone thus far. And like we've already repeated many times, that's a hero that still has a 0% win rate. So we'll see whether they prioritize on it again.
I don't know. Like, I feel like the meta has kind of shifted away from Nova Escobar's usual comp picks here. So I want to see whether or not will Nova Escobar be able to suit the meta. Because Yumes has kind of adapted really well for himself. But now for Nova Escobar, he's known for his aggression as well. This time, can he also play a defensive comp? But now, seeing the bans here, we do see Grok also, Minotaur, as well as the Vexana being banned. Barat, again, a very top contender first pick material here in MPL-MY.
With the bans to both Minotaur and Grok, it almost seems like Barracuda is trying to force Monster Vicious into this Arlet roam situation. Monster Vicious's bans definitely much more normal. We have the Matilda, Angela, and Nolan being banned out. This does leave open the Joy and the Ruby, which could be interesting choices. The Vexana, interestingly enough, also removed from the pool. So, alright, we get the Ruby pickup. So many teams don't prioritize this hero as a first pick.
Okay, you know, if it was before the hotfix coming in here, I would have prioritized the Ruby a little bit more because of how strong the spell vamp became. But ever since they nerfed it down to what, like, I think 5%, if I'm not mistaken, it was just so, like, the sustains is not as great as before. Yes, as an counter engagement, it's great, but I would have really liked to see Ruby kind of suit that meta.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been worse. I heard that the original plan was to just remove the bonus spell vamp altogether.
No way.
Yes.
Forcing him to go for Hearthclaw and or maybe even Berserker's Fury is not gonna help him. Wait, it's not Berserker's Fury. Bloodless Axe.
Yes.
It's not gonna help him at all, to be honest.
Yes.
Like, War Axe is just good enough.
Yep, that's why. At the very least, we get only like a 5% reduction. So as a Ruby main myself, very happy with that result. But Barracuda, interesting, will go for the Arlet themselves, top it off with that Nana. And with the Vexana taken away, that does limit the mid lane hero pool quite a bit.
Yeah, at the same time as well, speaking of mirror pools here, feels like based on the mage itself, with no Vexana in the pool, they could opt to go for Aurora. We haven't seen too much about it here. I really liked Auroras. But at the same time, Novara has had a lot of success so far. I don't know if Faker's is going to be picking it this game, but seems like he's going to be hovering his way through. They are going to secure the Fredrin instead. But guess what? Total of 13 pick. 15% win rate in just 3 days. That's
it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. Like, all the usual meta heroes are getting completely shut down this week.
It's not quite as bad as Arlet and Claude 0%, but Fredrin has had double the games, so having such a low win rate is definitely quite unfortunate. Like even my opinion of Fredrin is getting skewed quite a bit. I'm not really liking him as much as a hero here in the MPL anymore, even though I used to spam him quite a lot back when it was at his prime. We will see though. With having the Fredrin, the Ruby, and the carry right now, Monster Vicious does have the recipe for a pretty good amount of consistent DPS.
Now, seeing the Yuzhongs pretty much be banned out as well means that Monster Vicious does want this Ruby to have a decent lane in terms of sustain. Like, back then, you know, he was able to sustain against Yuzhong, but now Yuzhong hurts a little too much with the shards residues as well. So that's something that I think a lot of people don't realize how strong Yuzhong has gotten in this current patch, especially if you rush the War Axe and the Brute Force Breastplate, which is something that I think 2 patches ago it was introduced and then it got dumped or kind of nerfed a little bit, but it was still very viable in this current patch.
Yeah, Yuzhong is a great duelist and a very good team fight hero as well, with the extra Petrify into the extra damage and then the Black Dragon form to zone and dive into the back line. Monster Vicious getting rid of it. indicates that they do want to play more of a front-to-back lineup, and they want to make sure that Ruff has a safe time. We've seen in the past that Ruff definitely does like to farm up quite a bit before starting to join on these team fights overall, but as a player who's also capable of playing like the CC gold lane, which we saw previously, it does seem like his hero pool is quite interesting.
Well, seeing how things are doing here, Kaja has been banned as well as the Claw. That means that Barracuda may consider going for a Natan, but that's something that I think only King's Empire has been very, very comfortable with that. I think we've seen also a Roger gold lane so far, and I don't think Barracuda is going to play that as well. But what really surprises me is that Monster Vicious did play a CC gold lane before, and in this case, even though they've got a carry, CC is still in the equation right now.
CC for the EXP lane is not impossible.
Like if they go for the Ruby roam right now.
But I think they need to consider the opponent's EXP matchup first. I think you go for your mid laner.
Okay, okay.
They lock in the Novaria. Basically one of the few viable mid lane picks left now that a lot has been removed.
Aurora, man. Believe in Aurora. I really like the Aurora.
Because you have Icy in your name?
That's one. And two, it mirrors Nana's passive.
Ah, yeah.
That's like if you're talking about a mirror matchup, right? Like Nana, he's annoying because of the passive. You know, they when he turns to Molina, it was nerfed down to his movement speed, down to his 30% movement speed instead. I feel like the Aurora isn't too bad to kind of replicate a situation like that, especially in early phase.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're not seeing a lot of Aurora in pro play even after the revamp. We do see it here and there in MPL, PH, and ID, but here, nothing so far.
Yeah.
We do see the Wrath being picked up for the second time this day as well. It works pretty well if you want to make sure that... Oh!
Okay.
Okay.
And Irritel to go in for the running gun, but I like this because of the fact that Irritel can kind of kite the Ruby as well as the Freddy to a certain degree unless he maintains his distance. But with the Rafaela, that pretty much guarantees his damage output in terms of his charges. But the question here is he able to scale into that stage? Because as of now, frontliner-wise, they don't really have the strongest frontliner. So if we were to see like what I think King Empire kind of did to this Rafaela, MV may decide to just pull in the... what's it called again? Hilda, just to annoy the jungler.
So you could consider flexing the Ruby there, but nope.
Not happening.
Like they're gonna stick with the Tamus in the EXP lane to match up against the Arlet. It's a good matchup, so I think it's not a bad idea. But having a Raph around means that it's gonna be a little more difficult for the Tamus to want to stick on top of people. So who knows whether that may be the wrong decision. Overall, I do like both drafts. I think they're pretty balanced overall, and it's a good way for both these teams to kind of suss one another out in game one of a very important series.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of importance now, the fight for the top, the fight to be in the top is going to be coming in right now here as Barracuda going up against Monster Vicious, who are the better tier 2, I would say, graduates right now, because they are fighting here in MPL. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Barracuda Esports versus Monster Vicious!
I talked about it earlier, which is going to be the one that comes out on top, the monster or the fish? Who is going to be the predator or the prey in this matchup today? Their first encounter in the land of Dawn,
would be a pause.
Gonna be a pause, it
yeah,
seems.
That's the first encounter. They're gonna face it in a pause.
We gotta take a moment to consider the risks in this situation. Of course, if the players are encountering any technical issues with their devices, we gotta make sure that it is resolved so that they can operate at maximum capacity.
What to do? When they first play into the game here, the first biggest obstacle is not each other, but a whale. Do you get the connection? A pause.
A what?
A pause.
Oh my god. Okay, that's a new one. That is actually impressive.
Big brain, right? Big brain.
Okay, that's a new one.
Yeah, it's a toad up thing.
For our international audience, if you guys didn't know, whale is ikan paus in Malay, which is spelled P-A-U-S. So yes, it is a pause.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, Todak is not here. In this case, Barracuda has got to be the replacement of the pause.
Replacement of the pause.
Yeah, pretty fun day, aren't we? We are definitely having the Sunday fun day today.
Yeah, do you think like a whale would be more offensive oriented than a Barracuda though?
An offensive oriented?
Like which is the stronger fish fighter?
I definitely think the whale would just completely ignore you. Like, it's so big. Like, imagine a great white whale just swimming across the ocean. What can a Barracuda do? If you're talking about having like tens and thousands of Barracuda poking him, then probably, you know, the Barracuda might win. That explains why they've got 9-man roster.
That's true. You gotta win with numbers if you want to overcome the powers.
Yeah. In this case, with all of you guys watching at home, you guys gotta support. You know, with all the numbers here, we gotta break our CCV for this regular season. So with that help, we will be able to overcome it.
Yep. If any of you guys have friends who are not tuning into MPL,
yeah,
make sure you guys call them up. This is a perfect timing because we are in the middle of a pod. Oh, we're jumping into the game very soon. Quick, call them. Quick, call them. You won't have much time. The game's about to begin.
You know, it's funny how the crowd really reacts to her. Every single time she comes in with that bright smile, boom, we know, game's go time.
It's quite strange, right? Like, I can't put my finger on it. Why could it be?
Why would you put your finger on it?
You know, you're absolutely right. I should keep my hands to myself.
Yeah, you definitely should. You definitely should. Anyways, back into the game here. Barracuda versus Monster Vicious. A brand new era. And that's what? That's a redeem code. You can actually redeem yourself here. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ruff, he's taking a little bit too much damage. What are you thinking? Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, no! Okay.
Well, he will still die, but...
What a big brain.
Is it worth it?
Worth. You die, but you take the carry out of the equation. This allows Trap to clear the creep wave as well as potentially take the gold plating. But Nova X Gobar here is trying to threaten him. So I'm surprised why Trap did not, you know, take advantage of this.
Yeah, you would think... No, I think Trap is fine. Like, basically, he wants to maintain the lane equilibrium in such a way that will make it so that he is still going to be able to play towards his side of the map. Subway, though, in trouble.
Well, Subway now taking a little bit too much damage. He might fall to this here. Great kiting coming from him. Doesn't have the appraise around. Will get flickered forward by Hesu. Great slow him down real quick as well. Now here comes Mao getting the level 4 in the nick of time. Daytona's welcome comes in, but the vengeance keeps Zeno alive. And he's going to be able to get out of there.
2 kills in the first 2 minutes for Barracuda, and both of them going to the Rafaela. Probably not the hero you want to farm kills on, but they're definitely making their pressure known across the map right now. Ruff, he had a rough time in the lane a little bit earlier, but he should be okay as of now, as both teams are going to want to contest for the turtle.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Rafa Barats, but considering how Barats is able to build stacks on all that fight, well, makes Barats a very scary monster. In this case, the Barracudas going to be learning the turtle. Monster Vicious now just got Nova's level 4, so the I'm Offended setup is going to be very crucial for MV if they want to win this fight. But interesting enough, Barracuda, they're just waiting to bide time for Amal to actually get his buff first.
Yeah, I think that's fine. If he's able to hit level 5 before Subway, it does give him a bit of an advantage towards retreating this turtle. And he understands that Zeno and Nova...
Oh, no.
Oh, the final slash misses.
Echo comes in. Amal forcing over to Daytona's welcome. Goes for the stun as well, but Subway still gets the turtle. And now he's got to back off as well. The Bravestone round finishes off the little dinosaur. And now Monster Vicious was able to equalize the fight.
Excellently done right there. Just squishes the Barats under the weight of his sword. Subway being able to secure that turtle there is excellent because Barracuda were the ones in control of it the whole time. And unfortunately, with the missed final slash, Monster Vicious realized that it was time to go on in, contest this, and being able to get a kill there just basically evens out any advantage that Barracuda were able to build for themselves. Somehow, Gray still has 100% of the kills though.
I don't know, man. Like, sometimes in life, you know, you gotta give roamers the economy they need, man. You know how difficult it is to farm your first item, Flask of Oasis, by 5 minutes into the game? Very difficult. Give him the additional goal. It's gonna help him out.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to funnel the kills into your roamer so that they're able to be the first one to get their item.
You do this on your ranked games, not an official match. But at the same time, sometimes, you know, if your cores don't get a kill, you gotta do what it takes to get a kill. In this case, Hesu doing a fantastic job just zoning Zeno, but at the same time, missing his final slash not once now, twice, using it as a scouting mechanism. It's very interesting, considering the fact that there's not a lot of heroes that can actually face check, and Rafaela isn't exactly the greatest face check. You can cast your skill to check the bush, but you need somebody to be there to threaten them as well.
Yeah, just to make sure that after face checking, you don't end up getting your face punched in by whoever you reveal in the brush. Either way, though, the score has pretty much evened out here. Monster Vicious being able to trade for those kills has been excellent for them, because if not, then Barracuda would have started being able to snowball, considering the presence that the Raph would have in allowing them to start invading. In fact, it's Monster Vicious that are actually pressuring the opponent's jungle.
Well, let's talk a little bit more on the face value of the game. Both sides kind of 50-50s right now. They're facing off each other, but so far they're not really, going for those kind of risky plays, which is kind of worrisome, because in the end of the day, they eventually need to face two things. That is going to be either shutting down Raph or going to be fakers in this regards for Monster Vicious. And now Amal, he is going to go for the Daytona's welcome. He's going to welcome him as well. Now Subway in a little bit of trouble. He's got to force to back out. Abrasive Raph still not used yet, and they are going to tank his way through. Meanwhile, AJ actually secures the turtle. Amal also going to be trading him off, and that's going to be Subway down for the count. Actually, AJ getting killed, and Amal stealing the turtle. Very nicely done coming from Barracuda.
Yeah, Subway was no longer in a position where he would be able to contest that, so it's a very easy retry timing for Amal. And Monster Vicious, their positioning not being the smartest here. I feel like you gotta be wary of having Subway just in the pit on the turtle, because once that Daytona's welcome comes in, your entire objective fight is just gone.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate though, but so far Barracuda is having a little bit of similar ideas from the first series we've watched, where, hey, instead of shutting down the jungler here, we have Amal just completely gobble him up, stun him up, and then steal the turtle away. So that's a very, very interesting opening for Barracuda actually have, and this is actually working out in their favor.
Yeah, I think Monster Vicious, if they want to contest these objectives against, they need to position themselves a little bit better. Ideally, Nova would be in a position where he could pull Amal off of Subway if necessary. But looking at the items so far, most peeps have already started completing their first one. I don't think there's anything too out of the ordinary. Ruff is farming pretty well, though. Already 2 items completed.
Oh, what a sick catch here. Amal going to be using the Daytona's welcome to get out of there, but still, very, very flashy plays. I really like that angle. Did not expect that to happen at all.
Novak's Kobar, he is very good at catching people, and that was an excellent flicker hook. I didn't even know you could do that sort of angle. Amal, though, unfortunately, having the CC immunity of the Daytona's welcome, is just able to dash out of tower range here. He won't have his ultimate for a little while, but the turtle still going to take another 10 seconds to spawn, so as long as Barracuda just delays it a little bit, Daytona's welcome should be up and ready by then as well.
And you call yourself a Ruby main. The audacity, Staffa. But, of course, now, speaking of the fight here, Turtle now dropping in the hands of Amal. He's building him stacks very, very efficiently here. Nova doesn't have the flicker for this upcoming fight, so I'm offended. It's going to be used defensively in this regard. Subway going to be caught out. Jesus tried to go for the final slash, doesn't catch Subway, but still, it's going to be good enough as the Daytona's welcome and the retry will be enough from Amal as Monster Vicious gets shut down in this fight.
Beautiful once again from Barracuda Esports. Understanding that, yes, Nova Escobar is exactly who they want trying to handle Amal. They go for him instead. Xeno now in a lot of trouble, but Ruff also getting quite a deep push down in the bottom lane. It looks like he even steals the orange buff away from Barracuda.
Oh my goodness, this is just so much value here from the side of Barracuda. They're even taking tier 1 up top. Even though it seems like it is only a 1.3k net worth difference, Monster Vicious is just losing so much control throughout the map.
Looking at the gold difference here. Yeah, Ruff is definitely farming very well because Trap is being pulled off his lane to assist in a lot of these team fights, which Irritel doesn't mind too much. Having that armor shred, having that extra damage is pretty valuable overall, and you have Grace to keep him protected. But I do worry that if... Oh.
Okay, they force the flicker on Nova. They know for a fact that he's going to be a little bit of trouble. But that's the same time, Nova being forced to use his flicker preemptively once again. So that's going to be 100 seconds into this flicker. So come in the upcoming Lord fight as well, Barracuda might be worried that he's going to be in trouble. But top side is going to be having a little bit of skirmish here. Jesus taking a little bit too much damage as he gets mowed down. But guess what? He's going to try and stall a little bit more before going down. But meanwhile, bottom lane, there is going to be space for AJ and Trap to take the tier 1 down bottom.
It was very good juggling of the tower aggro coming from Monster Vicious, making sure that Xeno and Subway would take turns tanking it. But because they have to invest 3 people in the top lane to actually finish off Hesu, they end up losing another tier 1 tower down on the bottom side. Amal right now is a bit of a tanky presence that Monster Vicious doesn't have the tools to deal with yet. They need to give Ruff a little bit more time, but at least his farm is quite smooth.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close indeed. Monster Vicious now already going to be aggroing the Lord. Very, very confident plays here, despite knowing that Nova does not have this flicker. So it seems like Amal is not that worried about him as a threat now. He's going to try and bait Subway out. Echo comes in. It is, and they are going to reset the Lord while waiting for the Astro Echo to kind of wean off right now.
Well, Lord going to finally get reset here. Both teams still fairly even in terms of net worth. Ruff making up for a lot of the advantage that Barracuda has been able to earn by winning these team fights so far. Amal, again, needs to be a primary target here. Nova was targeted pretty heavily previously by Hesu and AJ. He's hiding his position right now, but that puts Subway at risk. Monster Vicious is in a pretty tricky spot, especially now that Barracuda knows that they're sending Fakers to top lane to split push.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, this is really, really difficult to actually pull off as well. And considering that Trap, oh, okay, the Storm here. The heal's gonna keep him healthy as well. And I like what Barracuda is actually playing this as well. They're using Heat Ema as the biggest meat shield and having Grace top him out. But interesting enough, Monster Vicious is just, waiting. They're not making a lot of small moves, except for just making sure that Ruff gets his necessary farm. But now here with the Echo comes in, and also the Daytona's welcome. And final stash connects on 3. They go in for the stab. Grace was able to stun them all, but where's the damage? Because right now, the Thamos is able to out-sustain them all, but eventually they take 2 for 2. They lose Amal, but Subway is still alive, and this is going to be a big problem for Barracuda.
That was actually an insane reaction timing from Amal, though. He literally eyed the moment that Novak's Cobra tried to go for the flicker hook and then pressed his Detona welcome to get that CC immunity. Hesu with the 2-man final slash allowed Barracuda to set up for some good damage, but unfortunately Monster Vicious were able to respawn in kind by stacking Barracuda.
Oh no, Ruff. Oh, he did not get the true damage here, but still, and the Lord will be secured by Monster Vicious. And my goodness, I hope I get a replay on what happened in that fight, because I want to see how Amal melted just like that. I think it's pretty much Ruff getting on play. Is that? And yes,
wow,
we
like
do get the replay.
You asked, you instantly get it. You can see that they're all stacking up. Ruff actually doing a lot of damage by now already, and then all of them getting hit by Star Shatter at the same time to spread out a good amount of damage.
Okay, the Lord was there to actually storm them off as well. So I was very surprised that this actually happened in this fight. So there was a little bit of a scuffle right there, but now Amal getting a nice catch onto Subway, slams on the wall. That's going to be a big pickoff from Barracuda. Meanwhile, Monster Vicious also going to be in an awkward situation. This time they lose their jungle themselves, and with the Lord pushing in, can they get the best value out of it? Middle turret still stands, but it will eventually fall with the enhanced minions, and Barracuda will lose a tier 2 up top.
But I think Barracuda should be able to defend and not lose anything more than this. Maybe the mid-tier 1 if Monster Vicious tries to force it here. They already lost Fredrin doing so previously. Nova?
Okay, they're trying their best to defend, and guess what? Monster Vicious, they didn't even attack the turret. And because of this, they somehow hold on. It's down towards 1 HP, but Ruff, is he going to tank it? Okay, never mind. It's gone. All right, sure.
Okay, 2 towers for the First Lord. Not too bad. Monster Vicious still having the gold disadvantage, mostly because a lot of their laners are being forced to...
Hesu with a 2-man final slash, and now into the Daytona's welcome. What a gobble. Yum, yum, chomp, chomp. Barracuda shutting down the monsters.
My goodness, Barracuda has to just skewering 2 members of Monster Vicious together, even trying to get one more here. Nova pulls them in.
Nova with the catch, gets a counter play, but it's not going to be good enough. They lose another. And just like that, Barracuda got the sickest opening that they could ask for.
Well,
the most difficult execution is going to be the final slash Daytona's welcome. And I'm surprised they were able to pull it off. That was really sick from Barracuda.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of AoE damage that they can follow it up with as well. AJ so far, we haven't been talking about him very much, but this Nana is still 1-0, doing quite a good amount of damage from the back. If you can time the good Molina Blitz onto that final slash, it is a lot of damage. Ooh,
okay.
Unfortunate miss there.
Okay, a little bit unfortunate. Right at the edge as well. Near miss coming as well. Retribution up to Zeno. They want to try and finish more, but guess what? Hesu getting kited on from Subway. Hesu looking for a couple of baits, more reaction. Forced to use the final slash, and now they gobble up the Subway, but they don't have the damage to burst him down. He eventually falls, but they need to run. They need to run right now. Xenomod is just tanking their way through, and Ruff has been left untouched completely. However, with a couple of boomerangs in, Ruff has felt the pain of this Nana.
Both junglers gonna be forced to concede their lives here to try and set up a possibility for their team. Like you mentioned, the final slash into Daytona's welcome combo was executed very nicely by Barracuda Esports, but there's no way to jump onto Ruff once both of those abilities have been used.
Yeah, it's a big problem right now that they're facing, right? Like, if you think about this, Hexa has been trying to make those kind of flashy plays to go for the final slash, but he needs to catch Ruff, and so far it's been very, very difficult. Unless Ruff prematurely pre-cast the Purify before the final slash animation comes in, but again, very difficult to time. It's a very, very small window to not get caught out by that.
Absolutely. It's because it's such a quick animation as well, right? So Hesu definitely showing us what he's capable of with the Arlet in the EXP lane. Again, a hero that has had a 0% win rate so far, but performing pretty well here. We got once again the go-to signal. The game returns.
Yep, and in this case, the Lord now down to his half HP. They are going to try their best to kite this out here. Nova looking for the pull. Hesu going for the dash as well. Nova missing the I'm Offender, but at the same time, they find right from the side. No way! Grace with the holy baptism time here. What a mistake from Monster Wishes.
That extra healing from the Rafaela was just enough to keep Trap topped up. And I really like his timing on the Wind of Nature as well. Keeping it until the very last second to make sure that Ruff has no choice but to commit to the kill and put himself in a vulnerable situation. Monster Vicious now, all their damage is basically gone. I don't think they should contest this anymore.
Now, Hesu from the sides here, he's going to try and find where Subway is to try and isolate the situation. Amao in a very prime position. Final slash missing the mark, so this is going to be go time for Subway, but he gets stunned up and chained up, so nothing they can do. But oh, Vegas! What? Hello? Amao? That should not be possible. Like, that was the perfect zoning by Hesu. And Fakus sneaks it right under with no protection. What were you looking, Amao?
I don't even know how Fakus managed to achieve that, but that has saved Monster Vicious. The fact that Barracuda don't have the Lord here, like if they had it, they could have easily cleared up all the remaining external towers for Monster Vicious' side, but with the waves pushing, they now fight.
Now Amao getting for the Daytona's welcome. They burst him down. They catch 4 with the final slash. And as you can see, Grace, they're trying to kite them off with the slow. A second final slash doesn't connect. They will get Subway once again from the side of Barracuda. But they somehow hold on. And my goodness, if they did not get the Lord, that would have been a game lost moment right there. But at the same time, Monster Vicious somehow holds on as Barracuda. Can they secure the game 1 despite that blunder?
In terms of direct 5v5 team fighting, Barracuda still does have the advantage. They have more damage, they have a good amount of durability, and the Rafaela is really adding a lot of value here. Looking at the side of Monster Vicious, yeah, I'm realizing they only have... Okay, they do have 2 Dominance Ices. I think that would logically be enough, but it's not going to be easy for Nova and Zeno to be the ones to apply this anti-heal to all the members of Barracuda. I feel like Trap and AJ have been doing a great job of positioning in the backline.
I think it's fine. Like, these are 2 very, very tanky heroes that will constantly be in your face. But if you put a Dominance Ice on Rafaela, that's going to be a completely different story, because that's not going to do him any good to actually debuff the enemy. So that's why he's opted to go for the Necklace of Durance instead, to apply it on both the Damus as well as the Ruby to deal with the sustains there.
And the Fredrin as well. I feel like the necklace of Durant on this Raph is actually a lot more valuable here than the 2 dominance ices on Monster Vicious, just because of how easily it is for the hero wearing it to actually apply that anti-heal effect.
Well, this is going to be a tough one, indeed, as Monster Vicious now going to be, looking for the setup play. Nova hasn't had the perfect one as well. Hexu, okay, missing the final slash, finally casts it on Zeno. Not going to do too much. The Astro Echo comes in, reviews the position. They will disengage, but there is a huge minion wave down middle, so Monster Vicious will have to clear that out first before the next fight.
Monster Vicious have definitely been forced into the more defensive, responsive situation in this game. Again, the 5v5 team fight very much in favor of Barracuda Esports, and their late game scaling is not at all bad as well. Monster Vicious needs to wait until Ruff and Fakers are close to full build at least. Then maybe they can depend on the Star Shatters to start whittling down the members of Barracuda before committing for this team fight. It's difficult though because that holy healing is always going to be present.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like the heals is going to help them over time considering the fact that they do have a decent amount of damage. Like, if I were to compare this with King Empire's Angela pickup in the previous series, now they have a balance of magical damage. So this is where it kind of shines the most. It forces Monster Vicious to kind of itemize accordingly of both elements. And in this case, both elements means that they will take a little bit more in either or in this situation.
Astral Echo will come out, scouts out 3 members of Barracuda. They still don't actually know where Hesu is. I think they can probably make a rough guess about that bush there in the back. But Monster Vicious have to be very careful about their positioning, especially now that Vegas has been sent to make sure that that bottom wave doesn't crash with their tower. They will be in an outnumbered situation, and their team fight already isn't the best in comparison.
It's tough. They gotta bait out the Astro Echo once again, but every single time this happens, look at this. Subway is doing a fantastic job making sure that he's right in the range to draw the aggro in favor of them, and because of this, it is wasting Amal's time before they actually bait this out. And while this is happening, Faker's already got his Astro Echo, and because of this, it's back to reset once again.
Yeah, Barracuda have no problem taking an extended fight as well because they have Grace around to keep them topped up on HP. Whereas Subway, taking damage from aggroing the Lord is not going to be able to heal that up without like a Guardian Helmet or maybe recalling back to base. The latter of which he definitely does not want.
Oh no, Jesus want to catch, but Ruff, he purifies out of there as well. Amal missing the Daytona's welcome. He's going to get chipped away. He's got the Winter Trunket. Can he get out? The heals comes in from Grace. Will save his lives here, but meanwhile, Jesus trying to go in for the backline to catch Ruff, but they do not have the focus here. Again, AJ makes an attempt on towards Rob. Meanwhile, Trap also going to be bursted down. Final Slash comes in. He misses the mark, and Zeno is able to survive it all. And now the Lord push comes in. Amal will be able to want to take it in this vicinity.
Ooh, a very tight fight right there, but Monster Vicious able to actually make it out on top. Zeno being able to survive the entire fight and sticking right on top of Hesu made it so that the Arlott couldn't really get things set up for the team, and a key catch onto Trap means that...
No, he walked right into the Volina. AJ just completely shutting him down, and now Monster Vicious, they've got the Lord. They may not have the Lord, but with that being said, Barracuda keeps things alive. Amal said no more messing up, and now he's going to try and escort the Lord here, but what can he do? The rest of the team from Barracuda is coming in. AJ showed himself as well. Do they want to come into this fight? But seems like they do, and Monster Vicious are playing this very, very safe right now.
Ruff needs to be wary. His Purify is still down for another 15 seconds. They will be able to clear up this Lord without too much issue. Barracuda still trying to see if they can escort it a little bit further, maybe push Monster Vicious back to their half of the map, which they will successfully do so. But we are seeing quite a back and forth here. Barracuda, even though they should have a very solid front line, are getting disrupted now that heroes like Ruff and Zeno are really starting to scale up.
This is so much poking that Monster Vicious is bringing to the table. Like, they're able to chip away at the Lord just like that without much commitment from Barracuda. And I was expecting maybe a full head dive on, but because of how they're kiting them, they were able to safely clear it out and also still maintaining the lead for now. In this case, Tier 2 is going to be the next objective for Barracuda. Can they take it though?
Looks like Monster Vicious is just going to give it to them here. They don't want to put themselves in an off angle where Barracuda will be able to find the Final Slash Daytona Welcome combination. Subway will be sent to deal with the bottom lane, but Barracuda are looking to cut off his exit here. He could be in a lot of trouble.
Yep, tier 2 also very low. Subway gonna be gobbled up again. They are taking the tower, but here Amao taking a little bit too much damage. He needs to get out. Winter Trunket from Subway, but guess what? The save from Nova X-Cobra goes in for the pull. Amao, he won't fall. He's got the Winter Trunket. He's gonna die a second time with the immortality. He tries to extend it, and AJ with the burst, not enough to shut down Nova. What a micro play between both Subway as well as Amao.
Yep, the junglers are traded once again, but this is probably in favor of Monster Vicious because from that angle, the kill on Subway should be very, very easy. Novak's Kobar taking advantage of the off-tempo to find an amazing 3-man hook there and then keeping the Barats under the tower long enough for Ruff to finish him off.
It's crazy. This is weird. This is a battle between the junglers right now. Like both Subway and Amao has been playing some really, really insane micro plays, whereas the rest of them are just watching, making sure that both of these guys must come up on top before this next objective.
The next objective, it has just respawned here, the Lord. We're 24 minutes in. The game has definitely lasted longer than anticipated just based off of Barracuda's early game. Jesus gonna be pulled in.
Oh no, he's gotta back out as well. He's dropping a little bit low. Grace going for the top up, but it's not gonna be enough. The Lord dropping towards a very, very close call as well, but now Fakus gets another nice shot. Is going to send him back to the base, and he's going to be forced to reset in this fight. Meanwhile, Monster Vicious not taking the risk here, knowing that there is a minion wave down middle. So in case they see a little sneaky rat, they may need to defend against this. But because of this, Barracuda is back into the picture here. Power potion up on trap available. They are going to try and force a fight.
You almost never see players go for the potions. They usually reserve that money to switch around Immortality and Winter Trunkian, which means either Trap is super rich or he won't have the ability to switch items around during this next fight, which could be quite detrimental. Barracuda still standing on a strong gold lead, but they don't have a lot of map control. And Monster Vicious, Vegas has scaled up so much that these snipes are really hurting.
They have to commit to this here. Astro Echo is down. Likewise can be said for the final sledge, but Jesus, he just got it up. They are thinking about forcing the fight here. Send him out. Very low. He has the out. He does have the vengeance as well. They can bait this reaction. Subway taking a little bit too much, but it looks like they are going to go for the conceal play here. Nova looking to try and zone them out while they try to focus down the Lord, but no, they don't really have the damage as well. Lord is holding on as well. Ava goes for the Daytona's welcome. They reset the Lord, and now they are going to force a fight. They have no choice. They have to fight this, and Barracuda says, we have to back out. Pops out here on trap.
No.
What happened? No! Wait, what? He got stunned in, and the snipe from Fakers will finish him off. He got caught out, and Xenomount won't be able to walk out, and the Lord will be secured for Monster Vicious.
Beautifully played by Monster Vicious. They knew that the top wave was pushing in their favor, and they just waited for Barracuda to send someone home. When they saw that AJ was tasked with defending the base, they instantly said, it's go time, pop the conceal, jump on top of Amao, start zoning him out. And Xeno is the perfect hero to chase that Irritel as well, with the way that his enhanced auto attacks chase the target and the vengeance to turn Trap's own damage against him.
Oh boy. Snipe comes in. Now tier 3 will fall. Monster Vicious finally got a crack. And now I'm offended. What? How did that hit? Now Ruff, he's going to go for the Purify. He's going to try and mow them down as well. Aim out with the Daytona's welcome to try and defend against the Monster Vicious here. The monstrosity is coming in. The Lord still relatively healthy as well. They are going to focus on the Crystal. Barracuda, they're throwing bodies, but it's not going to be enough. And the Crystal will fall as Monster Vicious will trample and destroy the little fishes.
Oh! The Monsters come out on top in game number 1, biding their time, waiting for the opportunity, and not folding under the weight of the pressure that Barracuda Esports exerted in the early phases.
I don't know what to expect out of this game, but it all came down to who played chicken. But of course, Nova, he got the biggest catch ever. He's been trying the entire game. Same can be said for Hexa, but eventually it came down to who landed their shot.
Yeah, the shots rang true, and they landed well. In this case, they really took a shot at Barracuda Esports as well. The fact that, yes, Novak Skopar had such a difficult time landing these I'm offendeds earlier in the game, because Jesus' final slashes were so on point, always catching out multiple members of Monster Vicious. You would think that with the gold lead they were able to amass, like Barracuda Esports should just be able to run them down at some point, but Monster Vicious played it safe, they played it cool, they knew that once Ruff and Fakus would be able to scale up, once Xeno has enough defenses to actually chase down Trap, then the win conditions are officially met and they just have to catch them off guard.
That is so long of an explanation here, but of course, despite all the explanation, let's talk about the MVP here. It's gotta be Fakes, the guy who got the snipe, the crucial kill on towards the Irritel to completely seal the fate of Barracuda.
Really charting out some impressive performances among all of the matches that we have witnessed today. The way that the Astral Echo and the constant poking from the Star Shatter just slows down the game for teams that are finding themselves in awkward situations or who are behind and need a bit more time to catch up is so valuable.
Let's talk a little bit more on these itemizations here coming from Fakes, right? He doesn't have a shoe, he's got full items, right? Usually, Enchanted Talisman and as well as the Lightning Trunket is something that is a little bit old school now. People kind of stray away with it as well. And if you play Novaria on a Mage Emblem, it doesn't give you that additional oomph of one shot, right? That's why he opted to go for the Emblem, because it gives you those passive penetration stats as well as adaptive strike. So I really like the idea that this is happening as well, and someday may even greedy it out by the adaptive penetration on his first Emblem.
It helps a lot in terms of building up that damage, because you have to know that Amal and Jesus should be pretty difficult frontliners to have to break through here, not to mention that a lot of the damage that Fakes might be able to do over time would be healed up by Grace. However, by upping the tempo and forcing Barracuda into situations where they would have to either deal with macro or fight neutral objectives, that's how the team fight is split up. And then the roles that are assigned to each player on Monster Vicious were carried out extremely well.
Yeah, the thing about the roles, right? It came down to a situation where like Barracuda had the right idea of what King Empire played previously, right? Like you need somebody to shut down the jungler in order to secure the retribution, which was unfortunately Amal's first mistake, right? Like he should not have lost that Lord to Fakus. They were in the lead, like ever since they lost that Lord, it came to a situation where Monster Vicious was able to find opportunities to make a comeback, and I'm not gonna lie, this might be a tilting moment for Barracuda.
Yeah, it was a very big turning point. And if they had gotten that Lord, they would have been able to clear up all the external towers, maybe even contest an inhibitor, and it becomes that much harder for Monster Vicious to actually try and push back for more map control. The fact that Fakes was able to steal it away, even if they weren't able to get too much with it, allowed them to keep the game's tempo under their own control and dictate the pace.
Yeah, and because of this, Ruff is able to kind of equalize into the fight as well. Look at this, Ruff has done 99,000 into his damage, and secretly, Monster Vicious' idea was making sure that Ruff gets his necessary farm to come back into the game, and because of that, all these little small things, it allowed Ruff to kind of scale into the game and then just completely shut them down. So it's really, really unfortunate here. I want to see the damage taken coming in here. Oh my, what? 304,000 up on Amal. What a very, very big number. But you know what's a number I want to talk about? 0% win rate on Arlet.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up if you didn't. Even after all this time, in the hands of so many different players and so many different teams, Arlet still can't catch a break. Like, it's so ridiculous that this is the situation we found ourselves in. Like, considering that this is a hero that performs pretty well in other like tournaments as well, I'm just waiting for the time when the Arlet just thinks like this is the final straw.
Oh boy, this is I want to see how the split pushing is, right? Like, so far they have kind of mirrored each other from both sides. Xeno was able to get a split push across, Ruff as well. But eventually, Barracuda's idea was making sure that Trap was able to get farm across the map. So they have been mirroring Monster Vicious a little bit more. But I feel like this has been a mirror matchup. And during the WhatsApp call as well, the WhatsApp call between Amal, it kind of showed that they were from the tier 2, so they perfectly understand each other's playstyles and tempo. Whoever makes a small mistake is going to pretty much lose the game. In this case, I'm not going to lie, both sides straight up made a lot of mistakes. Like Nova, definitely, what happened to the Nova, I knew. That's one. Jesus, same thing. all the initiations has been very, very sloppy. They tried to go for this pixel perfect moments, but because of all these little things and downtime, they were forced to kind of stall the game long enough and hand it over to Ruff.
Mistakes were definitely made, but at the same time, I think there were a lot of clean executions. There were great catches by both Jesus and Novak Skobar that allowed their team to gain some form of advantage. I think when you mentioned about like Monster Vicious coming in from the tier 2 scene as well, I think another advantage that this team has over Barracuda Esports is that Barracuda's lineup is a lot newer, whereas in comparison, Monster Vicious have been like these are players that have played together for a little while. They have some degree of familiarity, even if they have some new faces around. And it's a matchup that can be a little bit difficult because once you reach the later stages of the game, some of the heroes on Barracuda's side do fall off.
Now, Fake's 143,000 damage here single-handedly carried the team for Monster Vicious. And of course, the goal per minute is going to be Trap having the rich guy in his favor. Sandbag is going to be aim out, and total assist is going to be Grace. Unfortunately to say, even though Monster Vicious won the game, the stats go in favor of Barracuda. So technically, I don't know how to say about this. Like, even though stats is favoring Barracuda, they should have won. It just came down to one mistake. And personally, if they don't get a reset or in the mentality, they might lose game 2 too.
And it's going to be very important to reset the thought process here because it's very clear that that game could have gone in their favor if, like, say, they got that Lord earlier. Like, maybe if Grace wasn't the one who got a lot of these early game kills, it would have helped to snowball some of their other heroes. It's not much of a choice sometimes because it's just what happens, but it's clear that the early game went very smoothly for Barracuda and they needed to apply more pressure and turn it into a bigger advantage.
Yeah, I think this was a turning point, right? Like, they were able to get a storm here as well. They lose aim out. The first law comes in from Monster Vicious. I was like, okay, maybe, you know, things are going to be a-okay. But yeah, this was a very, very sick combo here. Looks very easy to pull off, but that angle at that point, very, very difficult.
Jesus was finding some great catches, catching Monster Vicious in off moments, and even in this situation, you can see that Ruff did make a mistake.
Yep. This was the moment.
Man,
and, oh
how do you even
aim out just completely dropped the ball. But interesting enough, this was very cool to watch because of the fact that the Astro Echo actually increased the hitbox of all those 3 players, which allowed the I'm Offended to get that additional weird range to actually go in for the pull. So very interesting animation, and I really liked it.
And then we can see here another slow-mo landing that Star Shatter onto Trap, who is just respawning from the immortality after losing the 1v1 against Xeno. I really like the way that Monster Vicious did approach this game, understanding that the early game, okay, we've already lost, let's reset, let's make sure we keep things steady. A lot of teams are doing this now, where knowing that they've already lost the early game, the goal isn't exactly to try and get that revenge play straight away. It's to make sure that they mitigate any more mistakes.
Yeah, I agree. Like, both teams came in very strong here, and I think this is the first match we kind of see as like, oh wait, they're making a lot of weird mistakes. They're getting a little bit angsty, a little bit trigger fingery here. In particular, it's going to be Hexa and Nova Escobar, but fortunately for Fakers, he was the cool, collected one here. Okay, he was able to salvage for Monster Vicious. But the question here is, are they going to be able to reset the mentality? Because we both can agree, this game is a pretty sloppy game coming from both teams.
A little bit, yeah. I think that both sides do need a little bit more experience on the MPL stage here. Like, you can get a little bit starstruck when you're up there, all the spotlights on you, just like how we get a lot of attention on us during this All-Star event that kicked off on the 16th of March. The All-Star exclusive skin, Estes, Sparkle Estes, will be available in the shop. We obviously have Sparkle skins for Melissa and Fredrin, as well as the free skin for Esmeralda. You guys can enjoy a 30% discount on the Estes skin for the first 21 days. And there will be a mega sale that's happening from the 9th to 16th of April, where you can get it for as low as 100 diamonds.
Wow, 100 diamonds, that's a bang for a buck. And guess what? Here's a little bit fun fact. I've never, like, this event so far has one of the best music ever.
I agree with you.
Like, if you guys just sit through it and listen to the entire music, damn, that's K-pop worthy.
I think a lot of us have been listening to it. Like, when you go into the event screen, you just get assaulted straight away by the song. And it's not even a bad thing. It's a pretty catchy tune. But there's some things we want to talk about. The MAL Season 1 Affiliated Conference Standings.
Well, this is a little bit interesting as well because will we see MAL affiliated team players promoted to their MPL roster? The reason why we're bringing this up as well because the transfer window is also up for both MAL as well as MPL. So I'm curious to see whether or not are we going to see a little bit switch out throughout an entire week. And the reason why MAL and MPL is so important is because of the fact that it allows potential upcoming rising pro players such as them going to be having an opportunity to fight for a slot in MPL, regardless if they make it or not.
Now, I think a lot of people may have wondered why the MAL was split into the Challenger and the Affiliated Conference, and a lot of it comes from the fact that if you are part of an affiliated MAL lineup, the chances of you being picked up and transferred into the main MPL lineup once the transfer window comes around is a lot higher. I think in particular we saw that like Todak Legion is in first place, but Barracuda Beta is in second. So if the main Barracuda lineup is having some difficulties, maybe some of the performing MAL players might get a chance to shine on stage as well.
To be honest, I think this is a big step up for Mobile Legends Esports, right? Like if you think about this, sometimes when we have transfer windows, the reason why sometimes when they come in, they don't really, perform at the highest level is because these players may or may not be warmed up towards the competitive setting here, or may not have the required experience to actually come into the play. So that's why it's always a gamble. If you think about it here, past few seasons, it always has been a shuffle between veterans. But this time, we are starting to see a lot of newer bloods, which I really like the opportunities by all the pro teams so far.
I agree with you. Being able to see new generations of MLBB players get a chance to show their stuff on that stage is always fun, always interesting, always exciting. And this season as well, we're even getting the chance to see a lot of older veterans who haven't seen the stage in a while make their grand return. So who's going to come out on top? The new blood? The old blood? We'll find out. But Monster Vicious is currently one game up. They're going to be on the blue side of the draft this time.
Well, the only blood we didn't see is red. And in this case, I don't know what to say about that. I'm just going to leave it at there.
I think we should. We're not ready for that conversation.
Well, I just feel bad for a particular caster, though, who has a specific drink name. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just going to leave it there. You know. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, okay.
But like, I don't think my brain is quick enough to respond anymore.
It's okay.
It's been a long day.
I'm just sidetracking a little bit more. But of course, now going to game number 2 here, the drafts, Angela, as well as the Matilda, Arlott, as well as the Joy being banned, Nolan being taken out as well. I'm assuming Barat's going to be priority coming in from Barracuda. Not sure about Monster Vicious though. Like, do they want to give... Well, Subway is very comfortable in tank role, so I can only assume that the Barat is going to be in his favor.
Yeah, but previously, Novaria was very good in the hands of Fakers as well, and we saw earlier in the day when King Empire was able to get 2 wins in a row by just first picking the Novaria, so that could be a potential consideration, but nope.
Oh.
They're going to stick to the Ruby.
Ruby priority. Are they going to flex this pick though? That's going to be my question. Or is it just, okay, yeah, let's double down for Nova, let him do his own thing. Barracuda going to be stealing the Novaria themselves. Fix, I've had enough of you. You're not playing Novaria. However, Nana in the pool. Vexana also in the pool.
Yeah, Vexana was previously banned out in the first phase by Barracuda Esports, as we can see here. So it may not be a bad idea to grab it this time. But the Novaria and carry, Monster Vicious now have to be very careful about not falling into the own trap that they set in the previous game, where if the game isn't ended fast enough, these two heroes become real menaces.
Okay. Fredrin again for Subway. 21% win rate out of total pick is 14. So this time Monster Vicious, they've kind of made it work the previous game. They are going to double down with that. So that's going to be a very, very interesting one coming in. But of course, they lock down the Vexana for a fake. So that should be all for them. Unless Barracuda, again, my question here is, are they going to double down on the double support once again?
I don't think so. Not when you have Novaria around. That is, unless they really want to focus on the jungler. Like, I thought they might want to go, like, prioritize the Barats here potentially, but looks like they're going to stick with this X-Borg. This is a hero that's been doing very well throughout the day today, especially against these bulky frontliners like the Fredrin. So, not a bad choice.
Okay, now I remember what happened. So, when Grace was formerly played with Miro, right? His signature was the Rafaela. So I guess they are going to stick him in with the Rafaela once again with the Barats if they want to. But I do not have enough data on him playing frontline aggressive tankers with high win rate percentage. So now it makes sense why he was prioritizing on the Rafaela once again. Like, again, I'm not a big fan of Rafaela, I'm sorry to say. Yeah, it's a great way to deal with the quote-unquote the Astro Echo coming in from the Novaria, but I don't think Monster Vicious is going to use that tactic to deal with it. It's just going to completely ignore it and just face tank everything, whatever you throw at them.
Yeah, I think Monster Vicious definitely want to be able to fight as a team here. That's why we see that the Grok is being removed to get rid of the wild charge potential and the reset potential as well. Barracuda get rid of the Claude, which is quite interesting. I personally don't have very good feelings about this hero in the current meta, as shown by the 0% win rate. I'm thinking about what else they could go for. The Baxia actually has a pretty good win rate as well. Could be a good choice for Barracuda if they want to counter the healing from Fredrin and Ruby.
Fredrin and Ruby. I don't know. Like, the carry already does the job, right? Like, getting another true damage, they've already got the perfect opening here, and I really liked it. But here's a little bit fun fact. Arlott and Claude have both been picked 8 times, respectively, in MPL-MY Season 13, but 0% win rate. It is going to be forever cursed. Thank you guys, production. I know you guys have been chanting in the group chat for a long time.
We got to hammer it in a little bit more.
Yeah, it sucks.
Make these heroes feel worse.
Like, I can see why Claude kind of sucks because of the patch, but I'm really surprised Arlott kind of sucks. Like, I've seen Iris kind of play not during the tournaments as well. Even in Strowman, it looks really, really good in his favor. But even if he strays away for it, it just says a lot. But of course, something new to the table. We finally see a Benedetta and Natan coming from Monster Vicious. 100% win rate with the Benedetta in the hands of Smooth, the man, the myth, the legend himself. This time, Zeno going to be bringing it to the table.
Now, historically, I've known Zeno to be an EXP laner that doesn't usually play the more high mechanic style heroes. He's played Benedetta in the past before, but the success rate has been a little bit inconsistent overall. Barracuda gonna be locking in the Guinevere here as the roamer. Oh.
Okay. Roam Guinevere. I want to see how this works. This is very, very interesting. Like, I've never seen Graves kind of play it, but I want to see how well he plays this right now. Can he pull it off? Because it is a very difficult composition. Storm today has changed my mind about this, but can he do the same again?
Storm has some pretty high mechanics as a roamer, very aggressive, very aware of the map. We'll see whether or not Grace can repeat that same sort of pressure overall. Now that Monster Vicious, they've got a pretty balanced lineup they want to dive. Can they get the clean sweep?
Well, potentially match point for Monster Vicious here. We are heading into its game number 2, and this is going to be the final series for today. It is going to be Monster Vicious versus Barracuda Esports.
The Monsters and the Vicious meet upon the land of Dawn once again to figure out who will be the one worthy of that throne. Starting things off, it doesn't look like either side is going to be doing anything too aggressive here. And the moment I say that, Nova is here to annoy Amal, force the retreat.
Okay, very, very nicely done. So that means the Wanderer is going to be in the hands of Subway, pretty much guaranteed. But oh my god, Figs, where did this Figs come from? He is on fire. He's just bullying AJ right now. And you can see the aggression coming in from Monster Vicious. Subway looking to pick a fight with Amal, but at the same time, Amal's level 3. He's got the stacks. This is not a good fight for Monster Vicious. They are going to get punished with this. Grace now missing the combo. The snipes from AJ will miss the mark, but they will still get first blood onto a Subway. Monster Vicious getting a little bit too greedy there.
Yeah, I think that wasn't the best idea overall. Fredrin and Barat can somewhat match one another when you are at this level, and I know that they expect that, oh, we pull Zeno over, he'll be able to make it much faster than Hesu, but Hesu's gonna be able to catch you on the way out, and he's very good at slowing down heroes like that Fredrin, so Subway gonna be behind now for the first turtle.
Oh, nice Purify coming from Fix. He is going to try and go for the counter play. Nova not going to do much against this. And again, Barat's early game a little bit too strong compared to the Fredrin. And I agree with what you said as well. Xbox true damage does break through Subway very, very quickly in the early stage game. But Grace, oh my goodness, he is just taking a little bit too much damage.
I wonder if that early gank would have been better if Zeno did decide to use like his Petrify when he jumped in. Not too sure if it would have made too much of a difference. As of right now, Subway will manage to hit level 4 around the same time as Amal, and that's going to be right when the turtle comes up as well. As for the Roamers and EXP, it's still going to take a little bit of a moment.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. And now Amal does have the level advantage because of that play. And it's just really unfortunate that Monster Visions got this greedy. And because of that, they are going to potentially pay the price. Meanwhile, Grace looking for the jump once again. Novar is able to cancel him mid-animation. Turtle down towards the final 2 bars. Astro Echo connects on 2. He does hit on Fix as well. He's going to fall potentially. That's going to be one auto attack. But that is going to be Subway securing the Turtle now. Subway gonna be hanging on for his dear life. He's got the Praises Rap and he misses the mark. Could not catch Grace. They will get Amal instead.
Zeno definitely the MVP of that turtle fight, timing it so that he would be able to get that stun, that Petrify onto Amal, and then even stopping him from doing more damage after Subway got eaten. And then dashing in, getting more DPS done. We can see now that Monster Vicious trying to continue the aggression.
Okay, Grace gets a nice catch. Subway getting a little bit of a spicy there. Again, getting punished for his greed a second time. And now Barracuda gets back the lead. And Zeno, well, gets a full gold plating up top. He's going to be happy right now. This Benedetta is getting a little bit too ahead right now.
This is a very uncharacteristic greed coming out from Subway, though. He's usually a little bit more reserved as the jungler, yeah. Like, I get that he's very confident in his team being able to set these things up, but dying twice now is not ideal. Amal will be very happy about this because it means that his EXP lead is just going to grow even more.
Huh, interesting. Bakes actually went to go for the Inspire on top of it all. So that means he's going to be having a little bit of decent cooldowns. He wants to make sure that he can prolong the fight, get a potential second Lord for the second fight. So I can only assume that he might go for the Enchanted Talisman build once again. But the question here is, if Barracuda doesn't group up with at least 2 to 3 units, you won't be able to utilize the passive here because right now, Ruff, he's going to get caught up by Raze, but he's going to try to back out. But Subway instantly, Retribution on trap, forces a flicker. Amal also here going to be zoning there, and that is going to be the disengage. Nothing happened. Saw nothing.
A lot was exchanged there, but with no casualties on either side, neither team will be able to secure an advantage for themselves for this next turtle. One thing that they do have is that Zeno has been cutting waves up in that top lane, so that'll allow him a bit more freedom to roam over and assist with the turtle contest. Barracuda, though, it looks like they've switched lanes. They're going to putting Trap up top.
Yep, now I'm Offender comes in. They pull in the Hesu. They drops the Insanity as well. Subway gets caught out. He does have to bring his around. Chooses to back up. And now Nova, he gets pulled back. But no, Amal gobbles him up. And that's not going to do too much here. He will still fall, but he saves his teammate from getting caught out by Nova. So very, very nice minor details, but they will still lose members here. They lose a tier 1 as well as Amal in this process.
Yep, good kill from Ruff there, making sure to take out the Barats before he's able to spit out the Ruby. And that means that Nova wasn't stunned to be picked off by the rest of Barracuda Esports. We can see now even the Flicker going to be forced out of Hesu as Monster Vicious are being very vicious this game.
Yeah, very, very technical game. I really like this as well. They're utilizing Xenomao's macro waves so well. And this time, Barracuda, they're going to try and make an attempt dive on towards him. So if Grace is able to catch him off, he's going to be in trouble here. Hesu, Insanity to back out. They lose the tier 1. But again, Barracuda not able to find any kind of space at all.
Yeah, I'm very impressed at the speed that Monster Vicious is approaching this game. Like, it's as if they don't have any fears at all against Barracuda. And Any previous mistakes that they may have made just don't seem to weigh in their mind at all at this point. Barracuda definitely facing a different opponent in game 2.
Very difficult game thus far. Grace needs to get the catch once again, but it's tough considering a Barracuda doesn't have the biggest setup here. AJ hasn't been using the Echo here, but again, right now, Barracuda, they're deciding what do they do? Do they commit or don't commit? They've lost a tier 1, they're far off towards the base, and their other lane is just getting completely shoved by Zeno Mao on the other side of the map.
Ordinarily, with the lineup that Barracuda have, they're pretty good at counter-engaging by waiting until Monster Vicious makes a move and then jumping in with either the Daytona's Welcome or the Violet Requiem. But Zeno on the Benedetta makes this interaction very difficult.
Oh boy, now with the catch coming in, Grace, he cannot escape. He's gonna be the first one to fall. That should be Barracuda just losing their members. This is really not looking good for Barracuda.
Without Grace, it's going to be hard for Barracuda to contest this objective, and so they will choose not to do so, especially after Fakus zones them out with the Eternal Guard. Subway, he's coming in again, continuing on this pressure, even though it cost him his life twice before.
Oh boy, now with the snipes coming in, Retri, oh, okay, Amo does secure it for the team. Subway, unfortunately, his greed is not getting paid off at all. In this case, AJ, looking for the snipes, not going to be able to do much again.
I really like the way that Monster Vicious is splitting up the map as well. Zeno is just being sent to macro. Barracuda, they don't have the best split push here. Hesu even forced to use Insanity to clear the wave.
Dude, they're doing all their best to defend against this here. They even forced Nova's not flicker, but still hop over the wall to get that pull, but still. At the same time, Barracuda, it feels like they're getting choked slowly but surely, and now the whale comes to interrupt.
The whale is back.
The whale is here to say hello.
Whale, whale, whale.
Getting in the middle of the fish and the monster. Timeout, guys. Timeout. Something's not good right.
We once again got to make sure that the players, everything is okay with the devices, with the communication, so that they will be able to play with competitive integrity intact. But looking at this current situation, it's very clear that Monster Vicious have a huge advantage. They have the mental advantage as well. Their confidence is off the charts.
Oh my god. That is, are we going to go? Like, we know when we see her face, we should smile because we're going to the game, and the whale disappears. All right, okay.
I like how she just has a dedicated role now because of this. Like, just the one in charge of sending us back into the game. And I think the fans are a big fan of it.
I'm going to play the Starfall right now. I don't know how to respond to that.
It's okay, you don't have to.
Oh boy. Here we go again.
Yep. Continue on with things. 3k net worth lead for Monster Vicious. Barracuda are losing a lot of their pressure overall. Unfortunately, this Guinevere pick has not worked out very well for Grace. Hasn't really been able to catch anyone out. 2 Purifies and Rough and Fakus, making these potential pickoffs very unlikely.
Okay, speaking of how the fight is happening right now, you can see that Barracuda, they're trying to have Jesus kind of mirror Zeno, but at this time, he's pretty much 2 levels down, which brings a very, very big problem here, because if he cannot mirror Zeno because of all these lanes, and he's been, trying to set up a fight with Barracuda and not getting any value out of it, slowly but surely, Zeno is already outscaling him because of how quickly he's been shoving the lanes, and every single time this happens, Jesus is going to leave a single full wave of creeps time and time again. But now, with the temple down coming in, the Lord will be secured by Subway. They go in for the collapse as well. Subway does not use the Appraiser's Wrath, and they easily take Jesus down.
So here's the problem, right? As you mentioned, Hesu is not really able to match Zeno on the Benedetta. But when you have an Export versus Benedetta matchup, you already expect there's no way the Export can keep up in terms of speed. What you need to do here is basically turn every fight into a 5v4 and just win out in terms of team fight potential with like the last Insanity and all the slows. The problem is, Monster Vicious is winning as the 4 versus the 5. So the disparity between the teams is expanding ever wider.
Oh boy, look at Zeno. He's like, you know what? Hey, wait, the lanes are shoved up down bottom. I need to clear it faster. But at the same time, tier 2 is here. Entropy already being used by Ruff as he continues to mow them all down. In this case, what can Barracuda do? Like the perfect 2-man knockout Bible Magic Thumb from Grace?
That would be a start, at least. But Grace hasn't really been landing these combos. Even earlier in that Lord fight, he just jumped into
Oh, okay. Amao, he got gobbled in. Subway, what do you think? He got chain stun all the way through. They lose Subway. At the same time, Zeno Mao cutting the back lines. He gets the kill, but can he get out? No, he cannot. They overcommit. 1-for-2 exchange. A little bit too much, but Barracuda, they somehow was able to capitalize on Subway's mistake again.
Yeah, Barracuda are able to trade up there, though losing an inhibitor at this stage is really not the best. At least they're able to catch out Subway. Zeno, though, I'm really impressed by the fact that he's able to dash that far in and get the kill onto Amal. Did he need to do it? Probably not, but it still looks cool.
Yep, it is very, very cool. Like, that's the thing, right? Imagine if he had one more additional damage item, he could have gotten a double kill there instead of one. He almost got trapped and Grace.
I mean, that's effectively saying, like, if only he had more money.
Well, in this case, he's gotten a little bit too much more honey already.
I see. Well, the days are not looking too sunny for Barracuda Esports.
Okay, you win.
Hey.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing.
But I think you could say the same for Barracuda. They're in a situation where they really have no answers to this. They really need to win out big team fights by getting good catches with the Guinevere. But as we can see, those are really not happening. In this instant replay, Subway gets punished. And then we see Zeno somehow surviving under the crit. Oh, wow. As we come back, Hesu is dead.
Okay. Yeah. Now you see me, now you don't. And Hesu, I think he got caught out. Just because of the fact he's under-leveled, right? Like, think about this. He's level 11 as an Xbox. Technically, at this stage of the game, we kind of expect your usual Xbox to be in the front, you know, just completely bullying out Monster Vicious. But so far, he hasn't been able to do so because of how, I would say, separated everyone from Barracuda is, because of how annoying Zeno has been out throughout the entire game.
Yeah, when you have an Xbox EXP lane versus Benedetta, that macro game is going to be very, very one-sided. Unless you have like a hero in the jungle or in the gold lane that can split push by themselves, which in this case Barracuda does not. We can see that they're just not able to retain any sort of map control. This objective goes over the Monster Vicious without any contest at all. And I get the feeling we're going to witness this game end in favor of a clean sweep unless Monster Vicious just starts throwing.
Yeah, same time here, this is going to be a very, very tough one. As you can see, Zeno is just doing a lot of work throughout this entire game here. And because of this, Barracuda hasn't been able to find any kind of pickoff. I know I sound like a broken record right now. And great.
That was close.
Okay. Risky. Risky. Very, very risky. But let's see.
Lord pushing in very soon. Monster Vicious pushing every single lane at the same time. Really nice wave syncing here to get every single inhibitor they can.
Well, speaking of the inhibitors here, Subway looking for the pull. Now here comes the Astro Echo to try and catch them off guard as well. Instead it comes in. Nova gonna be a little bit awkward position. He's gonna dive right in. And now Subway dropping a little bit low. Appraiser's Run comes in, completely airballs. As Zeno Mount will try to catch the back lines. They won't try to finish him off. Ruff is still there to do a little bit more damage. But Barracuda, they are able to hold on. Grace trying to finish off Subway, but Ruff was able to kill him off. And now Jesus with the insanity, it doesn't even hurt. And now Ruff is gonna try man fire his way through. And he's gonna get the kill. And now he's gonna go. Oh, he's got the Maniac. Now, AJ, give him the Savage. No, he does not get it. It's over.
An absolutely amazing finish to a clean sweep by Monster Vicious. As despite Barracuda Esports' best efforts to defend their base, Ruff by himself secures the Maniac and a clean victory for his team.
What a way to close things off. When all hope is lost, it looked like it might have been a reset. Ruff says, I'm gonna man up and take them all by myself. Gets the Maniac. GG, well played to Ruff.
Monster Vicious looking a lot cleaner today, and I think they have to be very satisfied with their results there. This is growth right here on the stage. They feel more confident. They look better coordinated. Barracuda Esports, unfortunately, gotta go back to the drawing board. But let's just go ahead and throw it over to our interview with Monster Vicious.
Alright, kemenangan pertama, technically a full win. 3 mata penuh untuk Monster Vicious. 2 berbalas kosong lawan Barracuda. Hi guys, how are you feeling? Hello. Okay ke? Semua sihat? Mike.
Sehat.
Sehat. Alright, Raf. Maniac pertama di MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. How are you feeling? You excited ke tak sebab ini kali pertama you main dengan MV di atas pentas MPL? Dulu kan kena loan?
Sejujurnya saya rasa bangga sebab dapat main dengan dorang. And itulah saya rasa bangga lah.
Bangga. Nova pula. Nova pun season lepas kena loan. So sekarang dah main full lineup Monster Vicious. You rasa on a scale of 1 to 10, how strong is the full Monster Vicious lineup dekat MPL?
Kalau feeling saya memang 10 over 10 lah. Untuk Monster Vicious punya lineup. Walaupun kita orang full local, but kita orang always try hard lah untuk buktikan yang full local pun boleh pergi jauh.
Wow, you guys heard it from the man himself. Full local lineup pun boleh pergi jauh. Alright, how about let's pass it to Subway. Subway, tadi match pertama your ex-teammate Stormy played. Match kedua your ex-teammate Smooth and Sasa also played. And now you pula main. You rasa rindu tak dengan dorang?
Apa?
You rasa rindu tak dengan ex-teammate you?
Rindu?
Apa yang you nak cakap kepada dorang?
Tak ada apa-apa pun. Good luck, have fun je. Kita jumpa dekat Land of Dawn.
Wow. Alright guys. So, untuk semua orang dekat Stadium MBSJ, korang rasa siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP perlawanan ini? I'm hearing a lot of names actually kali ini. Alright guys. MVP in 3, 2, 1. Kita punya MVP ialah Raf. Bagi balik dekat Raf. Okay, Raf. MVP Maniac. Musim lepas, ramai orang cakap Raf ni main macam prime Ciku. A lot of people said this last season. So, do you think season ni you boleh live up to prime Ciku?
Mungkin lebih lagi.
Wow! Lebih lagi. Okay, I like that answer. Can we please pass it to Coach Haru? Alright, minggu depan MV akan jumpa Homeboys dan juga Team Hub. With this lineup that you have as a coach right now, how confident are you that you guys will win the matches next week? And what do you want to say to both Homeboys and Team Hub?
9 over 10. Sebab 1/10 tu kalau diorang blunder sendiri lah.
Alright, apa yang you nak cakap dekat Homeboys dan juga Team Hub?
Untuk Homeboy, since season lepas, I'm not the head coach. Season ni saya akan cuba, saya akan kalahkan diorang.
Wow, Team Hub?
Good luck, have fun.
Oh, wow. Macam personal je dengan Homeboys?
Final.
Oh ya, nak membalas dendam.
Tak, ni tim baru, so tak dendam, cuma
nak show what you have. Okay then guys, once again, a round of applause for Monster Vicious.
And thank you kepada yang datang, fans Monster Vicious, fans Barracuda, terima kasih banyak. And saya harap dapat keep supporting us. Walaupun kami tim baru, kami harap korang akan dapat support us sampai habis season lah. Thank you.
Alright, terima kasih. Congratulations. You guys may now head on over to the media room. Wow. The only team yang ada full local lineup musim ini nak buktikan that full local lineup pun boleh pergi jauh. Adakah MV akan jadi dark horse kita musim ini? We will know in the upcoming weeks. But for now, untuk match terakhir ni, kita akan pass it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam clean sweep 2-0 game ni. Casters, silakan.
Clean victories and They've got the attitudes to make it far. I do like to see that. Ruff definitely deserving the MVP of the match this time. Only 3 deaths across these 2 games. And I think his performance on both the carry and the Natan were stellar.
Yeah, it was very, very consistent in both games as well here. His Purify has been spectacular, making sure that he doesn't get caught out. Even if he got caught out, he was able to make it out multiple times. I think he made one small blunder in game number 1, but aside from that, he's been able to consistently find farm very, very quickly throughout the game. And for him to close out a game where all hope is lost, when you needed him the most, he pulls out his inner beast and just completely shuts down his opponents. In this case, the fish was completely skewered as he gets the Maniac. He is indeed a massive murderer.
I'm not sure if that's the associated title you'd want to go for here.
I know, right?
But I get what you mean. Definitely living up to the name of Monster Vicious in this case. Ruff had his eyes on the prize, and it didn't matter who was standing in his way. He was going to take them down and do it with a smile on his face. He mentioned that, like on stage, that he may surpass Prime Chiku. What are your thoughts on that?
Can they surpass the Prime Kings first? You know, that is going to be a little bit of rivalry, you know? That's something that I want to see happen. Because King Empire, that is something that I want to see whether or not will they be able to overcome that Prime first.
Now, there is going to be a way more opponents for Monster Vicious and Barracuda Esports to test their mettle against as the regular season proceeds. We can see in terms of itemization, it's very one-sided in this game because Monster Vicious were basically controlling the pace of everything right from the very beginning. And you can see Barracuda, they literally have 3 Radiant Armors, and they're still not able to stop the advance of Ruff.
Yeah, Ruff was just farming so efficiently as well here, but you have to give props to Zeno, right? Like, Zeno was the reason why Barracuda was just always getting shoved back into the base. Like, he's shoving the lane on the top side. He was able to cut 2-3 creep waves, denying Hesu and punishing Hesu for his first mistake. Like, ever since he showed himself cutting the creep wave up top once, Hesu didn't even manage to cut the creep wave. He was debating whether or not if he should cut the creep wave or join the fight. And his choice is what cost them the lead. And when he chose to pick a fight and not even win or even start a fight down middle, he immediately lost 2 creep waves up top to Xenomon, who's shoving the lane and taking tier 1.
I always consider that during drafting, the EXP lane tends to be the most volatile matchup. That's why it's very important for you to be able to draft your EXP laner second so that you can counter whatever comes at you. Xborg is usually considered to be a very safe early pick because there's very few fighters that can fight into him. But when you suddenly get surprised by the Benedetta, who just chooses not to engage with you entirely and force your team to split apart by pushing the map, that's where you could see the importance of keeping an open mind in the draft.
Yeah, that's something that I think Barracuda may have to take a lesson of this year, because Monster Vicious definitely proved themselves to be the better team out of this matchup. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem for them if they do not score enough points to make it into us playoffs, because eventually Monster Vicious right now, based on your ranking, is the bottom. But we will not be sure yet until the standings show up later on. But for now, let's take a look at the damage taken so far. Subway, 75,000, Amo, 88,000. Ugh, that's a little bit of a big difference.
Yeah,
I was
damage
expecting
taken
more from Subway though.
Yeah, you would think so, right? Considering the number of times he did actually get caught out, I do feel like Subway played strangely aggressive this game, and it's understandable that Monster Vicious wanted to end the game before Novaria and Carry could come online, regardless of the risk that it may pose to them. It worked out here, but if they had made a couple more blunders, you never know what may have happened. But the results speak for themselves. No turret damage at all from Barracuda Esports.
Boy. What can they do? Like, to be honest, whatever they've been doing so far, it's more like they're trying to salvage their lanes individually. And because of them trying to greed out and salvaging that, Monster Vicious was able to just like, you know what, if you're salvaging here, it's okay, I'm going to take everything. So Barracuda could have just focused on one point and just, you know, capitalize whatever economy they did, but they just couldn't make a decision, and that's going to be a problem because of the fact that I think there is a big miscommunication for Barracuda, but I did talk about this during Game 1, right? Them losing Game 1 might tilt them, and it's pretty apparent in Game 2 that they weren't ready to fight back against Monster Vicious.
I think rather than a tilting situation, they tried to play a little bit safer, and then they didn't have the mindset to face a upgraded version, right? Like after playing game 1, you wouldn't expect Monster Vicious to come out of the gate running like this, right? Barracuda would expect, okay, we have some time to think about this, we're gonna slow down the game with the Barats on the export, wait until Trap and AJ get scaled up, and Monster Vicious is just, no.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the best Fakes performance I've seen so far. He's been very, very consistent, and I'm really liking the current Fakes so far. Like, there's been so many seasons here. This season is undeniably Fakes' prime.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Looking at the stats here, Ruff having, I think this is probably the highest GPM we have seen this season, 926 GPM. Also the carry, the Natan was very difficult to itemize against, even though, like I mentioned, we had 3 Radiant Armors, it still didn't stop him.
Yeah, we talk about the potential Chiku prime, and Ruff say he might be able to achieve it in his interview just now. In this case, with nice 926, there is a reason why he was a rough diamond from the previous season, and everybody is looking to see how or whether or not he can make it all the way. Think about this, right? He crawled from the qualifiers again. Nobody believed in him, and here he's making a name.
I still remember back then when Todak was having difficulty last season when they pulled in Ruff and Zion Senpoi. They really did perform. It's just that it was too late in the season for them to really make a big impact. Now that they're able to start from the very beginning with brand new teams, brand new lineup, we're seeing the impact of these players, and I love it.
Yep, the grind continues here, but let's take a look at the highlights and how things actually escalated, right? If this first blood coming Pezu from Barracuda was a big W, okay? They should have won that. And this misplay coming from Amao to try and gobble up Subway kind of messed up the timing.
I think I have to highlight that. I saw him use the Petrify to start off the fight, so I was wondering how he stunned the Amao after he spit out the Subway. He used the eye for an eye. He actually dashed past him to make him stun the spit and then stun himself.
Okay.
Like, that's insane.
That's just insane timing, right? Like, at the same time, it's very difficult to pull off. But that's the thing, right? When you're having the Electro Final Blow and the Petrify in play, it's just pretty much a no-brainer, and it pretty much expands the Petrify range to a certain degree.
And we can see here, this final defense. You would think Barracuda finally bought themselves some breathing room, but nope. Ruff is there. He gets his Maniac. He ends the game. A clean sweep for Monster Vicious. Means that they'll be able to get the full points from this series and raise their stocks all the way to 3rd place.
Well, this is a big W for Monster Vicious. Like, you know, being in 3rd place on the first week puts them in a very, very nice spot. And can they go even further is going to be the biggest problem here, because to see Homeboys right in the bottom is kind of weird. But they've only played 1 game, so technically they haven't played 2 games yet. So we can't really gauge them just like that yet.
And they did play that first game against the rank 1 team on the roster right now, so you never know what may happen. Barracuda Esports unfortunately haven't been able to secure their first victory this entire first week, however, so their positioning looking to be quite in jeopardy right now in 8th place on the charts.
Yeah, it is going to be a long journey for some of these players. However, there is going to be more games to come. Not today, but for next week. So the schedule that is going to be happening next week here, we are on Friday itself. We are going to start off with Niners going up against RSG MY and also Homeboys once again. But this time, they will be facing off against Monster Vicious themselves.
Ooh, some interesting matches. Both Niners and RSG have shown what they're capable of this week. While RSG didn't start off too strong, their performance not too bad overall. Hope to see a bit more growth since the Niners have come out of the door running. Homeboys, they need that first victory, but Monster Vicious looked very good in their game today. So these are 2 matches that I think we won't want to miss.
Well, speaking of watching matches here, it has been a long day. It has been a fun day. It is a pleasure to see you having fun on a Sunday.
Nice.
Thank you.
But I hope that all of you watching at home have had fun as well. Like, I didn't know what to expect going into this Sunday, especially after what we went through on Saturday with all the teams just like having fist fights basically. But it has been a great time. We've been seeing growth already during this first week of Season 13. That gives a lot of us like inspiration, a lot of us hope that maybe Malaysia will be able to forge a path in the international scene. And well, we're just gonna have to continue riding out the rest of the regular season just to see how everything develops.
Well, a new era recalls for new heroes. In this case, Malaysia boleh, bro. We gotta believe in it. Malaysia boleh. M6 in Malaysia. Everybody is stepping up their game in week 1. I'm very happy with the current conditions of Malaysia.
Yep. And speaking of new hero as well, Chip will be available next week. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Okay, this is gonna be another Brit banger here. This is gonna be headaches after headaches. How do you deal with a Chip? With this Chip, do you ban it? Do you pick it? Do you just completely say like, it's just another garbage hero? I disagree. Personally, I think it's very, very broken.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are expecting Chip to be a prio pick or ban during next week, but you never know, like our predictions may be wrong.
Every single time a new hero comes in, they ignore it during the regular season, and then out of nowhere, makes it to playoffs, comes out, guess what? It's a game-winning hero. Since Season 3 until now. It's been 10 seasons.
I don't want to see it in regular season though. Well, we'll find out. That's going to be the end of week 1. My name's Dafa. This is ICBaby12, aka Terrence. We'll drop you off at the mic check and we'll see you guys next week.
Fine guys. Oh, tengok ako guys, tengok ako. Tengok. Nice. Quality. Nice guys. Mid. Dalti.
Nice, balik.
Nombor aku ni. Aku dah biasa dah kat benda macam tu. Please.
Rated lawan.
Alright.
Lot. Boleh tak, Lot?
Kaiti sikit guys. Dia mati.
Nice,
Dia beli mo. Kita nak boleh lah.
Baik, Miko batang. Baik, Tam, sumpah.
Tak aku remote. Tahu.
Boleh tahu.
Tarik. Stun. Stun.
Aku angkat.
Lempar.
No flicker. Tidak. 857
Pergi je buka terus.
Angkatan. Tolak
Ya, kau ada.
Boleh ke?
Dah. Tiga.
Bawa. Santai guys.
Okey, bawa.
Relax. Ini game aku. Relax je.
Careful rock. Kita pick rock.
Kantoro.
Nen.